so we're about 15 minutes away from the start, 15 minutes. Just a heads up to all the competitors. Not much food out there on offer, and everyone wants to eat. And then everybody to serve is Tony. So non-competitors, if you would, please start to make your way out of the area. We are 10 minutes to the start, 10 minutes. For the most part, you guys have been cooperative thus far. Appreciate you. We usually do have to have the ski come in and do a little bumper cars to move a few of you at the end. Since we started, you guys know what the circle is south, we weren't doing it on the north side of the pier. You know, on social, some of the crews, with their coaches, have been going either north or south, doing a little work with the cameras so they can go back and bring it down. We were just talking up here that it's amazing, you know, only a handful of years ago there wasn't any coaches, now there's a ton of coaches. 7 minutes to the start. 7 minutes.
Well, it's usually on the server, but it's starting at 7:05, so come on, maybe. And it's released for the 13th of the morning.
All good. Same guys are up camera now. It seems like they're on camera later, so it seems that case.
Good morning and welcome to day number 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We will be crowning our men's and longboard and women's longboard champions here at Southside Huntington Beach Pier. Kyle Flint, Soleil Erico, Taylor Jensen, Malia Ilagan in a career best performance here at the US Open into the quarters at the very least, and Natalia Wunderlich getting some good tips from the former champion Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She will be in our very first heat of the morning. Will be Wunderlich up against Soleil Erico, and it is finals day for the longboarders out here at Southside of the Pier. Mitchell Salazar here with the founder of the Queen of Point, Carla Zamora. Really fun out there this morning. We have decided to begin just a bit earlier today due to the tide that comes up later on. It tends to be quite weak out there and soft, as you mentioned, but it seems to be lining up really well for a finals day for the longboarders. Carla, good morning.
Good morning to you as well, Mitchell Salazar. It's so great to be here again this morning with you. And as you said, starting a bit earlier, I think that's really just a benefit for many different reasons. The tide, keeping those glacier conditions just a little bit longer and allowing that high tide to build without peaking too high later in the day.
Yeah, and for a lot of these women, obviously career best performances too. We talked about Malia Ilagan, but for Natalia Wunderlich too, an opportunity of a lifetime right here to compete in Southern California, especially going up against Soleil Erico, looking for World Championship number 4 later on this year.
Oh, she's going to be super tough to beat. She, has gotten used to this wave. And but Natalia's just got these subtleties in her surfing that are just going to really, I think, wow the judges if she's able to put them together on the right waves.
Well, we got one of our men's athletes down there with our reporter, AJ. Kyle Flint. Let's see how he talks about the morning conditions.
Thanks, Mitch. Kai, I know you've been observing the conditions getting ready to paddle out yourself. Give us a read on what you're seeing.
Yeah, it's like knee to waist, if we're lucky. Let's hope that the tide kind of fills in and pushes a little bit more swell in. But it's nice and clean out there at the moment, as you can probably see from behind me. And yeah, just hoping that we have a little bit more of a pulse, but it's not looking likely, yeah.
But you're coming up in heat number 1 of the quarterfinals for the men up against Stevie Sawyer, a rematch from earlier in the event. Just how do you get ready for that one?
Yeah, I mean, Stevie's a close friend, you know, traveled a bunch with him in El Salvador, and yeah, we surf together a lot, so it'll just be like mates going out for another wave, you know. But yeah, just going to stay focused on what I know I can do personally, and yeah, just enjoy myself.
If you had to choose one thing that you know you can do that you want to showcase today, what is it?
I think it's just probably like slowing down my surfing a whole lot, making it easy to read for the judges, you know, like not trying to overcomplicate things. I tend to do that a lot with certain like little technicalities and things. So I'm just trying to like slow everything down and make sure I just get those major maneuvers in.
Looking forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
A well-spoken Kyle Flint right there. He's going to be facing his good friend Steven Sawyer later on in the men's quarterfinals. And as he said, simple is always way better. Same thing with our forecast from our friends at Surfline, always doing some great work. Right across the street here of Southside Huntington Beach Pier, and looking not only like fun conditions, it's really been perfect for the longboarders so far the first 4 days. So small south swell, but we should be seeing more northwest wind swell throughout the middle of the week. And of course, that building southwest later on.
Yeah, you can see that blob coming up through the southern Pacific Ocean there as it'll come up later into HB, bringing some nice spaces. Today we're looking at 2 to 3 lighter winds, looking a little bit
really
lighter.
Good.
So that'll be pretty awesome.
Slight onshore this afternoon, same size. And looking at the next few days right here at south side of the pier, looking really promising for the Challenger Series event, especially heading into Friday and Saturday. We're finally going to get some waves this week in Carla.
I know, and that'll be really good for the Challenger Series. They're going to want a little bit more push than what we're seeing out here, but these longboarders are not going to be a problem for them. They're riding over 9 feet long surfboards, so like you said, pretty perfect for that equipment.
So starting off with women's quarterfinals this morning, we will be deciding our men's and women's longboard champions out here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. 3-time world champ Soleil Erico will be in the red up against the North Shore of Oahu's own Natalia Wunderlich. And there's the horn. So the heat has officially started. And day 4, crowning longboard champions today. Erico from just up the road in Malibu, was born in New York, proudly represents Southern California though, and not only is she one of the most experienced surfers out of the draw, really looking to do well once again as a former champion out here.
Yeah, she is a formidable force to say the least, and at such a young age, that's quite an accomplishment to say the least. She's also spent quite a bit of her time, her childhood in Kauai, on the North Shore, I think, of Kauai. So she's got quite the, what would you say, resume, if you will, of various waves that she is accomplished on, whether it be beaches or points or reefs. And she's I think Natalia was probably feeling it when she saw that the draw was up against Soleil. But as we've mentioned, Natalia, just a really smooth, beautiful surfer. So if she's able to put those together as she did yesterday, kind of with that upset, it'll be a fine show to see.
And she has been able to find success so far in the state of California, as Wunderlich won an event at the SlowCal Open in Morro Bay a few years ago from the beautiful island of Oahu. Good friend, one of her actual best friends here, supporting her at this event this morning, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's currently in the top 5 on the Women's Championship Tour. And a former champion too, so having some advice, a little bit of insight here at south side of the pier, especially, we mentioned the connection between Hawaii and California, especially right here in Huntington. Most amateur events tend to have to come through this location at least once, so I would think that Wunderlich not only comfortable at this location, most importantly, a lot of similarities to back home on beautiful Oahu.
Yeah, whether it's Huntington or Oceanside, you're right. A lot of the mainland contests that come on over here, these areas are pretty consistent with waves. And being from Oahu, I'm sure it's a bit of a transition with the colder water, but we know that Natalia has been spending quite a bit of time, I believe, in Oceanside. I think if she was even living there part-time in this area. So, you know, not going to be a foreign situation as far as being in that wetsuit. Still got 30-minute heats for the day today. Only a few minutes have run down in this heat, no waves being had. We had one restart yesterday.
I know. Well,
let's hope.
Let's not even mention the R word at this point of the day. But, you know, you just look at how formidable the career of Erica has been so far, winning in her teens, her first world championship, now becoming a 3-time world champ, and has been able to do so at home, too. And if you really consider how many people in the sport of surfing, shortboard, longboard, anything really, any kind of discipline, there have really been few people that have not only won an event at home, let alone a world championship, Carla, and she was able to do it at her very home break. Here's Erica, first wave of the morning. Great fade, straight to the nose. Tight 5 right there by Soleil. Gonna try to capitalize with something heading into the inside as well. You can see a lot of wind swell on the water still. That wave really going down the line from a certain angle. Luckily for her, it did position herself well early on in this heat. Nearly 4 minutes gone by, Carla, and should be a pretty strong start to the career here in the quarterfinals for Soleil Erica.
Well, it's definitely going to light the fire under her. She's going to be feeling good that she's started her campaign. You will see the replay here. Starts off, as Kai said, about, let's say that's knee-high for Soleil, as she gets the tip time. Nice quick tip time, too. Reforming into the inside there. The wave gets so tiny there, but she's able to really utilize that face and get some more scoring potential. So I think she's going to come out with a pretty solid score. It's not going to be anything too giant, but we're going to see that build as the heat progresses.
So nearly 5 minutes gone by, still waiting on the opener of Soleil Erica. Let's say a very good morning in the Bonsoy athlete area to our very own Chris Cote. Good morning, Chris.
Hey, good morning, team. Well, I guess it's Tip Time Tuesday. We're in for a day of some hot logging and, you know, cool ripping, because we've got about 1,000 of the best Challenger Series surfers in the world warming up just before the longboarders went out there. It was a super session and a good scouting report for things to come. But I will say that we have the best longboarders in the world right here doing their pre-quarterfinals regimen. Taylor Jensen's down here studying the lineup, and luckily I got myself a muffin before the Challenger Series locusts come in here and just attack the buffet. It's going to be a fun day. I think that it feels like there's a little bit more energy in the water from here. I mean, it looks very similar to the last 2 or 3 days, but the sets just maybe have a little bit more pop. Of course, that's to be seen when this heat really starts firing up. Couple waves ridden so far, but overall, a nice casual entrance into our finals day. I'm excited. I think all these people are too.
Hey, having competed here nearly 30 years ago, Chris, what are the vibes? What are the evolutions of the U.S. Open right here at Southside from your perspective?
Well, I think the evolution is it's absolutely family friendly when the sand gets kicked up back here. Tons of activations and fun to be had. Of course, that starts to come through more Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Today it is pure competition. I think the beach is going to fill up as the sun comes out a little bit. You know, it will feel like a Friday or a Saturday once we get into the semis and the finals. I mean, you don't even know what day it is here, summertime in Huntington Beach, because the boardwalk, everything's been popping all week long. So it's one of those events where it just feels like finals day every day.
Appreciate it, Chris. Enjoy your muffin. So 23 minutes and 40 on the clock. Erica opens up with a 4.5. And we did see Natalia Wonderlick up and riding momentarily. Just a 1-point ride, so incomplete. That's how it was deemed, Carla, and it seems to be the consistency factor we've really seen throughout the first 4 days of competition here.
Yeah, as we saw in that replay there of Natalia, she was setting up for quite a beautiful nose ride, but as she came out of it, she wasn't able to stay in the face of the wave, hence that incomplete score.
For Erica, 4.5, really good start. Here's the 1-point ride for Natalia.
Yeah, so you can see there, she gets that really beautiful nose ride, but as it gets foamed up she gets too high up on that foam face and is not able to pull out of it. And 22 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. 4.5, 4.5 coming in for that first wave for Soleil, just as we mentioned. Fairly solid score for the smaller waves this morning. As Cote said, hopefully as the tide kind of fills in and this heat kind of has some time to go through, it'll pop up and lively it up a little bit.
So the other day we were talking about, you know, finding certain areas to get extra motivation, as we see the tides right there. So 7:12, 7:13 in the morning actually at the moment here, Pacific Standard Time. So just off of the low tide at the moment. The high will be at 1:25 p.m. Good contrast, 3.8 feet, the difference. But finding little extra bits of motivation, any single kind of thing you can find on a day like today, knowing that there's a potential not only for you to become a champion here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, you could become world #1 in an instant as well. How do you find those extra little tad bits of motivation yourself, Carla?
Well, I think that in and of itself is the motivation, right? I would be feeling much more fire today. This is finals day, and as you said, any one of these women or men have the potential of winning the event and then putting themselves in that #1 position going into Bells Beach.
And I would think somebody like Eriko, she really likes the pressure. I'd actually have to say, out of everybody in the field, might be one of the people that actually handles it the best out of everybody.
Yeah, she kind of, it doesn't appear to phase her much. You know, that if anything, she's got a good poker face. We don't know. Maybe she does go home and have her routine to go through her anxiety or whatnot. But I think for the most part, Soleil kind of has an understanding. She's won 3 times now, so I think that too takes that pressure off a little bit, because she already knows she's proven herself. She's already got the acknowledgement. So to add more hardware at this point, you're basically just in a run with Kelly Slater and trying to get, you know, more of those titles on your belt.
Quick one right there from Wonderlic. She has had 3 incomplete rides so far in the first 10 minutes of this heat. And Eriko's still with priority. She's going to retain it. As we take a look at our Lexus US Open of Surfing Pacifico finals bracket. Really exciting day ahead of us, but most importantly, the matchups. A lot of former champions in the draw right here in our Pacifico finals bracket. Eriko Wonderlic out there in the water right now. You like quarter #2, so do I. The matchup right there between Calmon and Culhane. How about quarter 3 though? Rachel Tilley up against the youngster Malia Ilagan.
Yeah, and then you can't forget quarter #4, the besties, Avalon Gall and Kalis Kaileopa'a. We have great heats underway this morning. If you're not tuning in, make sure you're tuning in or come on down here, right? And it's going to be a great morning and into the afternoon. We will be titling a champion.
Yeah, and I really like seeing a lot of new names in there too.
100%. That's something that's kind of what I've been about for a number of years now. It's just lovely to see these new up-and-comers, not just to have those new names and have the fresh blood, but to see that that generation is pushing themselves and taking it seriously enough and wanting to pursue titles.
So 19:20 on the clock. Wonderlic hasn't been able really to get anything going so far in the first 10 minutes of this one. Meanwhile, Eriko, after the 4.5, as we commonly know, she tends to be very selective, waits for some of the better waves out there, but did get going quite early. She caught that wave in the first couple of minutes, and once again, she is one of those people on the draw that does not mind having a target on her back. Actually, I'd even say there's probably a moment in her career where she's thinking, I want you to try to take me out. That's actually the only extra motivation that I need to prove that I am the very best out there. And so far, not only winning here in Southern California, she has won across the entirety of the globe as well. But Wonderlic, much better right here, Carla. This should be a good answer to the 4.5 of Soleil. And she's going to finish up her 4th ride so far with 18:30 remaining.
Yeah, let's say that these first 3 rides were kind of her shaking off those nerves, coming up against a world champ like Soleil Eriko. Soleil is a really sweet woman, though. She's not, I don't think she's that fierce out in her lineup. She just surfs her surf. We'll see the replay here. as she's going already down the line towards the left, gets the tip time with the 4 steps up to the nose, and then redirects it really nicely back into the curl there. And then a little bit of a fade there, but a nice finish, you know, no jumping off right away, although jumping off right into the sand there after the wave was done.
And where she jumped off, FYI for our viewers, that was still like halfway out in the break too. So that's how shallow it is right now, how low the tide still is at this point in the morning. Not even close to the shoreline right there. 17:40 to go. Waiting on the last of Wonderlic. Eriko able to get to the nose momentarily. She's going to kick out with a lot of control.
Yeah, you can kind of tell by her body language. I don't think she was super stoked with the way that wave panned out. The nose rides here, because it's a bit gutless because of the wind swell and the lack of ground swell, the nose rides, if you hang them too high on the face, there's not enough push, I think, behind that, the white water and the power source and the curl to let, you know, keep that levitation and propelling forward. You've noticed both on that wave and that one of Natalia, where they kind of got rised up, they rose up the face and then out the back of the wave. So perhaps they're both thinking right now, and we saw Natalia do it in that 4th wave, which we're still waiting for a score, but she set her nose ride a little bit lower in the face, and that kept it in that proper trim line.
So still waiting on her score. Also the second of Eriko. You know, we haven't talked fins at all this week, and I'm such a fin fan and just a nut really all about that. Wonderlic gets the best of the heat so far. A 6.17, well-deserved for Natalia. At the moment, takes the lead, although Eriko's still waiting on a score for her. A 2.68 or better will move her back up into first place right here. But fins-wise, anything you're really riding out there in comparison to previous days? As we see the 2-point ride of Eriko still going to be in second place, with Wonderlic also in a better priority rotation here.
Well, yeah, what a great ride by Wonderlic. I think they really acknowledged that placement of the nose ride and then the follow through with the connection of that turn in back into the curl. So great put together for Wonderlic. Soleil, as I said, that nose ride not really quite performing the way she wanted to, so they acknowledged with the 2. Lots of time in the heat. Fins. Fins are so important to a surfboard. A fin can entirely change the way a surfboard rides. A great example of that, for a bit of time, I'm always pretty much a pintail kind of gal, but I'll vary in lengths depending on the mood I'm in. And for a bit, I was riding a 9/8. And as a 5'2" gal, that's a pretty big board. And the fin that I liked in it was the Greeno 5A, or sorry, 4A. And it has, you know, some base, but a lot of, it's pinched together a bit. It doesn't have too much into the tip, too much surface. As we watch the replay really quick here, this was the 617. So you can see that critical nose ride. She gets the toes over the nose. And really it was that linking of that turn into it, using the full body, you know, full length of the board, that the judges are gonna really give those extra points to. Soleil's gonna try to find an equal or better ride, obviously, than that. Sitting under priority, she'll likely stay just under Natalia and maybe try to pick something underneath her.
So are you somebody that likes extra rake then on the tip of the fin?
Well, so I in the past, I always did like quite a bit of rake. I grew up riding kind of more of that Josh Farborough style fin in my boards. And then I've got into kind of the Greeno 4A in the boards. My husband modified the pintail that I was riding, had a bit more hips in it. So that would slow it down a little bit more, requiring a kind of different fin setup. So that 4A has very little tip, and they're also rather flexy. Then I went down in size, and I went down to a 9.4. Same model, but went down to the 9.4, and I found that that same fin was a bit too loose for me. So I actually found another fin that had a bit more base and a bit more surface throughout the entire tip of it, and that's the one that I use for this particular board. Then I have another board where I use a 4A again. And so, yeah, the fin really can change things up. So if people are like unsure about their surfboards, grab a few fins, try them out. Move the fin. Moving the fin in the box of your single fin can also make a huge difference. Moving it all the way back tends to be better for your nose riding and holding it more in the pocket, whereas moving it forward can make it a little bit more loose and responsive.
Talking fins with Carla Zamora here in quarterfinal number 1. It's Natalia Wonderlic brewing an upset here against Soleil Eriko. Let's take a Bonsoy brew break. Be right back with the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We have an incredible heat in the water at the moment, but let's talk Pacifico fan picks, because this one highly favoring Soleil Erico. But right now it's Natalia with the 617, the high mark in the heat, so the underdog, she's looking good, guys. What do you think?
Definitely seems that way at the moment, Rosie. Thank you and great morning to you. 75% of the fans picking the heavily favored Soleil Erico right here, Carla. Meanwhile, just a quarter of them picking the product of Oahu's North Shore, Natalia Wunderlich, who at the moment still has the best of the heat, a 6.17. Although there has been a situation change right here, and priority sitting with the new heat leader, Erico, gets a 4.67 during the break, and also the 4.5 to back it up. Here's the 4.67.
Yeah, you see her do a nice whipping bottom turn, gets the nose time right there, whips it back into that power source, if you want to call it power today, but yeah, into the curl, rebounds the whitewater, really nice wave, 4.67, doesn't quite hit up to that 6.717 mark like Natalia's. This was a wave ridden for Natalia, could have set up to be actually a really good wave, but she's just a little bit behind it and not able to get to the tip there.
And after that situation right there, Erica was actually able to recover priority ahead of Wunderlich making it back out. So at this point of heat, 2/3 gone by, you got to be thinking priority is going to be extremely valuable, especially looking at Erico's numbers from last year. She only had to do 2 events to qualify for the last one in El Salvador, won the event in Bells Beach, runner-up here to Rachel Tilley, but most importantly, runner-up to the World Championship. But she has really been in contention for the last 3 or 4 years, one of the most consistent surfers on the planet, and still very young, averaging 13.15 points last year. We're talking about a 7 and a 6 every heat she paddles out for.
Well, I mean, that's why I said earlier, she's a formidable foe. She's somebody that you know she's going to get good scores, solid scores, if not excellent scores, at any one of these breaks. I find it interesting, though, a minute ago, that they're sitting quite far apart. And I know Natalia, being the goofy foot, feels super comfortable on these lefts. And she did get that 6.17 on a left. So I found it a little bit interesting in that shot earlier, that wider shot, how much space Soleil was giving Natalia and holding that priority. I wonder if I would want to start kind of putting a little bit of pressure, or just not wanting to leave so much space for Natalia to potentially get that 6 again on a left.
Well, and she only needs a 3 at the moment also to change the lead.
Exactly. So as long as Soleil holds strong with these pair of mid-4s, everything will be A-okay. But with 8.5 minutes remaining, I feel like there's still a strong possibility that Natalia could get that score she needs.
Maybe you might be thinking, too, Erica probably doesn't feel comfortable with just a pair of 4s either, right?
Well, definitely. I mean, I know she's wanting to up her score, and I know she feels more comfortable on the right. And so I know that's why she's leaning more in that direction of the break here. But the ultimate goal, too, is to advance the round and not let your competitor get a 3. at this point, even just get a 3. So as it winds down, that all said, you know, in my day of competition, the hard part for me was playing those rules, those little
subtleties.
The subtlety and those little sneaky rules of like putting pressure. I just wanted my surfing to talk. I wanted their surfing to talk, and then I want to win that way, right? But there's really something to say about playing with the rules and whether there's, you know, quote unquote loopholes that you can kind of work in your advantage.
The fine print, if you say so.
Yeah, I mean that you know, there is kind of some controversy. I think different sides of each side of like whether you're willing to kind of do some of those maybe quote unquote dirtier tactics or play a more surf focused game. So I don't think one's right, wrong, or indifferent per se. It's really your own personal moral fiber, right? And that kind of decides how you're willing to play and what you're willing to do to win.
Yeah, and what are you willing to do to become a world champion too?
You really need to lay it on the line to be a world champ. Straight up, I wasn't capable of it. I didn't have it in me, and so recognizing that too, and then finding your own pathway in surfing, if that's what it is also important. Don't force what shouldn't be forced.
6:40 on the clock. Eriko's still with priority, so despite all this talk of us, you know, mentioning that she's going to go over, she's going to stick to her own peak, really what needs to happen, we need to be able to get a wave for them to be able to perform. But once again, Wonderlic, a 3. She's basically getting that with a single nose ride, too. It's a small score with a requirement. And Soleil right here with priority might be having a luck. She's going to let that one go. And Wonderlic, it seems like she's going to stick to her lefts and seems to be not only the strongest part of her game, really in a moment like this, if you'd have to put it this way, it is the biggest moment of her career so far.
Oh, absolutely. So, you know, there's no doubt that she must be feeling at least somewhat of the pressure. But in her interview yesterday, she seemed like she had a pretty good like outlook and perspective, trying to have fun with it, learn along the way. And that's really the name of the game in all of these things, especially when you lose. You know, it's hard to lose. And you have to take it as a learning moment and be able to pick yourself up and keep going on. And that's going to be an important factor for either one of these competitors, however it goes, is how they pick themselves up if the win isn't in their favor today.
So you're saying losses are necessary?
Losses are character building. You know, I was a bad loser. Oh boy, I would go up and cry and cry and cry in the parking lot, and my dad would be trying to console me, and oh, but I was nose riding. Did you see that 5? And I did this and I did that. And, you know, perspective is changes as you get older and you become wiser.
Is that a self-interpretation right there, or was that your father saying it to you?
No,
a little bit of both.
That was me. You know, I felt a lot of injustice in the earlier years. We were our little crew at Malibu. We really were the resurgence of traditional longboarding, and it was that transition coming from progressive longboarding into traditional longboarding. And in the beginning, it wasn't necessarily acknowledged, especially when we went over to Australia, and that hot dog progressive was still the thing. But technique was really important to me, and that was not always seen in the coalition contest, especially when you had a field of judges that were just volunteering and their club member maybe was in your heat. They would maybe push a few extra points there in the scores.
Just over 4 minutes, nothing has changed, and you know, we want to get this ocean activated as we see Chloe Calmon on screen, looking for her maiden world championship later this year. The pride of Rio. She's going to be coming up against a very talented and dangerous Sophia Colhane. Goofy V regular in that matchup as well.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see if they plan the same approach as we've seen Natalia and Soleil. Soleil really dedicated on the rights, while Natalia has really been sticking to the lefts. And you see Sophia there, so cute. She's got the sweetest little voice. She seemed pretty happy and like looking calm and put together this morning.
And it seems like actually being in the elimination round might have actually helped her out. At least that's the way I'm looking at it. Seems
feel-
like she needed that little extra push.
I feel like it's the opportunity to wash off some more nerves and that thought of like, if I don't, what if? And you're like, okay, I did it again, and it's a little build of confidence. You're taking one more step up that ladder.
And as you've said, character building is important in a sport where you lose way more than you win. 2:50 on the clock. Eriko with priority, looking to improve on a 4.5. Meanwhile, Wunderlich, she's been waiting for about 10 minutes for another wave, only needing a 3 or better. And Soleil sticking to the right so far. She has had nothing to do with Natalia when it comes to defending or blocking those lefts. And now really the question's going to be whether or not there's a 2-wave set for Wunderlich to be able to get going, or whether or not she's just able to go on something here on the inside. Going to have to be forced to go right. Only needs a 3.
Only needs a 3. She needs to land that nose ride. She's not able to do so. So she's going to get back out there with 2 minutes on the clock. She's going to hope that something else is coming. Soleil with priority. Soleil may be taking a wave right here.
And this is a good looking one too. 4.5 is what she's looking to improve. A quick touch of the nose. And that'll be complete for the 3-time world champion as well. A very positive and enthusiastic kick out to 145, and say maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. Either way, Wunderlich was paddling back out. Got to add some pressure to the youngster out of Oahu.
Yeah, interesting choice of use of priority there by Eriko. Already in the lead, but I know, as you said earlier, she doesn't want to come out of this heat with a pair of mid-range 4s. So she was hoping that that one was going to kind of pop off a little bit for her. That initial nose ride, was quick. She went those quick steps up to the nose, but it had this downward trajectory in it that isn't going to be exactly what the judges are looking for. They want it to plane a little bit more evenly across the face. She made it. It was complete, absolutely, but I don't think it's going to give her that super excellent range score that I know she's looking for.
60 seconds saw the camp of Natalia Wunderlich on the beach. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, the former champion here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, waiting on the score, trying to improve on a 4.5, 45 seconds. Wunderlich gonna use priority and go right on this one. So before the last of Eriko was needing a 3, gets to the nose right there. This wave slowly fading out. And this might be the last opportunity she gets in this one, Carla.
Yeah, that wave there looked like it was gonna set up rather nicely, but we saw that kind of wind swell action kind of double up in front, kind of pinch it down. And she did get the nose ride. She did get a completed nose ride. She was only looking for a 3 at that moment. We did have the 4th wave drop for Soleil, which came in at a 4.53. So it required her, or Natalia, just upped it very slightly, a 3.03. So basically the same score. We're waiting to see if she's gonna get that 3. It's possible. It is possible. I have no idea though. Here we're gonna see it, the replay right here. She uses her priority perfectly, does a little like quick fade, gets some tip time there, holds it for a bit of time. She does get some length on there, and she manages to get off with composure and reset her line again.
Oh, it was a valiant effort, Carla.
It was a valiant effort.
2.67,
Yeah.
just under the requirement for Natalia Wunderlich, and I think the judges got it right. Just not enough steepness on the face of that wave right there. But a great performance, quarterfinal finish for her in the first event of the season. But it is Eriko once again into the semis here of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. welcome back to day 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Former champion and last year's runner-up Soleil Arco into the semifinals this morning here in Huntington Beach, California. Getting some high fives by Sophia Arki and crew down there on the beach. And a big win for her against a up-and-coming talent in the name of Natalia Wunderlich in quarter number 1. Quarter 2 out there at the moment. Chloe Calmon from Brazil, Sophia Colhane from Honolulu, Hawaii in the blue. It is Goofy V regular once again, Carla. And it truly seems like Calmon looking to get things going early on here at stop number 1, the Lexus US Open of Surfing. She might be looking at a wave right here. Had a quick throwaway during the break. And she's gonna be up and running. This is a good looking wave too, straight to the nose, perched on it as well.
Yeah, this is a great one. She opened with just an up and down.
Wow.
So this is really gonna set the pace for her. It looks like we have a score dropping for Sophia. Fairly decent score as well. Yeah, solid takeoff there. Really quick steps to the nose, gets the critical 5.
And that's already her 3rd ride in this heat, by the way, too.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Waiting on a couple of numbers for both Colhane, as you're mentioning, and for the product of Rio de Janeiro. I mean, I am just truly amazed, though. First of all, the wave quality on that one, but she just seems like she's ready.
Oh, she's
you know, her energy's there, and I like what I'm seeing, Carla. I really like what I'm seeing out of the product of Brazil.
Yeah, well, she's back, and she's had a lot of time off, so she's been able to kind of reset physically, mentally, spiritually. So that's got to, you know, be
oh my
good in her corner.
Speaking of good in her corner, her 2nd ride, one that we're close to seeing, comes through as an 8. So our first excellent score out of nowhere by Chloe Calmon, and I'm telling you, something has truly changed right here for Chloe. There are the scores, Carla.
I mean, and then we've got a 3rd score drop in there. Nails a 7. So within 5 minutes of the heat, she's got a total score of 15. That is the highest of the event, I believe, so far. And putting Sophia in a combo situation, her first wave coming in at a 4.83. So Chloe probably taking a really big breath right now and just kind of feeling, you know, feeling strong. This is that 8 that she garnered on her 2nd ride, gets 4 quick steps beautifully up to the nose. See how critical that nose ride there, right in the pocket, and then she rebounds it wonderfully timed off the white water and then finishes by slightly kicking out and stepping off. This is the 3rd wave, the 7. Another tight nose ride, as you see it kind of dropped down, and then she's also able to rebound the white water again. Slightly, I wouldn't say not good or not clean, but that 8 was a little bit cleaner.
Somebody's setting the standard for the morning, and it's the goofy footer out of Praia Macumba in Rio. A wave that actually resembles Southside Huntington Beach Pier quite a bit, especially on a higher tide. Didn't have a good amount of backwash where she's from. All in all, though, 15 points in the first 5 minutes of the heat. Spectacular stuff. Meanwhile, Colhane, you mentioned opening up with a 4.83. Yeah, in a combination situation at the moment, does have priority, though, and we are talking about one of the most talented surfers on the planet as well, and very young, only 19 years of age for Sophia out of Waikiki.
And Sophia has such a lovely, nice style. She's done well here in Huntington in the past, yes, and I think I may be correct or wrong, but they met up, and I think Sophia may have gotten the win over Chloe in the past, but clearly Chloe coming on strong here. Sophia with that Hawaii Ohana behind her and that support, which is definitely helpful for her. But right now, she's definitely going to be feeling it, wanting to get a large score. And I think what everybody is looking at right now, as you said, Chloe has set the standard. And the fact that she was able to garner the 8 and the 7, everybody else is looking at that and saying, okay, it's attainable.
So the 8-point ride right here once again, Carla.
Right? See the steps right up to the 5, and then she gets the 10. And that's what's key, 10s and turns. Very tip of the nose, and then work the very back end of the nose, of the surfboard, rather.
What would you compare a 10 in any other kind of sports realm significance? Perfect pitch, dotting the lines from a pitcher, maybe a perfect hockey putt or something like that. What are you looking at in terms of what a 10 really signifies?
Like a hole-in-one.
Ooh. Pretty good reference right there. 22:20 on the clock. It's Chloe Calmon so far with a strong lead. And Soleil AJ, she's into the semifinals once again here at the Open.
Yes, she is, Mitch. On to the semifinals yet again, Soleil, but that quarterfinal heat was a difficult one. I know we were talking about the pace of the waves. Just how did you stay calm throughout that heat to do what you needed to do?
Yeah, there were really like no waves in that heat. I don't know. I kind of hit a point where I was like, all right, like whatever happens, happens here. Like I did my best. The ocean was calm, and I don't know. I have some trauma from that heat. That was crazy. Natalia held it down though. Yeah, it was a bummer that there weren't more waves, but I'm glad that I was able to bump up my score a little bit at the end. I don't know, like I wasn't sure if I should take that wave, but I kind of just had like an intuition that I should. And yeah, I'm happy to make it.
On to a semifinals here at Huntington Beach yet again. This is a day where you could be surfing 3 times. So take us inside the routine. How do you get ready?
Just stay calm. Don't like worry about how small it is. Yeah, just stay chill. Like I have a couple friends here that are supporting me. Hang with them. Yeah, like low expectations but high hopes.
I love that. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Seems to be a formula that is working at the moment, too. Low expectations, high hopes. Soleil into another semifinal here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Calmon with an 8 and a 7. The one throwaway at the beginning really to get her feet going. Especially, we talk about the water temperature, too. It's not something that is really common at this time of the year here, especially in this part of Southern California. But overcast skies, you don't know what to expect. At any given moment, you have to have a full suit, a short sleeve, and maybe even trunks and a top in your car, Carla.
Well, yeah, and if you're a multi-session surfer and you're planning on hitting it more times in one day, having an extra dry suit is definitely a benefit.
Are you a 2 mil, 3 mil kind of person?
You'll see me in like a 4.3 in the middle of summer sometimes. It's ridiculous, actually. Yeah, I like wearing my wetsuit. It takes me some adjustment when we go to the Philippines and there is no wetsuit to wear and you're just kind of in your swimsuit or your
Oh, you
bikini.
like neoprene then?
I do
Yeah.
actually like a little, especially for the ribs, the hips for a woman. It gives you a little extra padding. So it does take me a bit of time to adjust when I'm you know, on the tropical side of the world and I'm back in my bikini. And you know, you have to worry about, for women, we have to worry about, you know, for me, I'm older. I'm not trying to show too much, so I want to make sure it's all staying in place. When you're in a wetsuit, you don't really have to worry about any of that. Plus, you kind of feel like a superhero in your wetsuit.
Well, there have been a couple of great flicks this summer so far. Superman, Fantastic Four, so maybe we could give you one of those nicknames too.
Oh, boy.
19 minutes on the clock, and it's funny that you bring that up too, because just like our co-worker Sam Bleakley, Ben Skinner, his son Lucas, they actually have to wear earplugs everywhere they go. Sam actually, I know, showers with them because that's how sensitive his ears get. But for a lot of people, it just comes down to comfort too.
Yeah, the water in the ears is a real issue for surfers, that surfer's ear. I swore I had it, and the doc said, no, I just can't hear. So I try my method is the dry hair sesh. I just try really hard not to fall. But that doesn't always happen.
That seems...
As a longboarder, it's easier.
Yeah.
You know, and like as I keep mentioning, you know, all event, that I'm kind of a small wave gal, so it's a little easier. I don't wear a leash, so I'm really working hard on not losing my surfboard. So yeah, I try to, if anything, I'm keeping the head out of the water.
Seems like a good plan. 18:20 to go. Priority with Cole Hain, needing 2 scores to move up into the lead in a combination at the moment. 15 points or better is what she is requiring. Talked about the strong start from Chloe Calmon, an 8 and a 7. She has a couple of the highest scores of the event so far, just in this heat alone. And really talking about the way she was able to not only take that time off last year, fully concentrate on herself, didn't even watch an event from home, made sure to just truly enjoy the moment and be present.
Yeah, I was actually really, I think, a little surprised, but really pleasantly surprised to hear that she didn't tap in all year. Because I think she really needed that. She just needed to go and do Chloe, be Chloe outside of WSL.
And a quick one right there for Calmon. Yeah, and every now and then, you know, for some people, you mentioned yesterday that, you know, especially coming from first point, all you want to do is really get your own wave, your own peak, not have to hassle for anything. And in the end, that just comes with a lay of the land, too. She's from a populated area in Rio, doesn't have to really compete for a lot of great waves in that area, too. And it's the environment you grow up in. She's a product of her environment, really.
Well, in that area and the surfing history there has been very male-dominated, similar to what I grew up with. And I know she's told me stories about, you know, working her way through the lineup and having kind of the machismo and the men in there, some of them being welcoming and helping her and being open to her getting set waves. And then there's always a few others that are like, nah, not only are you a chick, but you're on a longboard, and I don't want to let you in. So she's seen that, and she's battled that, and she's a respected person in that hierarchy, if you will, and has earned her way up that.
Really good in all type of surfs, too. Silver medalist, I believe, at the Pan Am Games in 2023. That was in Santiago. And looking to become a champion here in Huntington Beach later on today. Priority with Culhane, though. We talked about the Waikiki crew, how good they are, and how really community-based they are, too. Really stick behind each other, and all in all, Kalis Connie Stewart, Keani Canulo, who's not at the event, also a very talented longboarder out of the area. Culhane has really set herself up to be not only considered one of the best in the world, doing so at a very young age. Year she won her maiden championship, or her event win, I should say, over at El Sunsal. She was only 17, Carla, and defeated Kalis in the final over there.
We've had some really young champions, whether that be title holders or just champions at events. And it's great to see Sophia continue her journey in the tour and seeing how she has evolved, and hopefully she's gonna be able to find some waves. Had some slow heats. She's hoping that there's gonna be, you know, a situation change, to say the least. She is sitting in priorities. That's a good position to be in. Plenty of time on the clock, 15 minutes. As I mentioned before, that's like the standard time for one of these amateur events out here. So basically the heat's almost just started. But Chloe is one of the most consistent surfers when we talk about consistency. She may have just narrowly missed the world title, but she has, the one time I worked with her, she had 12 podium finishes, and out of those, she had 11 wins.
Wow.
So
an incredible statistic right there for the Brazilian surfer. Currently leading the heat. Speaking of consistency, let's get a cracking conditions update with Rosie. Morning, Rosie. How's it looking out there?
Good morning, Mitch and Carla. Yeah, you guys, well, it's glassy like we kind of had yesterday. That wind's staying light. We have that low cloud cover, so hopefully it'll do the same as yesterday. The wind is expected to come out of the west-southwest later in the afternoon, which is a little bit more onshore. We've got a rising tide till about 1:25 today. 2 to 3 foot. You know, northwest wind swell with that touch of southwest. The air temperature about 64 degrees right now. It's expected to get into the mid-70s, and the water on the chillier side at 62. But other than that, we're stoked, Mitch.
Having surfed here plenty of times yourself, Rosie, anything you're looking at in terms of positioning today with the peaks?
Yeah, I think it's interesting just looking at what we have on hand. I mean, Chloe surfing more towards the pier with those 2 set waves that she got, those ones having a bit more south of them with that left-hand opportunity. I think it's just staying open to opportunities out there at the moment. Because it is so little, you just really have to find yourself working this peak inside out, moving south, moving towards the pier, and hoping you get lucky.
Great perspective to have. Thank you, Rosie. 13:30 on the clock. We did see Culhane up and riding once again, looking to break the combination. So a 5 would do that, Carla, but then she'd be needing a 10-point ride after that. This seems to be very competitive with the 4.83 she already has.
Yeah, I think she's going to get, you know, a fairly solid score, at least a nice backup score. Hopefully it'll chip away at that requirement that she's been put in by Calmon. Wait for that score to drop. I agree. I think it's going to be in some of that similar range as maybe she dropped in that first ride. Time slowly winding down here.
Well, say you get the 5. Are you still looking to improve on that one and maybe not just rely on maybe getting the 10? Because we're being honest, getting the 10 out there, I'd put 99% on the chance of that not happening today. But given the way Chloe's been surfing, there's always a possibility for that. You mentioned the statistic. 12 events she surfed one year. She won 11, or made the final in 11 of them?
No, she was on the podium in all of 12 events. She was on the podium. She won 11 of them.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a pretty incredible statistic. So, I mean, she's got like I said, so much consistency on her. She has a lot of years and experience in contests and different situations, so she's gonna be hard to beat.
And so far, making things look really fun out there in a difficult and challenging morning of conditions at Southside HB Pier. She's looking for a spot in the semifinals here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
A lot of friendly canines on the beach this morning here at Southside of the Huntington Beach Pier. Look at the outfit with that little doggy right there. Seems like he or she is cruising around this morning. And the Tilley family. I'm not sure what kind of breed that dog is, but it seems like it's having a good time down here at the beach as always. And Rachel's gonna be coming up in quarterfinal number 3 against Malia Ilagan. You a dog person yourself, Carla?
Yes, I have a land shark that lives at my house now that we've named Rooster. For those of you unaware, I have actually 8 chickens at home. Not allowed to have roosters in the area, so our canine we named Rooster.
So you're allowed to have chickens, but
Yeah.
you can't. That's a weird rule.
Well, it's the idea of that first thing in the morning.
That is
Oddly
actually quite
enough,
true.
though, Mitch, the girls, the hens, they're loud little bees. Let me tell you, they are loud. When they sing egg songs, when they lay an egg, you get an egg song, and then the rest of them will chime in and get all this. Yeah. No kids, but plenty of animals.
Those are good enough sometimes. 8:30 on the clock. Calmon in the lead. Colhane does recover priority after Chloe caught just a short wave during the break. Just an in and out, really, so non-consequential score. Colhane with priority, 15 points is what she needs, so a 5 and a 10 if you simplify it the most. Really looking, though, for a couple of 7s if you're a bit more ideological, Carla. And this morning, the consistency really showed itself in the first 5 to 10 minutes of this heat right here. And unfortunately for Sophia, she was outside of the rotation really with both priority and positioning, and it all came down to the way Calmon was able to use that left into the pier, a wave we haven't really seen ridden in the last 2.5 days.
No, and wow, what a way she rode that wave. I mean, getting that 8, get the 5 to the 10, it was really quite exquisite. But as you mentioned, just a bit difficult for Sophia, and all it takes is just being on that off rotation. Even in a free surf, I find if I'll get on that wrong rotation and you catch the wrong waves and then the set comes after you've gone. So it's really important to get in rhythm. And then when you're not in rhythm, find a moment out there during the heat to reset and find it. Find the sync with the ocean.
Let's get some information from one of our besties in the Bonsoy athlete area. Good morning, Chris Cote. You got a Bonsoy latte for us?
I actually have myself a sparkling coconut water by Bonsoy, but it's getting serious down here. You guys, teamwork makes the dream work. We got the dream team right here. Oh, they hear me talking about them. Cole and TJ down here trying to decipher and decode what's happening out in the lineup. These guys have been just hawkeyeing the water for the last 2 hours. And I see them making hand gestures, doing stuff like this, which tells me that they're working out their heat in their mind before they go out. Then Soleil comes in, gives them some much needed information as well. So it is fun and games. It's a, you know, finals day kind of feel down here, but there is a lot of R&D going into what's about to happen in the men's quarterfinals. Watch out for these two guys, because this could potentially be a final matchup. Who knows?
Could potentially be. Chris, has Cole tried to sell you a house already this morning?
Not yet, but he's definitely stretching out his toes a lot, which tells me he's gonna hang those things over like this.
I like that you're getting your stretching in this morning too, by the way, Chris. Look fantastic. So just under 6 minutes on the clock. Calmon's still in the lead, nothing has changed. And Colhane needing at least a 5 to be able to break the combination right here. What a good crew, right, Carly? You having a good time?
I'm having the best time. I think we have the greatest crew. Everyone's really getting along well, having fun with each other. It's great when, you know, everyone's just here to have fun.
You want me to break out the Kleenex early this morning? There's the girl.
There she is right there. I know. I tried to get it out of my system yesterday, but we'll see what happens.
Malia Ilagan on screen.
She's got a tough heat ahead of her. She's got Rachel Tilley.
Oh, maybe the toughest.
Yeah.
Defending event champion, defending world champion Rachel Tilley. Going to be a great matchup, and really a good way to prove herself if she's able to make it through as well.
Look, she's already proved herself. She's made it to the finals day here at the her inaugural event being on World Tour. That was kind of what I reminded her. You've already surpassed the immediate goal. So try to have as much fun as you can. Surf your surf. Catch your waves. Do your thing. Rip, shred, tear, all of the above. And then just enjoy the moment and kind of keep reminding her, too, she's on tour. This isn't like she needs to place well in this heat in order to make it to Bells. She's going to Bells. She's going to Abu Dhabi. She's, you know, so right now she can just look at this event and we'll worry about the next event when it comes.
There's number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings. Jumped up 43 spots after his victory at home in Ballito in Durban, South Africa. Luke Thompson from the beautiful Republic of South Africa. So I want to give him a lot of props for going toe-to-toe against former world #1 Jordy Smith in the men's elimination round over there at the Corona Set Open J-Bay. He's looking to win his 2nd victory on the Challenger Series. Really awesome dude as well. Wish him the best of luck later on this week here at Southside. 3:50 to go. And so far, after really the 7-point ride of Calmon, Colhane was able to get the 4, still not able to break the combination, and really nothing of substance when it comes to quality of the waves out there for Sophia. Unfortunately for her, might come down to the last 3:30, and it just seems like the proximity, the pressure of Chloe Calmon, well, you can notice it right here on screen. She does not want to let this one get by her.
No, I mean, I can feel it from through the screen there. Just Chloe looking super calm, not necessarily Sophie not looking calm, but you know what's going through her head. It's kind of like, well, this kind of sucks for me. You know, it's not that Sophia isn't technically capable of getting the same scores that Chloe is. She just hasn't found the right waves to do so. And I think as a benefit to Chloe, she found those lefts, and Chloe loves the lefts. And so she was able to do exactly what she needed to. The 10 was really the moment right there, and then bringing it back by using the tail and rebounding the whitewater was super important. And the judges saw that. acknowledge that. And then the wave after that, she gets the 7 here. She gets that nice critical 5. Not able to sit the 10 up there, but talk about backup wave. I mean, you don't, it's like, that's textbook. That's the perfect, that's what you want. You want that.
And she's basically, you can see her yawning right there. She basically got her 2 best waves in the first 3.5 minutes of the heat, which is just incredible. But once again, I think most of us can agree that have been doing this for a long time. Surfers, we get into a rhythm out there in the ocean. You just find your way. It seems like the ocean tends to give you waves and provide those opportunities. That was definitely the case in the first few minutes of this one for the surfer out of Brazil in red.
I love what Soleil said in her interview, low expectation and high hopes. That's really all you can kind of aim for. You know, you want to expect a lot. I feel like that's like my go-to phrase surfing any day at Malibu. Low expectations, high hopes. And that's what you can hope. And in this case, it really worked out in Chloe's favor. She found those 2 radical waves. It'll be interesting to see in the following heats if we see anything comparable.
A minute 20. And Colhane, she's going to have to settle for a quality start to the season. 5th place finish. It's not bad. And really, the goal, once again, everybody wants to be the #1 seed heading into the last event. Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships. I guarantee you that. Just getting there, though, we've seen the impossible happen before. People make it all the way from the back end, be able to become world champions, and there's a reason why we have that format instilled into competition at the moment. Ooh, the Filipino crew, they're already down here. Mabuya. Good morning to them.
Mabuhay, which is welcome. It's actually not a phrase you use as you think you would use it, but magandang umaga is good morning.
Magandang
umaga.
Umaga.
Yeah, so magandaga umaga to our Filipino crew. I'm gonna be on break soon. I see my homies there. I'm gonna go get some luau, and I think there's a little adobo over there.
Oh, they got everything going. 15 seconds. It's gonna be Chloe Calmon defeating Sofia Colhane in quarterfinal number 2 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. A standout performance by Brazil's Chloe Calmon, and at least a semifinal finish guaranteed right here at Southside Huntington Beach Pier. Another great one coming up, our defending event and reigning world champion Rachel Tilley taking on the product of Ventura, California, Malia Ilagan, when we return to Southside Huntington Beach Pier.
Poise, as ever, is just so good. That's the best wave that we've seen at the event so far.
Well, this is going to feel great for Rachel.
Absolutely.
It's going to be Rachel Tilley, your world champion for 2024, her 2nd world title. What a moment this is.
Just unbelievable surfing.
Wow, 4-time world champion.
Decorated career of Taylor Jensen.
After a quick little flashback to crowning our champions for 2024, we follow Chloe Calmon coming through with a 15-point total, all achieved within the first 5 minutes of that last heat. That's what you call domination. Chloe Calmon moving into the semifinals, taking out Sophia Colhane. I am Chris Cote. This is Liv Stokes and Sam Bleakley. Liv, welcome back to the booth. What a show you put on for us this week. Great surfing all week long. We're stoked to have you back here to talk us through some quarterfinal action.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. This event has always been fun, not just the surfing, but the whole spectacle around the U.S. Open. It's always such a joy to be a part of, so I'm happy to be able to be back in the booth for finals day. Nonetheless, it's going to be a good one.
And you lost to Rachel yesterday. You know, congratulations on a good run, but what do you think about Rachel's momentum now moving forward from the quarterfinals?
I think Rachel's had some insane momentum since the U.S. Open last year. I mean, we just saw that reel. She won the world title in El Salvador, and then she won the ISA gold medal in El Salvador a couple months later. Now she's on an absolute heater. She kind of got a really quick start in our heat yesterday, built momentum quickly, so we'll see if she's able to do that again in this quarterfinal.
One of the things I appreciated about Rachel's surfing yesterday as well was she was bringing a lot of variety. She had a lot of different angles, some creativity. Her top turns, her cutbacks. She tended to take the board in places that a lot of the other longboarders weren't visiting, and I think that really gave her an edge yesterday.
I agree, and I think that just speaks to her level as an athlete and a longboarder, because these waves are so small, there's not a lot of room. So the fact that she's able to fit those maneuvers into these tiny waves, I think really speaks to her a lot. And her board, it has a lot of rocker in it, which I think is really interesting, and I wonder how that plays into her performance here.
It was great because we had so many of the shapers on the sand yesterday, and we got a lot of good insight from those shapers as well.
Were you able to talk to Josh Martin, but we could talk about that after Rachel's wave. She takes a couple steps up to the tip. She's able to hang on for a while. A couple steps back, and then she'll hit the end section.
Great start there for Rachel Tilley. Yeah, I think she has probably one of the most unique boards of the entire field, definitely of this quarterfinals. At pintail, with a lot of rocker in the nose. It just seems like this board fits really nicely into the quick curves here in Huntington Beach today. Now we see the first look at Malia Iligan. She got a wave right off the jump, 517. She's back at it, losing her balance a little bit there midway, so that'll take away from the flow of the wave a little bit. But listen to that crowd support.
Well, you asked me, Liv, if I got to talk to Rachel's shaper, Josh Martin. I didn't get to speak to Josh. I did go looking for him, but he'd left by the time I was down on the sand. But I did get to speak to Malia's shaper, Wayne Rich, and she's riding what's known as the Harmonic 67 model. It's actually a model that he's had for well over a decade and a half, but he's fine-tuned it for his riders like Cole and Malia, and it was really inspiring listening to Wayne, and I'm really respectful of the fact that the shapers are down here, and this is a nice start, touching that 5, quick with the footwork, in for a second 5, no hold of the nose ride through the section, but 2 touches of the 5, a nice turn. The waves are small and you have to be so busy, but I think one of the opportunities for Malia today will be to see if she can hold those nose rides through the section as we get a chance to look at this from Rachel, Liv.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of the difference maker. I mean, we think back to Chloe's 8 and 7. I wasn't able to see her 7. I was like walking down here from the parking lot, but the 8, she was able to get that levitated hang 10, and that's, I think, what elevated to the excellent range. So now we have Rachel here trimming. She's able to get the tap and then not quite able to stick the finish, but I don't know what she did out the back. We'll see if it's able to elevate her score. I had a board shaped by Josh Martin when I was like 11 or 12, and I remember being in his little shop in his backyard, and I pointed that board, and I was like, that board has a lot of rocker. Whose is that? And he was like, oh, that's Rachel's. That's the type of rocker is only for Rachel.
Well, I love the way he calls the stringers springers. He often uses spruce wood. It's unique in the sense that Rachel has some of the highest rocketed boards you'll see on tour. That was nice. Into the 5, nice float at the end. This is the replay of Malia. Gets the 5, pulls up for the tight 5. Second turn, I like the little soul arch there. Just almost loses her footing, but gains her composure, drops the score, so she gets a 517 for her opening ride, and we're waiting for her second score to come through. So Malia's going to feel some confidence here. This is a very good start Would she have had much experience, Liv, coming up against Rachel in the past at maybe even coalition contests and WSL events?
She definitely would have come up against her at some coalition events. I don't think she's come up against her too much in the QS, but we have like this Oceanside Longboard contest, Queen of the Pier. She'll have come up with her in those types of events.
We got 22 minutes, 54 seconds to go. Judges working on scores now. Malia comes through with a 5-4 to back up that 5-1-7. Rachel Tilley with a 5-7-3. Things are heating up here in quarterfinal heat number 3. But you know who burnt this place down already this morning? That would be Chloe Calmon, a 15-point heat total in the first 5 minutes. She's on the glass now with AJ.
Nothing like getting the first excellent score of the day to bring some energy here to finals day in Huntington Beach. Chloe, you got busy early in the first few minutes. Just how important was it for you to get that work done early in your heat?
The conditions are really slow out there, and from seeing the heats from round 2 and round 3, there's some really flat moments. Not much opportunity, so I was just trying to capitalize on anything that would come in front of me. And it's always nice to get 2 waves right off the beginning so you can wash off the pressure. And this is my first ever morning heat in Huntington, so I was just really stoked this morning to get an early heat with glassy conditions. And yeah, I'm really also stoked to break the curse from the quarterfinals, because my past 2 years here, I finished equal 5th. And yeah, I'm really stoked.
I was gonna say, not just the first, but here you are, back into the semifinals here in Huntington Beach. You talked about the curse. How much does that weigh on you as a surfer when you're paddling out there in the round that has always been the one that has gotten you in the past?
I think like if you keep stuck with like your experiences from the past, you tend to repeat them. So today I just took as a new opportunity to embrace the new and try different things, and I'm glad it worked, and I'm glad I made it through.
As you should be. Before we let you go, você está na semifinal aqui em Huntington Beach. Você quer dizer mensagem para o Brasil?
Bom, obrigada a todo mundo que está mandando a energia boa, continua mandando porque está dando certo. E é isso, muito feliz de levar o Brasil para a semifinal. Vamos que vamos.
Parabéns, congratulations. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Congrats, Chloe Calmon. Lights out surfing for Chloe. And I like that she kind of dipped a little bit into the superstitions that a lot of competitive surfers have. And Liv, we were talking about actually in the booth, it seems like everyone at this level has a huge file of history of surfers they've gone against, of rounds they've made it through. And you kind of just check off the boxes, right? So for Chloe, her first morning heat, that gave her some positive feelings going into the water, and then just breaking through that quarterfinal curse, as AJ called it. So that gives her a lot of momentum, and putting up an 8 and a 7 on a really small day has to feel amazing. So watch out for Chloe Calmon for the rest of the day.
Absolutely, and what a great first semi-final with Soleil and Chloe. This is the replay of that last ride going left from Rachel Tilley. Of course, she's our defending champion here at the US Open of Surfing at Huntington Beach. And that was nice on the toes on the nose, but not much linkage to that wave. But this looks nice for Malia.
Able to crank that turn back around, gets a lot of rail engagement, even on a pretty small wave.
I really love that. I like the composure. I like the fact that she held her position on that 5 for a little bit longer, and at the pace of the breaking lip, she just walked nicely back. But the whip and the arc on that cutback was strong, it was dynamic. There was an amount of certainty, an amount of self-confidence about it. I think this is going to be a really significant score for her. Chasing a 6.16, this is nice to appreciate on the replay, the way she just kept pace of things. Finds the 5 here with that little stall from the front, holds that 5, but my favorite part is this turn here. Onto the tail and really brings that back. And you can just see how she widens the stance over the back foot just to drive out of that turn and keep that board moving.
And it looks like you're right. She's going to drop a 6.67. That's going to move her into the lead. So now Rachel's chasing a 6.25. What I like about Malia's wave is her position on the wave for the nose ride. She wasn't like on the shoulder. She was very much in the pocket in the center of the wave, and she had a lot of speed, and that's a really tricky place to nose ride. So I'm glad the judges rewarded that.
And there was a little pause that she brought into her repertoire just before she hit that 5. And sometimes you don't want to hesitate in your cross-stepping up, but other times you really do have to work to the conditions. And I think her timing was spot on. And then, of course, holding that 5 to the point where as she walked to the tail, it created some acceleration to really give her some emphasis on the cutback.
The patience paid off there for Malia. Now we see Rachel Tilley
answering back.
Out there on the nose. This wave's pretty slow, but she's making the most of it. Switches her stance, gets to the white water, styles it out.
I think it was key that she got the 10 in there, but look at that tight nose ride from Malia, also answering back. It's going to be a couple of similar scores exchanged here, I think.
10 for 10 right there. So Malia makes this heat a little bit more...
Ooh, paddle battle.
There we go. I was just going to say, you know, both these surfers are, you know, they're so kind, so polite. You see them both, you know, smiling when they're paddling for these waves. I just love that, you know, these two surfers and most of the surfers in the draw, both men and women's divisions, they have proven that, you know, you can be a great sport, you can be a nice, happy person and still smash people in heats, doing it the right way.
Well, Malia's got a bit of momentum on the inside, but I think Rachel knew she just had the kind of head of those strokes. And Malia actually had a paddle battle with Ginger yesterday, but what was really smart about Malia is I think she knew she wasn't going to get exhausted, but she decided to stay just behind Ginger and make Ginger work hard, and Ginger won the paddle battle, but Malia didn't get herself exhausted. But that was a nice 10. A smaller wave, and this wave just losing energy after that opening 10, but it was absolutely key that she did commit to that hang 10 to just give a little bit more scoring potential, a higher degree of difficulty for that opening nose ride. Liv, what do you think of this compared to Rachel's wave?
This one, I think that she has a little bit more critical nose riding sections on this wave than Rachel's wave. She did get the 10, but it was pretty flat. And if we contrast that with Malia's 6.67, where she was really fast and in the pocket, I just think there's a degree of difficulty there that Rachel's was lacking, and we see that in the score with a 4.8, I believe.
Wow, interesting. Chris, could this be an upset? Is Malia going to take down the reigning world champion, or do you think plenty of time for Rachel, of course?
Plenty of time, but it's really tight. I love to see this many consistent scores on the board. Bunch of 5s, bunch of 4s getting thrown away. And with 15 minutes left, you know, priority has been not a huge factor yet, but I feel like in the final 3 minutes in this heat, that priority is going to come into a really crucial role because there are, I think, more than enough waves coming through. In the last couple of heats, we've seen, you know, 8, 10 waves ridden by each surfer, so there's plenty of opportunity, and you haven't seen anybody panic yet, so that's a good sign that, yeah, it is small, it's slightly inconsistent, but there's still plenty of waves to ride. So we are going to see Rachel answer back and potentially, you know, obviously she's going to want to get that 6.25 and beyond because Malia right now is surfing very consistent. She's only got 1 throwaway score. Everything else is right there in the mid-range. So it's a tight heat, and I think it's going to stay that way all the way through to the end. Well, with 15 minutes left at the moment, Malia Iligan is in the lead. Rachel Tilley needs a 6.25. We're only halfway through quarterfinal heat number 3. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break, but we will be back with the culmination of heat 3. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We are in quarterfinal heat number 3. We got 13 minutes left. Rachel Tilley needs a 6.25. Malia Illigan is in the lead on the strength of a 6.67. While we wait for the next set to roll through, let's go to the board rack. We've got a Sun Cruiser board check. Rosie Hodge is with Stevie Sawyer.
That's right, our 2018 World Longboard Champion for a Sun Cruiser board equipment check, Stevie Sawyer. You shape your own boards. A lot of love and attention is put into your equipment. Talk to us about what you'll be riding today.
So this is a board that I made for smaller waves. It's a 9.2, but I left my 9.6 that I won Abu Dhabi on last year in the States because I couldn't take it back due to the airlines just saying, no way, this is coming on the flight. So it's the same model. This is just a 9.2 version. It's my Brazil model. So it's got quite an intricate bottom, you know, there's a spoon, some roll, some V, and quite a bit of rocker in it, you know, just to help slow down the nose rides for the bowly waves, the beach breaks, you know. And so this isn't the board I'll be riding today, it's right over there actually. But yeah, this is the model that's been just clicking for me, you know. Once I shaped this thing, I felt like my longboarding just like clicked perfectly, you know, just between turns, nose ride, trim, barrels, whatever, it just fits perfectly for me, you know.
An exceptional surfer and such an amazing craftsman. You've been shaping some boards for some other surfers. Talk to me about where people can get hold of you to make them some boards.
So you can get hold of me on Instagram, and then I got an email link over there. The best way is to send an email because the emails aren't too junk loaded, you know, so I get to see exactly board order here, board order there. So yeah, send in an email for a board order and that's how we get it going. I'll be shaping some ASIMs, some longboards, some twin pins in the next couple of weeks here in America. So yeah, if anyone's looking for a board, hit me up.
Yeah, Stevie, good luck with the quarterfinal against Ellis Flynn coming up later. And also just a little note that this guy has been shaping some ASIMs for Ethan Ewing. So it's been pretty cool watching that little relationship come to fruition.
Awesome. And we will be having a self-shaped surf-off because Stevie Sawyer will be going up against Kai Ellis Flint, who shapes his own boards as well. And if you DM Steven Sawyer, please don't ask him if your board is done yet. He's a little busy today. Maybe tomorrow you can start asking him that question. Shapers love that.
Absolutely. So interesting here. And just interesting appreciating the difference between the flatter boards that are faster and the rocket boards that are slower, but then easier to turn. And then the shapers try to incorporate the bottom contours and the rail shapes to get that fine balance between the stalls for the nose ride and the trim speed to make sections, and also the liveliness from the tail and rail. And it's this constant process of evolution with so many now generations to learn from with longboard design. And what's unique about watching Rachel is she is distinctive in the sense that she likes to ride highly rocket boards, but they work beautifully for her. In contrast to Malia, her board's a little bit flatter, but for her approach, her Wayne Rich board is clearly working well for her style and the types of surfing that she wants to do.
It's always interesting to me when you think about the boards you're seeing in the rack today and throughout this week, these, you know, 9.4s, 9.6s. There's so much hidden organic technology in these longboards. I mean, to the layperson, you would look at it and you go, okay, just a big chunk of foam with a round nose and a, you know, sort of round tail. But there's a lot going on the bottom of these boards, on the top of these boards, especially under the nose where you'd be hanging 10. I mean, there's so many different concaves that go into a 9-foot-plus board.
Absolutely. There's a combination of things when you're happening on the nose that are to do with the whole board, but often the nose and the tail. The tail is what creates the drag and the lift, but the nose is also a place where a lot of shapers like to put concave underneath to help cushion and accentuate that lift. But actually, for nose riding, the tail is one of the most important areas. And Liv, have you ever considered getting into surfboard shaping? Is it something that you like to be involved with when you design new boards?
I have never thought about getting into surfboard shaping because it just seems so difficult. It just seems like such a craft that I don't know if I'd have the capacity to access, but I have started learning a lot more about my boards in the recent years, and I can say it's helped me a lot because I would say maybe 5 years ago, if somebody asked me what kind of board I was riding, I'd be like, I don't know, like 9.4. But now, like, I understand like how the rocker interacts with a lot of the other parts of the board. I understand like how the tail plays an impact on how well the board's able to nose ride. And so I've been able to advocate myself and communicate with Michael to create a board that works best for my needs. And I've really seen that in my most recent pintail. And then we have Malia taking it right down the line. Looks like she's not going to be able to hang on to that one, though.
That was interesting for Malia because you could see as she started to paddle for that wave, she knew she needed to slow down. She was slightly too far in to get that line. And what we noticed in the previous heat with Chloe's first 2 waves is she just had that opportunity to really get a head start to line up before the wave got steep. This is Rachel's. What do you think of this with the Malia back up behind?
Rachel gets a bit caught up on that one. It looks like she just catches her nose. And then Malia, you're right, she's just a little bit too far behind. Something my coach has always been a huge advocate of is making sure you're paddling with the speed of the wave. A lot of times, if you're not paddling with the speed of the wave, then you're going to get caught behind, and you really need to match that, especially at the point of initial takeoff to get the first nose ride. That's something that is pretty tricky, especially out here today, but looks like we have Rachel taking a crack at it, paddling pretty hard. She won't make it in, but then Malia under priority. Nice wave lining up in front of her, 2 steps to the nose, gets the tap to the 10. Another nose ride, and let's see if she's able to combo it up with a turn. Just catches a rail.
That was a potential high score had she just ridden out of that turn.
I think Rachel dodged one on the previous exchange as well. You saw her take off and just kind of run straight off the nose. Turn around, Malia looked like she was on a wave that had a 6 or a 7 on it, but she made a bit of a mistake there. And, you know, I feel like
that's Cole. He rides Wayne Rich boards as well, and I think he went ouch because he knew that had she ridden out of that turn, and you could see she put some zhuzh in that turn. She put power in it. She wanted to end strong. She wasn't able to hold too long on the nose rise, 2 touches of the nose. You can see the speed of this. Sets herself up with 4 steps. There's the quick touch of the 10, and then the second nose ride, and here she's jamming it. Why do you think she just took the fall here, Liv?
It looks like maybe she overcooked it. She went pretty snappy, and that can be hard to maintain like a consistent rail line when you're doing that and stay smooth. So I think that maybe she was just a bit too snappy with it, but she looks like she's going to try to get a redemption here on the inside. Longboarders, we can paddle for anything.
I feel like she was going for the walk-off there, trying to seal the deal with that one big turn. But now you sense a little bit more urgency. With 5 minutes and 54 seconds left, Rachel Tilley, this is her opportunity to strike, because Malia, I wouldn't say that last wave was a big mistake. The previous one, that unforced fall, might be in her mind a little bit, knowing that that wave had some potential on it. So this is where Rachel Tilley, I feel like she needs to try to gather all the momentum she can. Pacifico fan picks are in, and drum roll, please. Thank you, Sam. 73% are with Rachel Tilley. And that's, I mean, obviously with the reigning world champion, the US Open Championship, you know she's got a lot of fans out there, but Malia comes through with a respectful 27%. So our Pacifico fan picks, you know, in thinking back, they've been pretty correct as far as the percentages with our winners and second place finishers. So we'll see if that's foreshadowing.
Giving them a run for their money, though, because Malia increases her score with a 5.93. So now Rachel's looking for a mid-good score, a 6.77 with 4 minutes left.
And this is the wave where she did fall on that final turn. So there was maybe a 7 in that score had she just ridden out of that turn. And that's where we just saw that little expression from Cole. He knew there was a bigger score there. What do you think Rachel needs to give to really get that number close to the 7, Liv?
She needs to get the combination. I think it's important to talk about the criteria for longboarding. It's not just a nose riding competition. The WSL criteria really advocates for nose riding and turns, getting the combination of maneuvers and flowing nicely in between the two of them. So to get a 6.77 or probably like a 7, Rachel's really going to have to find the combination, and she has priority. She's been in sticky situations before. I know she has the capability to get out of this, so we'll just see if the ocean provides her the opportunity to do so.
But we got a paddle. We got a little right-hand runner. Here goes Rachel. Straight up to the nose, 5 over. Right in the pocket there. She gets a good completion there. So you just said the C word, combo. That's what the judges have been looking for all week long. You know, they've been putting a lot of emphasis on those finishing maneuvers as well. So you would have to think, right, the classic combo just completed there by Rachel. Quick nose ride, big turn to finish. Is this a 6.77?
I think it's going to come in maybe just a bit under. I don't feel like she got the nose ride that's required of a score of that size, but I don't know, Sam, what do you think?
I like this wave. What I like is she finds the 5, but look at the footwork into the turn. There. 2 steps back more, and then just jams it and comes out with speed. We saw Kai Ellis-Flint having a ride similar to this yesterday morning, where he got the nose ride. It may have been more of a tight nose ride, but he ended with that flourishing turn. And what I really admire about Rachel was how clean she was with the footwork into the rail turn. And trim is a big part of the repertoire as well, of maintaining that speed. And I felt like it was a bigger wave. It wasn't a long wave. It had power, it had a tight pocket, but I think it's going to be very close, and it may well go her way, it may not. A 7 is pretty much what she would have thought in her head she needs to get, knowing it's, to be specific, a 6.77. Maybe if there was an opportunity to hang 10, that was going to really make the difference.
Well, that was her 11th wave ridden, so there's a lot happening in the lineup. Malia Iligan waiting patiently to hear the score drop. This was at 5.93. So, I mean, there's the exact description that you wanted to see, right? So the 5.93 came off Malia's getting that finish. So Rachel Tilley needed a 6.77. She comes through with a 6.37. It's just under. Liv, you were right on there.
Yeah, it's a fair score, and it needed that opportunity to maybe touch into the 10, but the speed of that wave, she couldn't really get enough of a stall to really hold into the 10, but I like the way she rode that. I think she gave that everything the wave allowed. If it had a bit more run, maybe there would have been extra variety elements to it, but so close. That's going to be very difficult for Rachel. I mean, you have to appreciate she's come off the back of an amazing year last year. She started getting with a 5th at Bells. She got the 1st here at Huntington. There's mum and dad and Elise Lemoine watching. She got a 5th in Abu Dhabi, and then, of course, she wins her 2nd World Longboard title in El Salvador. And this is a big moment for a potential upset for Malia to knock out the reigning world champion.
Yeah, and now we see a minute left. The priority game is in play. Malia, probably, if I were her, I'd be sitting on Rachel and not letting her get a wave, because she's totally capable of getting a 6.24. And something that stuck with me yesterday, how Avalon turned her heat in the last 2 minutes with 2 waves. That blew my mind watching.
Yeah.
So anything's possible.
Absolutely. So do you think Malia's making a mistake by not staying close to Rachel right now in these last 45 seconds?
I do think she's making a mistake. Obviously, a wave might not come in, but I think, like, in heats with priority, it's so important to sit on top of your opponent. And especially, this is her first event on the longboard tour, so she'll definitely learn that, but it looks like she's scooted over a bit closer to Rachel.
Wow, Chris.
She's politely sitting on her.
Yeah, she's in the longboard way.
Giving her a little bit of distance, but these ladies are basically almost in Newport. They've paddled way up the beach. I think that was just Rachel trying to get some separation. Now they're paddling back over to kind of that traditional comp zone. Rachel sees a little something coming through, giving it all she's got, looking for a 6.24. And that's not Rachel's fault. That's just a bad wave, but she had no other choice to go. So there you go, an upset. Our reigning world champ, our reigning US Open champ goes down, Malia Iligan. And look at the consistency in the scoreline for Malia. 6.67s, throwing away high 5s. She went out there and did business. So our third semifinalist is set. Who's going to be next? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. We got Avalon Gall and Khalees Kaleo coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
The Challenger Series is the battlefield.
Right for me. Surfing brings me to all these places and connects us all.
We're good friends, but competing is competing. Every heat is a fight for everyone's lives.
She has been smashed on those rocks.
The stakes are higher, the pressure's higher.
The more we get heat, the more we stand up.
Can't wait to watch the rest of that Surf Girls season. What a great show and great sportsmanship right there. Give it up to Malia Iligan, taking out an event favorite. But what a heat that was. 12.60 versus 12.20. You love a nail-biter finish like that. And that one was fun from the jump all the way to the last second.
And let's remember that a 5th is a very strong finish, though, for Rachel, because it's about the top 8 qualifying for the winner-takes-all finals in El Salvador, El Sunzal. So, yes, bit of disappointment for the reigning world champion, but also recognizing that a 5th is how she started her season last year at the BioGlam Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
Yeah, this is probably one of the few moments of the year where you don't want to go up and say hi to Rachel Tilley, because for the most part, she's one of the nicest humans you'll ever meet, but she just lost such a close one. And I think a 5th for most of the competitors is great, but we know Rachel, she loves to win. So that's going to sting a little bit, but she'll be at Bells, and we know how good she surfs there. So it's a long season ahead. We'll see what happens next for Rachel Tilley. We know that Malia is going to be in the semifinals with one of these two surfers in the lineup. We got Avalon Gall, one wave ridden, a 217. Khalees Kaleopa'a, she has a victory here in the past. She's got a 257. So this is going to be another fun matchup. I feel like Avalon Gall is coming into this quarterfinal with a lot of momentum. She put on a great show yesterday and the day before. I feel like she's in form right now.
Yeah, and we already know we've got one goofy footer, Chloe Calmon, in the first semi-final, and we're gonna have one goofy footer meeting Malia in the second semi-final. Will it be Avalon? Will it be Khalees? I love to see these two surf. These are some of the most smooth, finessed, fluid surfing longboarders in the world. People look up to them because they have that wonderful combination of footwork, critical nose riding, and graceful turns. But what is so special about both Avalon and Khalees is when they do those turns, there's precision and power. The way they take the board into the critical part of the wave, it looks effortless, but you know that it's born with technique and practice. And they are both models of how to really steer the longboard elegantly but powerfully.
I completely agree. I love watching Instagram reels of both these girls. I think they just make it so beautiful to watch. And I agree, like, it looks effortless, but there's a lot of power in all of their turns. Especially, it looks like we got Khalees maybe taking a look here. The move to the pier bowl. A couple steps to the nose, gets the top of the 10. Even that just little tap 10, the way her hands are positioned in the air reminds me of a ballerina, and that's the same for Avalon and Khalees.
There's a naturalness about the way both of these women surf, and you could see that on that nose ride, the way she just comfortably found it. It looked effortless, like she was walking on water. But one of the things that you really start to notice when they both turn the longboard, pivoting off the rail or the fin or carving on rail, is that they have this great blend of sometimes having their feet close, but knowing when to widen their stance to deal with a steeper section or a more powerful turn. And they often initiate their turns with quite close stances and then just widen them out. And I'm pretty sure we'll get to see some good examples of that as this heat unfolds.
I agree. I think the sections are definitely allowing for that formula of getting the nose right and then turning into a big rail carve.
They must have been doing some R&D during that last heat because they're sitting pretty close to that pier bowl, which we haven't really seen activating yet this morning, but they might have thought that they had a little secret weapon sitting over there, and now they're kind of going a little bit more south to where we saw the majority of the waves ridden by Malia and Rachel Tilley. So I like that they went over there, just a little tester. You know, you saw that wave that Khalees got, pretty soft, pretty flat on the face, so I feel like right dead center in the middle of our competition area is going to be the zone to provide those big scores. But Khalees starting off okay with a 3.33 and a 257. Of course, she's going to want to delete both of those scores out of her score line, because if you were watching earlier, you saw Chloe Calmon drop an 8 and a 7. There are potential excellent scores out there if you get yourself in the right spot at the right time. Luck is a factor today.
Yeah, and what's interesting about both of these women, their campaign so far here at the US Open is that they have had to dig deep. I mean, in that opening round, Khalees had a very low scoring exchange, taking the win against Sive Girard and Kira Molnar. And yesterday afternoon, we saw Avalon in the last 2 minutes turn a heat around to beat an in-form Natsumi Teoka. And also Khalees's heat yesterday, she was one of the few surfers with Kaede Anui, Taka's sister, who did surf closer to the pier bowl. And it was low scoring, and both surfers were really having to dig deep.
There's a 217 right off the buzzer. Almost got our first pier shoot, which we haven't got to see yet, and I hope by the end of the week we get to see somebody tempt fate.
Somebody in the Challenger needs to do it. They need to go for it.
I think so.
Something I think also can speak to these women's positioning is in the last heat we had 2 regular foots, and in this heat we have 2 goofy foots. And Sam, we talked about this the other day. I feel like on your front hand, especially here at Huntington Beach, is a much easier wave to navigate. So they're probably looking for that front hand opportunity.
Sure, especially in the smaller surf. You really want to be facing the wave to get that critical nose ride.
With 22 minutes left, surfers ready and waiting for the next set to roll through. Well, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And that's exactly what Malia Illigan just did. She's on the glass now with AJ McCord.
First year on tour and already making an impact here at stop number 1. You take down the event champ, the defending world champ in Rachel Tilley. What were you thinking as those final scores dropped?
I actually thought there was like no way I was gonna make it through, especially this is my first year on tour. So I was just like, whoa, this is actually insane. Like there's just no way. I was like so shocked, but I was just trying to have as much fun out there. Like I was talking to you earlier, she's the veteran, she's the winner. Like I didn't expect to beat her, or I was just gonna have fun, and like I don't know what's the word to put into words, but yeah, I went in there no pressure because you know she's the world champ. I was going out there and having fun and just trying to surf the waves that looked fun to me. So I'm just in disbelief right now.
Well, start believing it, girlfriend, because not only did you beat Rachel in the quarterfinals, but now you got a spot in the semifinals. How does taking down such an impressive competitor in the quarters boost your confidence going into the next round?
It definitely feels good. I know there's a lot of work for me to do, like still out there, and I can always be improving. So yeah, it feels good, obviously.
If you had to pick one thing to improve upon in the semifinals, what's it going to be?
Patience. I tend to not hold priority for very long. If you've watched the heat, I had it for like maybe a minute or so, but all the waves just look so fun. Like, why not keep going? But I think in the next heat, that's definitely something I want to work on.
Looking forward to seeing it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, if you can beat Rachel Tilley, you can beat anyone. Watch out for the rookie, Malia Illigan. Potentially could have a rookie winner here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and I think it's kind of cool to have a new winner. You like to see dynasties formed, but you also like to see the rise of rookies.
Yeah, and it's really exciting to think about how she will perform in the other events in Bells Beach, in Abu Dhabi, potentially in the finals in Sunzal, in El Salvador. I think there's types of training you can do in preparation for those spots, but right now it's all about Avalon's replay here. Liv, what do you think?
Gets a couple steps up to the nose, is able to hold on to that nose ride for a little bit, and then she does that turn. You see how she widens her stance in order to get that engagement off the tail. And we'll see if she's able to make this inside connection. Goes a bit soft on her, is not able to make it around, but I think that was a great way for Avalon to really kick off her campaign with a good score.
Yeah, wow. She's in a good position, looking to replace that back up too with that solid 6.33. So I feel as though Khalees's experience here, back-to-back winner. Last year our champion was Rachel, but the previous 2 years Khalees winning back-to-back. That says so much, and those performances were absolutely outstanding. It was the way she flowed and trimmed between the sections that I really appreciated.
Yeah, well, we're going to see a new winner this year. And right now, Avalon Gall sitting on that 6.33 is looking strong, but she does have 18 minutes and 45 seconds. She's going up against Khalees Kaleopa'o, who is a lethal threat out here. I'm Chris Cote. This is Liv Stokes, Sam Bleakley, and we are hyped on finals day. It's nice and glassy out there, and there's plenty of consistency. In that last heat, I believe we saw 24 waves ridden. So you do the math. It might look small, it might look inconsistent, but the numbers tell a different story. There is a little bit of a pulse, it feels like, this morning. And we've got the right boards for it. Here you see Avalon Gall.
Smaller wave, but able to really stay in the pocket regardless. Probably will make her maybe drop her 2.17 just off the completion of that one maneuver.
Feels like there's something magic in these Takayama tails. You know, when you see them in the board rack, there's like a subtle, well, not so subtle little flip off the tail. What does that do for these surfers?
It creates lift. I mean, the foiling in the tail area is something that Michael really has been a specialist on. And that extra flip in the tail, it really helps hold the nose in position when you're in the pocket to do this. And she does it beautifully.
Yeah, and she has a lot of practice, I feel like, just nose riding in smaller conditions. I mean, we're both from Southern California. She just lives just 15 minutes away from me.
Yep.
We're no stranger to small conditions here, sometimes when there's no swell, so she's had a lot of practice.
So she's in Laguna. Does she mostly surf Sano?
She mostly does surf Sano, yeah.
Sure.
I've seen her a bunch at Sano this summer. It's actually been kind of firing this summer. It's been a great summer for California. But she normally hangs out around Old Man's, gets the lefts there.
And to think, both of these women finished 9th here at Huntington last year, so they're already getting a better result than their performances last year, and that's going to give them a lot of confidence moving forward, heading towards Bells, heading towards Abu Dhabi, hoping to get in the top 8.
For sure, and Avalon, so building on her lead, dropping a 3.83, so Khalees now looking for a 6.83. She'll take off on a left, working her way down the line, gets the top of the nose ride, but even though those waves are pretty small, pretty similar to Avalon's, Avalon, I think, was much more in the pocket than Khalees was. So we'll see how the scores shake out. The judges have 24 waves. The judges have a lot of work on their hands.
Yeah, and the effortlessness of the way that they cross-step in and out of the nose rides is a joy to watch. Even when you see both of these women on a low-scoring ride, you can learn from watching them. The way they make it look so easy. There's nothing forced about the way they generate trim speed and ride the nose.
Ooh, this is a good little left-hand runner all the way up to the nose, 10 over for Avalon Gall. And I gotta say, only a goofy footer knows the feeling. These two ladies have not even looked right once in this heat. And I'm fine with that because the pier bowl left seems like it's starting to heat up a little bit. And that's a good sign for the goofy footers left in the draw. Let's take a look at your Pacifico finals bracket. We got 3 of 4 of our semi-finalist set. Soleil Erico going up against Chloe Calmont. Classic matchup right there. Malia Iligan will be facing either Avalon Gall or Khalees Keleopa'a. And Liv, as a competitor, when you're looking, if you're, Malia, you're watching this heat right now, is there a surfer that you'd rather go against, or are they both equal?
No shot. They're both gnarly. Yeah. And Malia's going to have a semi on her hands regardless of who makes it through this.
But what's interesting is we are going to have regular versus goofy in each semi-final, and you will expect that the regular footer is going to be closer to middles, looking for the rights, and the goofy footer may well be slightly closer to the pier bowl, looking for lefts. We may prove that wrong. However, I think that's going to give a lot of confidence to both the regular footers and the goofies respectively. They're probably thinking, you know what, I may well be in my own zone here, really just trying to build on the previous frontside waves I've been catching.
Yeah, it's not going to make priority as much of a factor either if they're staying pretty separate. It looks like this is Khalees's. That was the 2.57, I believe. But then we have Avalon. Her last score comes in at 5.33. So now Khalees is looking for an excellent score, definitely capable of it. But yeah, Avalon, I think it really just speaks to the criticalness of her nose rides on these smaller waves that she's able to get those scores in the 5-point range.
For an early period in her longboard career, Avalon rode the Tyler Warren boards,
Yeah.
and then she moved on to the Michaels. Tyler Warren, a great crafts person as well. You know, how long is it going to be before there's more women shaping longboards for some of these American surfers?
That's a good question. I just saw a Stab article where they were kind of like surveying some newer shapers, and I believe that there was at least one woman in that crop. So hopefully we see more. I think that Coco Ho with her surfboard brand, she is trying to create more surfboards for women, because I think when women shape boards, that maybe they can try to make them more similar to women's shapes. But I don't know. Michael does a great job for us girls.
Well, Ashley Lloyd shaping great longboards. And over in Australia, we have Anna Constable, She Creative Army. So that's really exciting for the future of competitive women's longboarding as well, to have a rising new generation of female surfboard shapers.
Yeah, because we have all these guys writing their own surfboard brand. It'd be cool to see that on the women's side as well. So hopefully it'll be a matter of time.
We got a young ripper down in Encinitas, Victoria Duprat, whose mom shapes her boards, which I have heard of that before. So it's coming, it's happening. And with 13 minutes, 15 seconds left, Avalon Gall in control of this heat so far. You're gonna have to stay tuned and find out who will be our final semifinalists. We'll be right back. Tandem surfing is still alive and well in Bikini Bottom. That's right. Paramount Plus is your spot to watch the legendary SpongeBob SquarePants. And you can go ahead and touch that dial around about 3 o'clock today after the finals wrap up. You can spend your happy hour and well into the evening watching SpongeBob SquarePants and all his friends get into utter chaos under the water. What a great show. It always gets me excited to go surfing when I watch SpongeBob SquarePants.
And he's got a great quiver. There's the shortboard that he tandem surfs on, finless with the hard edge. There's the really nice hard-railed single-fin longboard, and then there's that soft railer with the green stripe that he uses. That's my favorite looking in the quiver of 3.
Oh yeah, his board rack is stacked.
I think they had a shaper in the animation room. Got a lot of variety.
Well, here's Khalees Kaleopa. She got this wave during the break. She's looking for an 8-3-3. That is not going to do her any favors, and she loses her board, and she has to turn around to see Avalon Gall taking off on a runner.
Oh, cranks a big turn.
That was really nice. Down carve, spray, and the technique that we see from Kiani Canulo, where she almost looks back at the spray she's created during the turn. I love that. It's so stylish. It's iconic.
Spray check.
I was actually looking back during the break, and I saw that turn through the haze of our screen, and I was like, oh, that's going to be a good score. So I'm excited to see what that comes in at.
You can almost hear that turn. That's the sound of a door closing. And there is 9 minutes, 50 seconds left, but I feel like we could be getting close to a combination spot, depending on what that last score comes through at. Remember the 6-3-3 that Avalon Gall got earlier on? To me, that wave may have been bigger. She was going faster. So it's going to be up to the judges if they deem that combo excellent worthy.
Yeah, this would be a huge breakthrough result for Avalon from Laguna. You can really see the touch of the 5, and look at the way she then walks back into the down carve and then just looks at that spray and then just subtly stands tall, brings that foot close again and then readjusts for the little pop kick out That was dynamic, it was lively, it was fast. It was easily one of the more exciting rail turns, and I think that alone is going to get that score biggest of the heat so far.
And it looks like it did. She drops a 6.3 off the strength, I think, of that rail turn in combination with the top of the nose ride. What I really like about that wave is how she moves her arms in order to steer herself in the right position for that turn, because if you don't move your arms and you don't move your head, you're not going to be able to see where the board is going. But she gets that full body engagement starting from the eyes to the hands, and we'll see that again. So paddling in, she'll stand up. Again, take a couple steps to the nose. Good in the pocket nose ride, but then she moves both those arms in tandem with the way her board moves, and I think that's how she's able to get that drive off the tail.
I think that's a message from the judges as well, because if you don't get the full-on hang 10 nose ride, you can still get a big score by doing a huge turn like that. Has to be one of the turns of the event so far. And the fact that she really only had that 1 second hang 5, but was able to get a 6.30 off of basically that big turn, that's, I think the judge is sending a message to the rest of the field. We want to see hot dog, and we want to see hot action on these waves. A combo is going to help you, but if you do one big maneuver like that, you could be rewarded with a score.
And also walking into the turn. You know, that's such a big part of good longboarding. You walk out of the nose ride, but sometimes you'll see surfers shuffle their feet into position to initiate the turn. And when that footwork is continuous out of the nose ride and then into the positioning you want your feet to be for the rail turn, for me, that's the real hallmark of the best longboarders, is when they're always able to do clean footwork in and out of the nose rides, trims, and the rail turns.
Big difference between longboarding and shortboarding, right? It's the act into the maneuver and out of the maneuver that is fully looked at by our judges. The first right we've seen in ages by Khalees Opa'a. Maybe just trying to figure out a different tactic to try to keep the pace being set by Avalon Gall right now. So a pair of 6.3s from Avalon, and now she's out the back with priority. So she has the luxury now of, you know, maybe being a little bit patient and waiting for a bigger set to roll through and doing even more damage.
And I think that this heat is kind of following the trend that we've seen for a lot of heats in this competition. When it's slower like this, one surfer usually gets into rhythm with priority and the ocean. And all of these surfers are so good. It's really about who's going to be on the best wave, because everyone's going to be able to perform on them. But yeah, Khalees hasn't really been able to get into rhythm with the ocean during this heat. So unfortunately, she's looking for a 9.3 to move into first.
That was a nice nose ride, but the wave was smaller. And we can see another goofy footer coming up next. You could see Stephen Sawyer, our 218 world longboard champion, getting ready. He's coming up against Kai Ellis Flint. Again, that's going to be an exchange of regular and goofy. That's going to be a really nice one to watch.
Stylish matchup, too. Both those surfers are absolutely beautiful to watch.
Another mustache matchup as well.
Need more of those on the board.
I know that's a big factor that everyone's thinking about. The judges, they don't see mustaches, they don't see hairstyles, okay? Let's just get that off the table. But the fans, oh, we sure do.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a great result for Avalon if she's able to hold on to the lead. I believe she's only gotten one semifinal finish before at the Kelly Slater Wave Pool a couple years ago.
You're dead right. That's very true. And last season, it was all ninths. And ninth at Bells, losing out to Zoe Gropignon from France, who's not here on tour this season, although she did re-qualify from last year's tour result as a top 8 finisher. She got a 9th at Huntington, Avalon losing out to Natsumi Teoka. Of course, she beat Natsumi yesterday and didn't end up getting 9th, and now is going to get at least a 3rd or better. Maybe she'll get 1st or 2nd, let's see. And then she got a 9th in Abu Dhabi, again losing out to Zoe Gropignon from France. So this is a huge breakthrough and a big moment for Avalon. I'm super stoked to see this happen.
Me too, and I'm glad she kind of did what Chloe was talking about earlier. You can't let the past define you. You can't get yourself caught in the slump of, oh, I got a 9th all last year, I'm going to get 9th this year. Like, whatever has already happened isn't necessarily going to continue to happen, and Avalon's really showing that here. She shook off that last year.
And she had great energy in here with Mum Vaughn and Dad Ray, and they're really supportive of her. And it's great to see that a lot of the surfers are down here with their parents, with their families. You had the pleasure of that as well. What difference does it make when you know you've got your family behind you, cheering you on?
It makes a huge difference, especially when they're there in person. Regardless of where I am in the world, like my family will text me and be like, I watch your heat, even if it's like 2 in the morning. But actually coming out of the water and seeing your parents there, seeing your friends, seeing your family, it's huge. And Avalon's parents are so supportive. Every time I see her at Old Man's, her dad is there in the truck. So Ray is always cheering her on. And I'm sure she's super stoked to have both of her parents here down watching her.
He just had a double hip replacement.
He did, yeah.
Big shout out to Ray,
But
getting
he's
through those hip
recovering.
replacements.
He's doing great.
He's absolutely flying. We'll see him out on the dance floor before long, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, we got 4 minutes left here in the quarterfinal, heat number 4. Avalon Gulls in the lead. I'm Chris Cote, Liv Stokes, Sam Bleakley. Liv, it's been awesome talking through these last 2 heats with you. I think you mentioned in a post-heat interview that you're not going to Bells because you got to go to work. Is that the case?
Yeah, I got to work. Irvine Unified
work.
School District isn't down with me leaving for 2 weeks. But yeah, I'm super excited that I was able to take this opportunity here, and I'm definitely going to do the events that I can on the QS this year. And yeah, this has just been such a fun experience to kick off the summer before school year. So I'm happy to be here.
Well, teachers rule the world. So again, I want to thank you for your service. You're going to have a lucky classroom full of kids to have a teacher like you.
Thanks, Chris.
And, you know, they're probably watching you right now. So, hey, your teacher's super awesome, kids.
Hey,
guys. Be kind to her.
And Liv, one thing I'd love you to weave into world history regarding HB is when the Guinness record was made for the biggest surfboard ridden by the most amount of people here at Huntington Beach in 2014. I hope you can weave that into your world history lesson.
I'm gonna do my hardest. I'm gonna put surfboard posters up in my room. I'm gonna try to weave it into the culture. I'll talk about like the Hawaiians and how they started surfing. Don't worry, my kids are gonna know surf history at the time they leave my class.
66 people on a 44 feet long surfboard.
Wow.
That's the record, and it was done right here a decade ago.
Yeah, there's a picture of it actually right up at the contest site, right outside the athlete area. I look at it every day. I'm like, how did I not get on that surfboard?
You should have been
I should have been here. I live here.
Fun fact, my brother was on the surfboard the previous year, and he accidentally pushed Lane Beachley off the board. Sorry, I don't know if I should have told the world that stat, but it's true.
Did you just lose his balance? And then?
Yeah, it was an accident.
Okay.
It was a total accident. Huntington Beach has a way of, you know, making history a lot of times. You talk about George Freeth being here in the 20s, one of the first guys to surf in these waters, and then all the way through. I mean, 100 years of history of competitive surfing right here at Huntington Beach Pier. So it always feels special to come back here, peak of summer. And right now you see...
Aww.
That is nice.
2 minutes left.
Love that.
For Khalees Kale'aupa'a, I mean, she needs a 930, so close to being in combo. I think she knows she would have to get the wave of the week right now to get a near perfect 10 ride. So big ups to Avalon Gall, 633 and a 630. This could potentially be another victory lap left for Avalon. She gets up on the nose.
Nice.
Little undercut on the turn in.
Really nicely
wow, she's
ridden.
coming in. That's confidence right there. A minute and a half left.
Wow.
Why not?
I mean, I guess if your opponent
Send
needs
a
a
message,
9-3,
right?
yeah, hug them and then go in.
I love this, though. You know, in longboarding, yes, I appreciate the competitive side of it, but I like to see the surfers letting the surfers do the surfing. And for me, that's a massive message when you just trust, look, I'm going to give you the chance. If you want to beat me, you beat me on the waves when it's your turn to get the set waves. I'm not going to hassle and hustle. I really respect that. That says a lot about the culture and the pride and the beauty of longboarding. And for me, that was a special moment.
I agree. I think there's a lot of camaraderie. I mean, when I'm out there practicing, I say hi to everyone, and everyone's super friendly. These two, I know that they're best friends, so I can only imagine surfing heat with your best friend and then being able to give a hug. That must be such a special moment for Khalees and Avalon, regardless of how this shakes out in the last 40 seconds.
It feels nice, but guess what? That's going to end tomorrow because the Challenger Series is going to start, and we see heated battles on the Changa, as they call it. But no, it's there's good sportsmanship there. But I feel
it's
like
a different vibe.
This is more of kind of a family deal. You know, everybody wants to win, obviously, but it's been a real good display of sportsmanship and the joy of surfing.
But it's also the art of hiding the heat. A lot of these longboarders, they're hot-bodied underneath. And the key thing to cool longboarding is appearing to be cool-headed, but keeping that heat inside and not letting it show.
I got a report that Rachel Tilley actually focused her board in the boardroom. She's that mad. No, she didn't. She's graceful in what she does. And speaking of graceful, Khalees Kale'aupa'a shows us one more time why she is one of the best longboarders on the planet. Such a great surfer and a solid result. 5th place finish for Khalees, but give it up to Avalon Gall. Super consistent throughout the entirety of this week. 6-3-0 and a 6-3-3, convincing victory. Liv Stokes, thank you so much. I know you're going to be here for the rest of the day watching the finals go down. We'll be right back with a special guest coming up. The men's quarterfinals are on.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Hogue, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Visit Huntington Beach, the official destination marketing organization of Surf City USA. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Career best result for Avalon Gall here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Getting congratulated by both her parents and the Kaleo Pa'a family. Good result to start off the 2025 season for the former world runner-up, Kelly's Kaleo Pa'a. But SoCal's own Avalon Gall moving through into the semifinals. We have one of SoCal's finest here on the set as well, Mitchell Salazar, Carlos Zamora, and that is the great Kevin Scavarna. Good morning. Thank you for joining us, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So men's quarterfinal starting off right now. A couple of great friends out there, yours in the water to start things off, especially Steven Sawyer, who I believe is actually one of your best friends on tour.
Yeah, I mean, me and Steven qualified. He was on in 2014, and then 2015 I came on, and we gravitated towards each other, and I've had a lot of fun since, traveling and staying in the same spots and helping each other out. It's been great.
And taking on the very talented Kai Ellis Flint, Carla. A great matchup. We're starting off with Sawyer, though, the former world champion. And this, by the way, his second ride already has a 4.33. So getting to work quickly right here at south side of the pier.
Yeah, this was one of the heats I've definitely was looking forward to seeing. Super stoked to be able to watch it right up and personal here. With only 4 minutes down on the clock, Steven, as you said, coming in with that 4.33, waiting for that second ride to drop. But you can definitely feel the energy from Steven. He feels like he's ready to take it all the way.
And it definitely seemed that way when he was warming up, didn't it, Kev? I mean, he totally seems like this is not only a great starter for him in Huntington, he's also been very used to competition this year. Did actually a couple QS events back in Australia on the shortboarding side, too.
Yeah, he's been surfing a ton and really tuning in his boards, and I think he's feeling really good.
Self-shaped boards, too. Let's talk about not only the relationship that he probably finds with this wave, really all of Southern California, spending a lot of time with yourself just down south in San Juan Capistrano, too.
Yeah, I mean, he spent tons of time. He's known to extend his trip and really immerse himself within the waves and the people and play music and really enjoy his time here. Shape boards, you can get boards from him here, and he's
oh, you can?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can. Yeah, yeah. If you ask him, he'll make you one.
Okay. I'd have to get on that bandwagon right there. And as a multifaceted and multi-talented athlete yourself, a true waterman in the sense of the word. Same thing for Steven Sawyer, right? Good shortboarder. That's actually how I got to know him about 10 years ago myself, as he should have made his debut on the Longboard Tour around 2014 as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's a world-class shortboarder. He grew up at Jeffreys Bay. I know people talk about him making it as a wild card onto the shortboard event there, and wow, really nice wave there for Steven. Held the hang 10 for a long time.
And a small wave, Carla, but talk about somebody who really uses the entirety not only of the board, the entire surface of the wave as well as he could have. Looking to improve on a 4.33. Meanwhile, Ellis Flint, the surfer out of Australia, who has had a great 25 on the regional longboard QS, a victory and a second place finish over there in Noosa, won the event on the Gold Coast. Talking about somebody who not only has some of the best footwork in the business, he really wants to showcase his patience in this first quarterfinal of the day.
Yeah, I was saying in an earlier interview, he really wanted to just kind of slow things down and show the judges the maneuvers that he's able to do and not try to fit too much into it. But Stevie Sawyer really just coming out hot right from the gate in this heat. Opens with the 4.33, drops the 5.50. I think we now have 2 scores that we're waiting to see of Steven. I loved that 10 that he got while you were chatting. Small wave, but really like critical maneuvering. So I'm liking what Stevie's selling us so far.
Totally. I mean, these are 2 of the best longboarders in the world, right? They're making conditions that are almost subpar, you know, small waves look really clean and beautiful. And that's what separates, you know, the best in the world is making small waves look really good. And then big waves. on a longboard.
I mean, you got to be good in anything, right, Kev?
Of course. You know, you never know what you're going to get. You're going to get 1-foot Huntington or 10-foot bells. You know, you really don't know what you're going to get out here.
Well, that's the unique thing about all the stops on the tour, I think, is it just gives a little bit of everything, and I think gives each surfer, depending on their locale and their location, what they're used to surfing, and a stop that's suited maybe to what they're normally used to surfing.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think, you know, depending on where you grew up, there's certain places that hone into your skills. Obviously, Kai, being from the Byron Bay area, lends himself to right points, but there's tons of back beaches there that he's well versed in small waves and beach break. And talking to him before the event, I know he's been surfing a lot of beach break at home, and he's ready for this moment, you know.
And a great result, guaranteed at least here if he ends up losing in this round, but I know he wants to go all the way. Steven Sawyer, though, waiting on a score for him with 22:30 on the clock. Career best result, AJ, for Avalon Gall. She's into the semis.
Her very first semifinals here at Huntington Beach in Avalon. You do it by taking down one of the best in the game, and Khalees Kaleopa'a. Talk me through that heat and how you wanted to approach it.
Gosh, well, Khalees and I have been surfing with each other since we were kids, and she's one of my favorite people to surf with, and she's just one of my favorite people in and out of the water. And I was just honestly like stoked to have a heat with her today.
And you make it on to the semifinals here at Huntington Beach. How are the nerves feeling? How are you on this finals day?
Gosh, I'm just pretty relaxed and trying to stay in the moment and just enjoying it. Just hoping to get a couple waves, honestly.
I can feel the relaxation from you. It does feel like you're taking this moment all in stride. So with that, how do you get ready for the semifinals?
Gosh, just gonna watch the boys, hopefully get some sick ones, and then just go out and just honestly take it as a free surf and just have fun.
I love it. Well, it's worked so far. We'll see you in the semis.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Orange County's own Avalon Gall, defeating a former champion out here in Khalees Kaleopa'a. But a good start to the season for Khalees. 5th place finish heading into the BioGlan Bells Beach Pro. Avalon, though, career best result here, at least the semifinals guaranteed. Didn't even seem like she got her hair wet during the heat.
I think she took a page out of my book.
She was listening to you.
Yeah, she had the dry hair paddle out and then the dry hair surf. So impressive for sure.
And you know, you mentioned the versatility of both of these gentlemen, Kev. Yourself as well, growing up in Southern California, as we see the score right there. Sawyer extends his lead, a 7 on his last, with that really nice tight 5, maybe even perched up to a 10 momentarily. But just the diversity of waves we have here in Southern California, how's it set you up for success, especially on a day like today, which is minimal at Southside HB?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm ready for any of the waves on tour. I mean, being able to travel and surf has really helped me out. You know, there's been so many different stops along the way in the last 10 years that I've been doing this. You know, we've been in Taiwan, we've been in China, we've gone to Australia. There's really been events all over that have made me kind of figure out my equipment and be ready to surf in anything. But it's about these guys right now. I mean, they have a heat on their hands. Kai's got some work to do that he knows he needs to chip away at some scores and figure out, you know, what kind of wave can get him into that excellent range. You know, Stevie's got the 7 right now with that left with the tight hang 5, and you know, Kai yesterday had an 8-point ride on a really nice wave that you know, was similar conditions to now. So he's well equipped to take on Stevie in this moment, and I'm excited to see what they get up to with 19 minutes left.
Yeah, still basically 2/3 of the heat left. Priority is with the Aussie Kai Ellis-Flint as well. Only 29 years of age, and a great season so far on the regional longboard QS. Good morning, Sam Bleakley in the Bonsoy athlete area. Seems like we have a great matchup on our hands to start off our men's quarters.
Yeah, good morning, team. Good morning, Mitch. I mean, first of all, I will express it's pretty chilly today. You know, the hot surfing has got to shine because it's very cool, and we're seeing some great surfing. But what I've been interested in is the difference between the goofy footers and the regular footers. And already on the women's side, we've got great matchups in the semis. We've got Soleil regular versus goofy foot Chloe in semi 1, and then we've got regular footer Malia against goofy footer Avalon in semi 2. We've got 2 goofy footers left in the men's. We've got Steven Sawyer out there in the water, our 218 world champion. We've also got JR Esquivel from the Philippines coming up against Coniella Stewart in that final heat. And I'm just noticing that the lefts have a bit of pacing to them that is really allowing the goofy footers to shine. Well, I may be proven wrong, but what will be interesting is if some of the surfers opt to surf on their backside and really demonstrate to the judges that higher degree of difficulty to get critical nose rides, hang tens on the backside. Time will tell, and we'll have to see what happens.
Thank you, Sam. And definitely not only degree of difficulty, as Sam was mentioning right there, too, finding the steepest of sections out there on minimal waves can be quite challenging, Carla.
Yeah, the surf's been a bit soft because of that wind swell, lack of ground swell, if you will. You know, not giving it as much push. But these guys are making it look good. We saw excellent range scores out of Chloe's heat with the 8 and the 7. So we know that they're available. These guys just need to pick the right waves to get the scores.
And you mentioned that at this point, you already feel like Kai might be needing at least an 8 to get back into this heat right here, Kev.
I mean, I think just the way Steven has set himself up here with the 7, you know, Kai's going to have to work on getting those higher scores. You know, I don't see a 6 and a 6 working out for him. You know, I think he's going to need to go 7 and higher, just because they're looking for these critical moments, right? There's kind of there's not a lot of length to the wave, but there's critical moments within these waves that are going to allow them to show, you know, their expertise in longboarding, which is going to be getting steep nose rides in the deepest part of the wave that they can, coming out with speed, and linking the wave the best that they can.
In a phrase, how would you describe competing out here at Huntington?
Nerve-wracking in this moment. You know, like, this is nerve-wracking. Really, the wave is determining your opportunity to get the score. You know, if it's 4 to 5 foot and there's constant sets coming through, it's just fun. This is a bit more nerve-wracking, I would think, for these guys.
16 minutes on the clock. It's been all Steven Sawyer so far in this heat. Although Ellis Flint, the surfer out of Australia, 29 years of age with priority, needs a combination. Not that big at the moment, Carla, 12.5, but to Kevin's point, realistically, when you look at the way he's competed so far, Sawyer looking to improve on a 5.5. He's throwing away a couple of mid-high 4s at the moment. Really seems like he's in rhythm with the ocean. And not just that, he's creating a lot of these opportunities by himself, too.
Yeah, he's definitely not like sitting put and waiting for it to come to him. Rather, seems like he's making the opportunities for him. And obviously, Kai is going to want to, as to Kevin's point, yeah, he's going to need quite an excellent score to come in there. But I think anything that's going to improve on the 1 and the 9.3 is going to make him feel better and help him build that confidence, because there's still plenty of time on the clock. So a lot can change here, and we have had a lot of heats throughout the last few days that have changed in the last few moments. So, you know, you can't count Kai out yet.
How do you manage expectations yourself, Kevin, especially, as Carla mentioned, in the back end of the heat when you're probably needing 2 scores?
You know, I think you got to start over. You got to think of it as an amateur contest that you grew up doing. You have 15 minutes. Here goes Kai here with priority on his backhand. Works himself up there to the nose. Quick tap of the hang 5. And that was a nicely surfed wave. You know, the wave didn't give him a ton of opportunity, but he's showing how smooth he is. Kai Ellis is, you know, top longboarder in the world. He's so smooth, and he's deliberate in his movements. Like, I think that's something that really sets him apart from a lot of people. Is he's very deliberate in his hands, his upper body, his posture is really nice, and you know, he's got what it takes to do anything that he wants to do, you know.
The issue is he's coming up against a red hot at the moment Steven Sawyer, who just seems like he cannot put a single ounce of water out of place in this one. And how about this, Carla? Talked about South Africans really staying together throughout this event. They have a huge posse on the beach, which is really funny, by the way, because yesterday you guys were literally neck and neck with your camps, Kevin. It's really funny to me that there is that camaraderie sense, but at the same time, you have to go out there and to be able to perform at any given moment. Meanwhile, the answer back by Ellis Flint. It should help him. 3.5 on his last Carla. Looking for a 9, and that is without the answer of Sawyer, who is still looking to improve on the 5.5, and it seems likely at this point of the heat, too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great wave for Kai. This is going to help build that confidence like I was talking about before. Really solid nose ride, I'm sure we're going to see in the replay momentarily. But I believe Sawyer was answering back similarly at the same time on the left, and I think we saw, as we'll see right here, goes to the left, gets the quick steps up to the nose, and then holds that 10, maybe tight 5, considering the angle, and then into the whitewater again with a really nice drop knee turn there, and then rebounds the right water at the end. This is going to be a really solid score for Sawyer, and I believe we'll go into the replay here. We got Kai, kind of similar, kind of holds back into that steep part, lets it set up, but then gets that really critical 10 there, almost like wiggling through it. And then he's going to try to get that. He gets a second 5 here. Wave really starts to peter out at the end here as he tries to maintain the speed, give a little rebound. Not enough speed, wave dissipates, but going to be a strong score for sure for Kai.
And Sawyer does improve a 6.67 on his last. So Ellis Flint now needing a larger combo, at least a 13.67 heat total. So basically a 7 and a mid-6 in second priority right now. And Sawyer, once again, I mean, 6 waves ridden, and he is still throwing away a couple of great scores that would still have him in the lead, in complete control of quarterfinal number 1 at the moment here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, looking to win his first event at the south side of the pier. Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, as we see our Pacifico finals bracket on the men's side. In quarterfinal number 1 at the moment, Ellis Flint taking on the former world champ Steven Sawyer. Johnny the Ripper up against Cole Robbins in quarter number 2. Our current and defending world champion Taylor Jensen taking on Australia's Declan White in quarterfinal number 3. And the prodigy out of Hawaii, Kaniela Stewart, will be taking on the Filipino pride, Rogelio J.R. Esquivel, in what should be an anticipated quarterfinal number 4. Mitchell Salazar, Carla Zamora, and the great product of Southern California, Kevin Scavarna, luckily enough to join us this morning. Thanks, Kevin. Your boy out there right now, Steven Sawyer, truly competing the way he's looking to do so. Looking to improve on a 6.67 as his low score. And gets the 5 right there. That wave going to close out, though. It doesn't seem like that'll change the situation. But when you just look how many waves he's caught so far, Kev, as we look at Ellis Flint on the ride on the right.
That was a nice wave for Kai.
Ooh.
Throwing out the tricks.
Yeah, I think that will go into his top wave.
Yeah.
Just with the critical nature. It was interesting how he was you know, whether he was selling Steven on that left or just trying to get real close to him, he was there, and Stevie felt his presence for sure. You could tell in his setup that you know, there was a bit of bobble there, but you know, Kai, no bobble, really smooth there.
This one was during the break. So this is going to be a decent score as well. It looks like it may have dropped down as like a 3-1.
Yeah, small score for him. So at the moment needing an 8.6, Kevin, but this one way better, as you were mentioning.
You know, I think that's a really well surfed wave for Kai. You know, I don't think they've seen a hang heels today. There's always those moments where, you know, the judges are seeing similar things on a lot of waves, and showing some different things can excite people. And that's, if you can do a hang heels in the critical section and keep it tight and, you know, really show that you have clean footwork, that can lend itself to becoming a score.
Your point of view, Carla, easier or more difficult to do at a beach break, that maneuver, in comparison to a point break?
Oh, I don't know if there's really necessarily beach break or point break. I mean, the point break's obviously going to lend you a longer wall for planning, but given any given day and a beach break, it could often lend opportunities for that. It really just depends on kind of the steepness of the wave, where the nose ride sections are happening, how much time you have to do them. I mean, clearly here we're at a beach break and he pulled it off quite nicely. So yeah, I agree with Kevin. Just opening some of that variety, it can get kind of stale after a while when you see the same kind of like combo of maneuvers. You know, you run up to the nose, you get the 5, you get the 10, you bring it back, you da-da-da-da. So seeing something a little bit different for me, I find really entertaining and keeps me engaged.
Yeah, totally. It is entertaining to see people doing different things. I mean, there's certain things that are kind of tricky showmanship things that maybe aren't critical in nature at all, but they look really like, whoa, that was crazy.
Flashy.
Yeah, flashy. And then you look back, like when someone, you know, does a big kick when they're hanging 5 or something, you know. And I haven't seen the judges really gravitate towards enjoying that. But then you think back to Kaniala's hang heels last year or the year before, where he's in the pocket, really steep section, hangs heels through the pocket and comes out of it. That's a technically really difficult maneuver, and the judges are going to reward that.
Well, they did on this one, a 7.1, so the high mark for Ellis Flint. He's back into the heat now, needing a 6.57. Speaking of style, we had you on screen. What's up with the style that you guys have now outside of the water? The mustaches are making a comeback, both you and Steven Sawyer. We got everything going on right here within the longboarding community.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've ran the mustache for a long time. Stevie goes on and off with it. I don't know.
Stevie was telling me, so he was shaving his the other day and his razor died.
Yeah, I was at my house. He came out. I took a picture of him because he was wearing like a trucker hat, one of my jackets, and he had this like handlebar thing going on. I was like, dude, you've been in California for like 3 hours. We just got home from LAX, and I was like, you've been here for how long, and you just have the full garb going on? It's like he almost changed it immediately. Hey, the boys are paddling pretty hard for this right here.
Yeah.
They see something, and this could be a big moment.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. Right in each other's faces, huh? Ooh, that was intense. That was a technical maneuver by Stevie to keep Kai off that wave. Yeah. Whether that's going to improve for him, it's not. I don't think. I don't think that comes in near as 6.67. But to keep Kai off that wave, because he needs the 6.57, was a really smart thing for him to do.
Especially at this point in the heat, right? Less than 5 minutes now.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, that's part of the game that we're playing here is you know, you don't want to be jockeying people for waves all the time, but you have priority for a reason. You have to use that in that situation. If you don't use it in that situation, you're going to find yourself in trouble.
And if you're in second priority, though, I mean, what Ellis Flint was able to do at the pressure at that point, right, Kev? I mean, he did his job at that point.
Yeah, he made it so Steven couldn't capitalize on that wave. I mean, it might have been a better thing for Stevie to take that outside position, kind of where Kai was at, and come across that wave, and he would have been able to capitalize on that wave. Rather, they were, I think, trying to figure out who was going left, who was going right, and Steven was trying to make Kai not go left or right.
And it kind of felt like Kai wanted to move Stevie away from the left because he's really been gaining a lot of points on those lefts. So it was like, all right, like you've got priority, but I'm gonna stretch you as far over here. You can't go left. And then, like you said, he wasn't really able to capitalize on the right anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Steven's heat IQ is some of the best in the world, you know? I mean, the amount of shortboard events that Steven's done in his years of competing is just as if any of these challenger surfers have been surfing. He chased that for a long time and was you know, pretty close
successful too.
Yeah, very successful.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, growing up at a wave like J-Bay, he's one of the best backhand shortboarders in the world. And he shows it when he's there, and all the pros show up, and he surfs so well. Yeah, you know.
Just a couple of weeks ago, he did the Bolito Open right before the Challenger.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Got a result, 33rd, respectable. But this is a guy who is fully focused on the longboard tour right now, and it just goes to show you that if he really wanted to, there's a probability that he could be competing both at the longboard tour here next year and potentially representing the Africa region on the Challenger Series too. Well, and that was an interesting moment right there.
Yeah.
Ellis Flint had unconditional right away with priority, and Sawyer nearly dropped in on him going left. So once again, priority, you have unconditional right away, and the surfer with second priority has to let you go regardless of it being a peak. And it got close there momentarily, but some good work right here by Ellis Flint. He's needing a 6.57, just over 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that was the longest connection that we've seen to the sand there. I think that's gonna come real close, if not there, for Kai. He did what he needed to do on that wave by blocking Steven off that, and then also really being in the critical section of that wave and hitting that with speed. And
that was gnarly.
You see board movement, you know, like he's changing directions. He's not hitting it and kind of sliding down the wave. He's hitting it, projecting and redirecting.
Yeah.
I think Steven's in a spot here where he needs to get a wave.
A great heat to start things off in the quarters too, and if Ellis Flint is able to mount a comeback right here, would be one for the ages, considering how well not only Sawyer was able to surf in this heat, also the way he was able to compete, throwing away multiple fours, a 5.5 as well, 60 seconds to go, and waiting on the last of Kai Ellis Flint. And as you know, Kevin was mentioning right here, there is a certain degree of difficulty where he makes things look a little bit too easy sometimes, and that's actually something he mentioned this morning with AJ.
Yeah, he wanted to kind of show the judges that he's able to link the things together without, you know, too much flair. But he was also talking about not doing too much, right? So I think he's really done a great job here. We're starting to see scores drop, as you mentioned. He's looking for a 6.57, Kevin. Looks like he's done it. He's gotten a 6.87, so he's now moved into the lead with 30 seconds remaining as he's up and riding. Steven's going to be itchy right now. He now needs a 6.98, 20 seconds on the clock. Skis.
Wow, and this is razor close to 13.97 the heat total. And Sawyer, who was leading 99% of the heat, now in second with priority, needing a 6.98. Hands need to leave the rail before the buzzer sounds. And this wave will count. 6.98, basically a 7, what he needs. Up to the nose right there. That's a tight 5 for Sawyer. And looking to get something in the mid-good range on this wave right here. Won't be making the connection. But boy, he gave it all he could on that one, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, they'll look at his 6.67 that he got the similar wave to, and they'll see if that's better. I mean, it'll be real tight.
But
I think
boy, what a prediction I guess I made in the beginning there, saying that, you know, hey, we had a lot of heats, have it switch up towards the end, and you can't really get more nail biting than that, and buzzer beating.
I really appreciate the way he was not only able to compose himself, the way he was able to make sure nothing got into his head, talking about Ellis Flint right here, because if he ends up winning this heat, Kevin, it is a big comeback against a former world champ right here in Sawyer.
Totally. I mean, I was, yeah, it's under. Kai's got it. I mean, I was talking to Steven yesterday, and I was telling him, I go, whoever wins this heat is really has good going through the whole event. I mean, to hold his composure there with, 10 minutes without a wave and then coming back and getting, the two best scores. I mean, 7.1 and the 6.87 to Steve's 7 and 6.67. That was great to watch. He really stuck to his guns there and surfed well, and I'm happy for Kai. He deserves it.
A great way to start off our men's quarterfinals this morning on day 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Quarter 2 coming up. Johnny the Ripper against Cole Robbins.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Peak summertime here in Southern California, and of course, day 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico will be delivering the goods. They already did so in quarterfinal 1 of the men. We have quarterfinal 2 out there at the moment. John Michael Van Hohenstein out of Honolulu, Hawaii in the red. Cole Robbins from just up the road in Santa Barbara, California is in the blue jersey. Mitchell Salazar, Carla Zamora, and one of the greatest on the planet, Kevin Scavarna, joining us in the booth for the first 2 heats of the men's quarters. Take it away, Kev. This is Johnny the Ripper, 217 during the break.
Yeah, Johnny's just starting off early and getting his feet in the wax. These guys had a little battle for that wave. They're going to be getting after it. Cole's a feisty competitor, and he's here to win. And so is Johnny. Johnny's maybe going to be able to look more calm than Cole. Cole's feisty. He's going to show his emotion while he's out there, and I hope it goes well for both these guys. I mean, they're going to have fun.
If I'm not mistaken, you and Cole have actually been members of Team USA together, correct?
Cole was in a break year, like in between one of the years.
You guys flip-flopped?
Yeah,
positions, okay.
Yeah, we flip-flopped a couple times. I've been on the U.S. team twice, and Cole's probably been on more than I have, but was in one of the break years in between me being on there.
Well, here's John. 217 on his opener. Uses priority on this. And talked about him spending a lot of time in Ventura County with his partner, Olivia Carla. Seems to be working out well for him. And a rad dude. Obviously been on tour for now 3 years, including this one. Still looking for his first victory on the WLT.
Yeah, super grounded kid. Humble. As you mentioned, spending some time in Ventura, which I'm sure has helped just open his, plethora of waves and ability on different surf, getting into California, much different than the waves in Hawaii. As you mentioned, just opened up with a 217, waiting for another score to drop.
Did you see a lot of the surfers growing up come down for a lot of the amateur events on the west coast of the U.S., Kev?
Yeah, I mean, everyone becomes pretty well acquainted with each other through the coalition events. That's where you start as a longboarder in California. You find your club, you join a club, you go to the contests, and you meet people. You know, you join a community, and you start meeting the people who are also longboarding around you, and you can start growing within those clubs, and then you know, you kind of you take off from there.
It's definitely a rite of passage, I think, for the kids growing up with longboarding, the coalition events. It, as you said, you meet people, and you meet people because there's these various events that are all up and down the coast. So from all the way down in Windansea, throughout this area, and then up and through Malibu, and then all the way up in Santa Cruz. So you're really getting to kind of tap into that whole coastline.
Yeah, I think here goes Johnny on this one. Nice start to that wave and a good pace.
Yeah.
It's kind of that wave behind a wave thing that's been going on.
Wind swell, summertime.
Yeah,
it
I mean,
happens here.
You got to make it happen. And Johnny in the small wave, in any waves really, you know, he's well equipped to do anything he wants to do.
Him and Connie, to me, have not only surpassed my own expectations of them two, as I was talking with Carla about yesterday, their growth in a really short period of time, boy, they're really becoming sensational surfers anywhere you go.
Yeah, they're so impressive. I mean, that crew that they have in Waikiki, I mean, you can see some of them standing down there. That crew that they have has produced some of the best longboarders in the world. You know, there's so much history in Hawaii of lineage and longboarding, and there's a new generation there that have really taken over and made themselves prominent on the world tour, or going to the Mexi Log Fest, or you know, events around the world, Noosa Fest, and they show up, and you know, they're people to watch.
They truly do perform. Speaking of performing the way he wanted to, AJ, it seems like your interview this morning went well, because AJ is not only with Kyle Flint, he's into his first semifinals here at the Open.
Yes, he is, Mitch, and we were just joking, Kai, that we talked about patience this morning was something you wanted to practice in your first quarterfinal, but was that the kind of patience that you were looking for? Because you waited until the final moments to deliver.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not what I was looking to achieve out there. But yeah, I didn't find the waves at the start, and then I just knew I had to get some waves under my belt and start surfing. You know, at that point I could have like fought back. You know, and so after a little bit, moving over onto that South Peak, kind of helped me.
And we talked about having a game plan, obviously, before you go into the heat. But once you're in the heat, how do you manage executing that game plan with figuring out, okay, this is how I need to adjust in order to advance?
Yeah, well, the game plan went to shit from the get-go. So I don't know. I been sort of thinking about a few things, and one of those being that like, what if it all goes right, you know? And the waves come my way, and that's what happened. And then I just had to sort of fight my way out of it when I was on the waves, you know, pushing for that heels. And I guess I was pretty lucky that Stevie kind of made me swing deep on that last one, my second scorer, and to try and almost like hold him off or push him wider on the left peak. And it kind of timed me perfectly for that first nose ride, and then had enough time to hit the end section.
And the audible in the quarterfinals worked out. You locked in a spot in the semis here at Huntington Beach for the first time in a decade in a pro competition. How do you get ready for it?
Yeah, I guess just try and take from everything that's happened over the last couple of heats. Drink heaps of water, stay relaxed, be with the family and friends, and just, yeah, go for another surf probably.
We'll see you then. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Ellis Flint into the semifinals. He's going to be matched up against the winner of this heat. A close one at the moment between John Michael Van Hohenstein in the red, holding priority, as we did see a wave ridden by Cole Robbins. Once again, you mentioned the coalition events making a big difference for the people here in the Golden State of California, but especially for Robbins. Nearly 20 years he's maintained his spot of relevance on the World Longboard Tour.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do, especially while maintaining a career. Here we got early waves of red here. That's Johnny the Ripper. He's got a 2.67 and a 4.0.
Yeah, there's a big testament to the guys who've been on for 20 years. They've had to completely change their setups, you know. A lot of them have gone from 9-foot 2+1s to, you know, Cole right now is riding I'm assuming a 9.8 Wayne Rich, and Cole's always been on that more traditional path. But you know, it's been great to see all these guys, you know, adapt to the new criteria that's been implemented the last 6 or 7 years, and do it really well and stay dominant.
I got a question for you, Kevin, and I'm pretty sure Carla, you know, is probably going to have to agree with this, but do you feel like there's a sense of responsibility to be able to not only create a path for the younger generation, just like the one did previous to you, but most importantly, set a standard for these surfers that are up and coming, both in California and, of course, on Oahu as well?
Yeah, I mean, all around the world, there needs to be a path for longboarders to be inspired and to want to, you know, surfing isn't about competing. Surfing is about just going out and enjoying yourself. But there has to be a space for people to be inspired to want to compete as well. And that keeps the whole engine going, you know. There has to be inspiration for the youth to want to do this and to feel like they can, and of course they can. I mean, like, I qualified when I was 15. I'm 27 now, and you know, it's been it's the greatest thing that's happened in my life, really, that I've been able to travel and surf and meet all these people and be inspired by this older generation. And hopefully, you know, this is a break in the generation right here with Cole Robbins and Johnny. You know, Johnny's on that younger side of the generation, and Cole's on the top end of it. And you know, there needs to be that thing, these events, these local grassroots events that keep people stoked and inspired. Here goes Cole on a nice little runner there. He's gonna hold it.
Really like the way he was able to not only use the fade, but something you really appreciate, Carla, really delay the takeoff too. That's some really well-read wave right there by Cole Robbins, needing just a 3.34.
Yeah, I want to see how the replay breaks down. One of the favorite things to do is one of those no paddle or like one paddle takeoffs. Feels so good when you can just set it up right in the right part of the pocket. And as you mentioned, Kevin, well, here we go, right there, the replay. Just does a couple paddles into it, and then, as you said, kind of like trims with his hands on the boards, waits for the setup for the nose ride, gets the 5 to, maybe it was a quick 10, there's a tight 5, bringing it back into the curl as the wave just kind of dissipates as it heads into the inside there.
Yeah, I think he'll get that 3.34. I believe it's such a thing to have patience enough to not just stand up and go, you know. And being a point break surfer like Cole is, he's got that patience and he knows how to set up waves. And yeah, he goes, what, 4.33 there?
4.17 on the last,
4.17. So yeah, he's being patient in his approach, and it's working out for him. You know, we're gonna see if we can get some waves here for these guys, and they're gonna battle.
16:20 to go.
Looks like they're both going on this one.
And one on the southern peak and then one on the pier. Well, this is Johnny in the red. Really good setup turn right there by the Ripper, and fully extends on the second one too. I mean, given how small it is today for people watching online, can you just explain how difficult it is to do what he just did?
Yeah, I mean, to generate speed like that and to make it look clean, no pump, nothing, just bottom turn, 2 different types of turns there, I believe. The second drop knee being really quick and in the place you need to be. You know, the speed comes from the curl of the wave, and we got Cole on the replay here.
As you said, Cole went on that same wave, but he was further down the point, but that wave not able to give him really anything to work with. But Johnny's, on the other hand,
yeah,
wow, I love the 10. I love this drop knee turn here. And then I like how he kind of washes the speed off there, which such a lively turn for how small the wave got too. There was still just so much energy in it.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see what happens there.
They've got some friends in the lineup.
Oh, nice.
Always a good sign.
Always a great sign.
So 15 minutes waiting on the score for John in the red. Looking to chase a 4.5 at the very least. Meanwhile, Robbins using priority.
Cole on a nice one here.
Another delayed takeoff for the surfer out of Santa Barbara. Tight 5 right there. Really well done by Robbins. And despite, I mean, having a couple of really great nose rides in this heat, he has just been, unfortunately, just caught in the end of these waves that haven't really provided anything afterwards. Meanwhile, the Ripper, I mean, he's just been in total control of the waves that he has caught.
Yeah, it seems Cole has been having trouble finding like that second half of the wave, like to get that rail work and that tail work kind of completed. I think Johnny is going to set the standard with that, not this last one, the one before. I think it's really going to set the heat apart here, and Cole is going to be unfortunately having some work to do.
Yeah, I think Johnny's 2 waves ago is going to be the highest of the heat, and I'm interested to see where it goes. You know, it's a nice nose ride to 2-turn kind of combination there, and it'll be interesting to see where it comes in.
Yeah, so far I think our highest score has been an 8 from Chloe.
Yeah.
And in all honesty, I really liked that wave of Johnny, so I wouldn't be surprised if it hits higher than an 8.
But the variation, like you were talking about, sometimes all nose riding, it gets stale, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, they want to see you turn your longboard. They want. I don't even know if they want to see you turn your longboard. They want to see you in the pocket of the wave as much as you can, and however you can do that is kind of what I think they want to see. Like they talk about critical sections, critical nature of a maneuver, and that all comes back to being in the pocket of the wave. If you're doing things outside of the pocket, you're not going to get those scores, I don't think. And I think that's kind of where we're at in longboarding these days, is we're back to that Nat Young style of surfing, of staying within the pocket and generating speed in and out of the pocket as much as you can. And longboarding's always been this thing where, you know, it sets it apart by being on the nose. There we go, Johnny with the 733 there, just showing the difference of, you know, speed.
And waiting on a score for Cole Robbins as well. Another one for Johnny the Ripper coming after the break. Go get your lattes. Let's take a Bonsoy brew break. Be right back with the rest of quarterfinal number 2. Scan the QR code on screen to watch every heat live. Follow your favorite surfers and get exclusive content from the World Surf League. And you can follow some of your favorite surfers worldwide. And of course, potentially win some fantasy prizes too if you do fantasy on the World Championship Tour side of things, including following one of the greats in the world, like it is Kevin Scavarna, who is kind enough to join us this morning here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Kev, I'm looking at your shirt. It is a local brand right here from Orange County. And I always say support local, especially when it comes to your surf shops. How cool is it to represent a brand like Birdwell, though, especially once they do some amazing things, and especially for a long period of time here in SoCal?
Yeah, Birdwell beach bridges. They're the best. That's without a doubt. They're the OG, you know. Them and I guess Caton are the kind of original board short brands coming out of Southern California, and you know they're still doing it, still making them here in America, and it's a beautiful thing to represent. I feel blessed and lucky to be able to represent a brand like that in this day and age. You know, there isn't that many brands doing cool things anymore, which is, you know, things have changed, but I feel super lucky to represent a brand like Birdwell.
So waiting on a score for John the Ripper in the red. Before we went to break, we were waiting on a score for Cole Robbins in the blue. Comes in as a 3-1-3, so it doesn't change anything. Doesn't even go into his top two. So did say the 7-3-3 of John the Ripper, not only his best, extends his lead, also gets a 4.2 during the break, going left this time, Carla.
Yeah, staying busy, both with catching the waves and on the waves, doing lots of maneuvers, giving us a lot of variety.
Yeah, it's interesting how those low, I call them like low road, kind of low road lefts have a nice wall to them and really allow you to get a nice nose ride. He surfed that wave really well.
What sense of pride do you take in really being a product of your community, Kev? Most of us here in the industry, they still continue to work right here. We come through surf shops, support your local surf shops as well. But not only that, you've been a lifeguard in the past too.
Yeah, I was a lifeguard for 8 years. You know, that all came from junior lifeguard programs, and that's what I did in the summer when I was a kid. And, you know, it's so important. You know, if you have young kids and you're watching this, that's the best thing to get your kids into is your local junior guard program. I mean, you learn, I mean, there's better ones than others, but you learn, like some of them are daycare, and some of them like are really passionate about teaching kids ocean safety. And I was lucky enough to be a part of one that was really passionate about teaching about the ocean and watching the waves, and whether it was swimming or bodyboarding or surfing or diving, they really set me up to love the ocean, and they produced a lot of lifeguards. And there's programs up and down the coast here, and you know they've got the nippers in Australia, and you know those programs are so beneficial to have kids outside, being in the water, exercise, talking face to face with each other. You know, I think it's in this day and age it's more important than ever to get your kids out there and enjoying. If they like the ocean, I think it should be mandatory to put them in one of those junior guard programs and teach them about the ocean, just for a level of safety.
And respect, would you say too?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it teaches you to read the ocean, to respect the ocean, and to, you know, enjoy your environment. I mean, you could live 20 minutes from the beach and not know that there's all this beautiful ocean out here that you can enjoy. I really think it's a positive thing.
Truly something that not only we've been fortunate of, Carla, in our lives, but most importantly, the fact that these guys are here. We've talked about most people having careers outside of just competing too, and for them to be able to find a balance in the sense like this, especially somebody like Cole with priority needing a 7.21, a realtor himself, but it doesn't seem like it's affected his performance or his career in the surfing world either.
No, in fact, I think it may, in fact, enhance a bit, because when you are solely focused on one thing, it can kind of consume your identity. And I think it's important that as surfers, you know, I think about growing up, it's like, oh, what do you do? Well, I'm a surfer. Like, that's the first thing that comes out. So surfing, definitely, we have such a strong identity connection to that. But I think as you get older, it's important to kind of like expand and have, you know, a well-rounded kind of experience with the world and life experiences. And so Cole, he spent a lot of time kind of developing his other side of his life, and he's a successful realtor up in Santa Barbara County. I was actually teasing him. I was like, you got any listings you need pushing? Maybe, can I get a commission?
Yeah, Cole's looking at a wave here. He's going to commit to it A nice setup there, and the hang 10, he's holding that and holding it. I'd like to see him get a bash here. Boom.
Well, your wish is his command, Kevin, because he truly did as well as he could have on this wave right here. 7-2-1, what he needs. And we do have a wave that is comparable to it, too, a 7-3-3, so literally has to be just under that, too. But when it just comes down to proper nose riding, probably the best one of the heat so far right here.
Yeah, I think that was, you know, Johnny's was a quicker nose ride with 2 turns. Cole really took his time and set up that line really nicely. He held that hang 10 for a second where we could enjoy it, and I think this is going to go real close, you know. That was nice.
I think the judges have been giving a bit of a nod to the surfers that have been kind of making a point to hold on to those nose rides, like you say, and giving them a little bit more length as opposed to like quick taps.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I'd say Cole probably gets the nod as far as length of nose ride compared to Johnny's, but Johnny had all that variety and a lot of lively movement.
Yeah, and I think if Cole would have just done that nose ride and not hit it out of at the second half of that wave, it would have maybe not been in the conversation, but it's well within the conversation to see where that goes, because he did the nose ride and he hit it. So we're going to see what happens here, but I liked it for Cole.
So do I. 7-2-1 is what he needs. Priority with the surfer in red, the current heat leader, John Michael Van Hohenstein. And Chris Cote actually told me off air that he might be doing the Max Holloway point down if it comes down to the gritty end of it. And just being like, hey, you know what, guys? If it comes down to the last 10 seconds, we might have to scrap. He's scrapping right here on the nose with a perfect 10. And once again, just adding the variety. Boy, this guy not only knows how to nose ride well, his rail game might be some of the best on the planet. There it is. There it is. Bring out the claims. 3 minutes to go. Only looking to improve on a 4.2 right here.
Wow, what an answer back. You know, we're still waiting for Cole's score to drop. As you mentioned, a 7-2-1, but strong possibility here. Here we go. Cole dropping a 7-1-0, not quite the mark, but he does help his situation, and the requirement only needed a 4-4-4. But that last of John Michael, holy cow, Kevin. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think that will probably go in that 8 range or higher. I mean, that was a beautiful setup. Here goes Cole again.
Another perch 10 right there for
Robbins.
Robbins.
That was a long one.
I love that Cole just keeps answering back. I think the unfortunate thing is that rhythm we've talked about, and that kind of being on the right rotation of the right wave, and we just keep seeing Johnny's wave just have a little bit more size and a little bit more oomph to it. Not to say that Cole hasn't ridden this one. Excellent in, just stepping off on the sand. What a great heat we've got going on here. Really a battle.
Yeah, we've got a heat on our hands. I mean, 2 minutes left. Johnny's going to improve that 4.2 no matter what. I think it might go, well, into his, there it goes. 7.33 again?
No, still waiting on the
still
waiting.
One. Okay. I think it's probably going to go higher than his 7.33.
I'd like to think so.
And, you know, that nose ride to 2-turn combo, he just did that on a bigger wave. And then Cole here answering back, had a bit of a 2-stage turn there, which they're going to look at. And
well, looking at the last of Robbins on screen.
Yeah, there goes Johnny with the 9.
Bang, bang, Niner gang, as E40 says.
Nice. That's the first 9 of the event so far, huh?
It's the highest of the event right
there
here.
We go. Johnny.
In a big moment, too. I mean, consider the pressure he was under after having to see Cole respond to. And tight scoring right there by our 5 judges. Everybody in the 9 except 1 judge behind the low get thrown out. And at this point, 50 seconds. Really no loser in this heat, right, guys? We've had 2 back-to-back quarters where everybody's really been surfing to the par, given the conditions we have out there, but a really good indication, a lot more consistency in these last 2 heats.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good for finals day, right? It's Cole's got 2 7s, Johnny's got a 9 and a 7. I mean, this is what you do in the quarterfinals to punch your ticket and make it all the way to the end. So I'm really stoked for Johnny here. 20 seconds left. Cole's gonna need to woo something to himself here. without priority, so it will be tough.
But a valiant effort at the end, you know, of this heat here from Robbins with the 7-1 and the 7-3-7, definitely keeping the pressure on as long as he could, but Johnny's going to be the victor.
Yeah, I think Cole should be really proud of his surfing there, and Johnny just came in and did it.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Big thank you to yourself, Kevin Skavarna. Best of luck the rest of the year on the World Longboard Tour. We have our first semifinal determined, and one of the participants will be John Michael van Hogenstein. We'll be hearing from him very shortly. Bringing in Chris, Sam, and a special guest when we come back for quarter 3.
Thanks, guys.
As ever, it's just so good. That's the best wave that we've seen at the event so far. Well, this is going to feel great for Rachel. Absolutely. It's going to be Rachel Tilley, your world champion for 2024, her second world title. What a moment this is.
Just unbelievable surfing.
Wow, 4-time world champion.
Decorated career of Taylor Jensen.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Here's Johnny coming in from a radical win there. John Michael with a 16.33 victory over Cole Robbins, who had a 14.47. Well, that was another epic quarterfinal matchup, and we're in for a couple more. I'm Chris Cote, this is Sam Bleakley, and joining us from Surfline, Matt Kibbe, welcome to the booth.
Thanks for
having me. I know you're a Huntington Beach local, so you're used to waves like this, and you're used to talking about what's going to happen in the future. We're going to dig deep into the forecast here for the US Open of Surfing as the Challenger Series starts tomorrow. I feel like you guys have been spot on throughout this entire weekend and into today. Small but fun waves, plenty of consistency. I mean, we've seen 14, 15, even up to 24 waves ridden per heat, so plenty of action out here for our longboarders.
Yep, and hopefully got some good news for you. Should be picking up here steadily into the weekend for the Challenger Series.
Awesome. Well, we're going to actually put you to work here. We're going to take a look at the official Surfline forecast, and luckily we have Mr. Matt Kibbe here to dig a little deeper into all these colors and arrows and graphs. Tell us what we're seeing here.
Yep. So we're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel today, but we'll have a little more wind swell on tap the next couple of days to help boost size a little bit more into that waist to stomach high range. And then as we see here, we got a couple of stronger southern hemistorms that'll be coming up kind of Thursday and then slowly picking up through the weekend. He'll be providing some more kind of chest to shoulder high waves by the time we get into the last couple of days of the contest over the weekend, and maybe even a little help from the tropics. Probably not adding a whole lot to size if that does end up happening, but we should see some help for the consistency of the surf and the shape as well.
And it looks like weather-wise, I mean, we're looking at some classic peak of Southern California beach days over the next week.
Yep. We should have pretty clean mornings like we've been seeing for most of the contest, and then we'll have those west winds pick up in the afternoons, but the pier does a pretty good job of knocking them down and at least keeping things contestable for the back half of each day.
And we're looking at what, peaky conditions for the Challenger Series? Are we looking at ramps? In your opinion, what do you think these challengers are going to be looking at?
Yeah, we should see things get a little peakier since we have that mix of the wind swell and that southern hemiswell coming into play, so they can cross each other up and give us some better corners to work with. You know, should see a couple ramps there to get into the air in the Pier Bowl.
Awesome.
Brilliant stuff. Matt, couple of questions. Probably more bathymetry question. Why is Huntington such a swell magnet? And second, as a local, what are the state of the sandbars? Why are we not seeing so many pier bowl waves at the moment?
So Huntington Beach is like pretty perfectly positioned to get swell from just about anywhere in the Pacific, the North Pacific and the South Pacific and the tropics. So it's pretty easy for it to get some swell to work with. As we can see, you know, out front, it's contestable, and a lot of Southern California would not be really contestable these past couple of days. So that is a huge help. As far as the sandbars go, you know, we had some pretty massive swells kind of leading up to the contest over the past couple of months. It's been pretty big, and that'll have a pretty negative effect on how the sandbars are working. Luckily, the pier does kind of help collect some of that sand. You get really strong kind of south to north longshore currents that are moving a lot of sand around, and it'll kind of deposit it at the pier, which helps keep shape better here than it would be further up or down the beach.
Sure. I like that. Positive things happening in the not so distant future. Well, we started off with a wave from Declan Whiten. I'm going to call this the Whiten Whip. Declan whipping this 9-foot-plus board around on his opening wave. So we have Australia versus the USA, Taylor Jensen versus Declan Whiten. Sam, you're going to love this turn.
Yeah, it stands nice and tall. 4 steps, touches the 5, and then this is where things get lively. And we've seen that whip turn being really positive for the score range of Johnny the Ripper in that previous heat. And Declan had that elegant start to this wave, and then the way he just snapped his Steve O'Donnell board back, for me, really gave that small wave much more scoring potential.
Oh, he maximized the potential there with the 4.33, and he's back at it, up onto the nose, chilling out, all 10 over. I want to see another one of those whippy turns. I don't think the wave is going to quite let him. Ooh, a little fancy footwork there. Slowly making his way to the shore break. I like that approach. It almost looked like he was on his tippy toes, trying to be as light as possible to make that transition all the way to the sand. So back-to-back good scores there for Declan Whiten.
Absolutely, that was nice. Again, elegant, light-footed, and he found sections. I think that's going to better his opening 4.33.
What you have to do when you're going up against Taylor Jensen is attack quick. You know he is one of the hardest competitors to beat out here in Huntington Beach. So Declan has his hands full, but he also already has 2 great scores. 22:44 to go. So we wait for the first wave for Taylor Jensen. Let's go down to the glass. We got Johnny the Ripper standing by with Rosie Hodge.
Johnny is on fire, highest performer of the day, the Nan. Talk us through it and don't skip the claim.
Yeah, that was what a heat with Cole. Good job to Cole. Love surfing with him. Yeah, that 9 was, that set came in, and I was like, oh, hopefully I don't fall in this one. I got a nice little hang 10, nice turn. I think I did another turn. Yeah, I'm super happy with that wave, and I just try to stay busy out there and just keep catching whatever wave I can better my my second wave. Yeah.
Well, you did with the Nan with the 7.33, amazing scoreline. Different energy coming into finals day. How do you approach a day like this?
Yeah, yeah, kind of similar conditions as yesterday. I think today is a little bit more consistent and a little bit more size, but there's times where like it's sometimes just timing. Like the heat before could be like firing, have waves, and you're the heat after, and it's just kind of slow for a bit. But yeah, I just try to make it work with the small waves out here.
Big matchup coming up in the semis against Kyle Flint. What do you make of that one?
I can't wait. I'm just gonna try to go as far as I can, and yeah, this is my best result so far in Huntington, so I'm super thankful and grateful for the results. Yeah.
And what would a win here mean to you?
A win here I would probably tear up because it's been a lot of ups and downs, and yeah, it'll be nice to have a little win, and I got a lot of support down here. My girlfriend and her family from Ventura, people back home from Hawaii. Yeah, so, and then the Philippines, for the Philippines as well too, and yeah, thank you for everyone for the support down here.
Congrats on your success. We'll see you in the semis. Well done, Johnny.
Well, living up to his nickname, Johnny the Ripper, semifinalist here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Sam, what are the chances that we're going to see Johnny the Ripper in the finals.
Yeah, but he's going to have a big one against Kai Ellis-Flint. That's going to be a real great matchup. And reflecting on the moments right now, that 3.93 comes in for Declan's second wave, emphasizing why that 4.33 got a bit higher. It was that whip turn. We really get to see the footwork of Declan here, light-footed but quick, straight to the tip, holds the 5, pulls up for a tight 5, rides through that foamy section on the nose, cuts back, but not so dynamic in the opportunity for the turn. But a really good start. And Matt, coming back to you a little bit, you know, have there been a few HB local longboarders who you kind of learnt to surf with over the years here?
Honestly, for me, no. I was a little late to the surfing game growing up here. Spent a lot of time kind of at the beach and in the water, but landlocked myself in college in Arizona and came back and decided I had to get in the ocean a lot more, and that's how I ended up at Surfline. So a little bit of a different path for me, but.
It's like a Rick Kane story. I like that. Well, I've been hearing a lot about what Surfline's got going on. A lot of new tech that you guys have been kind of leaning into to really give us those precise reports and looking as far into the future as possible. And it sounds like there's some really exciting things happening in the Surfline world to just give us surfers a better kind of angle on what we can expect as we see a quick one from Taylor Jensen. But maybe for break it down for the layman, because I don't know about technology that much. So keep it simple for us, but tell us about some of the new tech that Surfline's working with.
Yeah, I think our next really exciting thing we got coming out is we have new charts coming out, wind charts, wave charts, energy charts coming out. We've kind of revamped them all. We've kind of overhauled the color scales that we're using to make it easier to identify not only like the super strong storms, but also maybe the smaller storms that'll still give you some sneaky good waves to pick off, and wind charts too. Better color scales there to kind of help identify when the winds will be lightest. A lot of the other kind of wind charts out there it's hard to kind of differentiate between the light winds that you're looking for and the stronger winds that you maybe want to stay away from. So should be making it easier for our users to pick out the good days that they want to go surfing. And we got those in the hands of a few users right now, but you can look forward to getting those to everyone in August next month. So coming up real soon here.
Exciting.
Yeah, and of course the cams. I mean, look, I'm guilty of accidentally surfing in front of a Surfline cam for about an hour and then reposting that again on accident. But yeah, so many fun ways to get involved. You can actually be a star of one of the cams. But the very basics, right? If I'm just taking a quick glance at the Surfline app or the website on my computer, what are the colors that I'm looking for to get me excited about what I'm about to surf?
Yeah, I think green is a good one. Green means go. So greens are definitely what you're looking for your at least fair conditions. Kind of depending on, we got like the classic color scale and the new stoplight color scale, so things get a little bit different from there. But green is the consistent one that if you see green, odds are that you're going to want to be in the water that day.
And I'm a small wave enthusiast, so when things get critical, I'm probably going to go to the skate park. What is the color that I'm looking for that will send me inland instead of out to the waves?
If you're on that classic color scale, you're looking for your blues. Your light blues are going to be your days that will be a little bit windier out there, probably, maybe too small to get for even a small wave enthusiast to get a couple waves. And if you're on that stoplight color scale, red obviously means stop, and you're not going to want to be heading down to the water that day.
And as that tide starts to fill in, how do you think that's going to affect conditions as we move towards our semifinals and our finals?
It seems like these past couple days, even on the higher tide, it's still been looking pretty fun. It'll probably push them a little closer to shore with that tide coming in, but the sand on the inside still seems like it's been having some pretty fun corners coming through. So I think they'll be okay. Maybe a little bit softer on those corners, but still plenty rippable.
Yeah, there's been some nice link-up work as well from the longboarders, using that trim speed to just connect to those last opportunities for a steep section in the shore break.
Yep. Yeah, they make it look so fun.
No, I'm right there with you. And, we show up every single morning. We have the forecast, and we kind of put together our own visuals along with the forecast. And I think the perfect call made to just go straight through with 4 days of elite level longboarding. And we've been privy to a really great show. I think all these surfers that come down here with that positive mindset, I feel like Johnny the Ripper, when I saw him this morning, he was all smiles. He was fired up. And that's what you really have to kind of lean into. You can't come down here and see that it's this small and think, oh, wow, what am I going to do today? You got to go come down here and look at it and go, it's on.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And the Dolphins are showing up as well, which is great. But now, a big moment for Taylor Jensen, going for his 5th world title this season, because Declan had a busy start and he's capped things off with a 4.93, which is the strongest score of the heat. So Taylor's pretty much now got a 15-minute heat. A lot of pressure, but if anyone can do it under pressure, it's TJ.
Yeah, so we're already halfway through, and Taylor Jensen only has a .77, but we kind of know Taylor to be a patient surfer.
Sure.
I think so far he's probably only ridden like 8 waves in this entire contest. I know he had a win earlier on the other day with just 2 waves. So expect Taylor to do what he does and kind of seek and destroy the waves that could potentially come his way.
Yeah, and of course, in the last few years of having the World Longboard Tour here at the US Open, Taylor's won 2 of those. Connie Ellis-Stewart's won the other, so it would be pretty spectacular if he can get back-to-back wins and start his campaign on a roll. However, a 5th and a 3rd, you know, those are decent finishes for opting to get into that top 8. People don't want the 9th, but a 5th could be a carrying result. Of the 3 events here in Bells Beach and Abu Dhabi, you carry your top 2 results to qualify for the top 8.
Here are your Pacifico fan picks. 82%, heavily weighted towards Taylor Jensen, and you know the numbers, his resume, he's earned that percentage right there. Declan Whiten with 18%. Well, he's still a rising star in this world of hot dogging and cool logging, and Declan's back at it, knowing full well that he has his hands full with Taylor Jensen, one of the most consistent, one of the winningest surfers to ever do it on the Longboard World Tour. So 14 minutes, 10 seconds left. We know what to expect for the rest of the week here. Let's leapfrog a little bit, Matt. Let's look towards the end of the road in Tahiti. We saw some crazy waves there yesterday. Dipped down a little bit today, but any foreshadowing you can give us for the upcoming big event in Tahiti?
Yeah, it looks like the South Pacific's kind of getting back at it after taking a breather, which is why it's been so small here lately. You know, those couple of swells that they've had the past few days are what's going to be giving us waves here heading into the weekend. And it looks like there's more on the way for Tahiti. Looks like there could be a pretty big one kind of showing up maybe like right before it starts. Hopefully we'll get it to stick around for the start of the event window. But it looks pretty promising for the end of the road.
Awesome. I love to hear that. And I'm sure the surfers who are already there are energized as to what they've already seen. But with 13 minutes, 16 seconds left, we got some business to take care of here in Huntington Beach. At the moment, Declan Whiten having his way. Taylor Jensen with a 4.33 and a 4.93. I'd say the good news for Taylor is nothing really cracking through that mid-range score yet for Declan. That means he still has more than a chance with 13 minutes left. So as we wait for Taylor Jensen to do Taylor Jensen things, we're going to take a quick break here. I want to thank Matt Kibbe from Surfline for coming through, bringing all that awesome new technology to just better our surfing lives. Thank you so much, Matt.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach. Mind the pun. Well, guess what? it's more than just the world's best surfers. It's also some of the world's best bands. That's right, sundown sets. We've got live music at the beach bar. Scan that little QR code right there to get yourself tickets. Thursday, we got Yolanda Be Cool. Sam actually changed his ticket back to the UK to make sure to catch that set. Friday, we got Chevy Metal, and I'm sure they're gonna have some cool special guests join them as they always do. And Saturday, the best genre in music. Yacht rock will be on display. Yachty by Nature. Can't wait for that one. I'm gonna go to all three.
Yeah, I thoroughly recommend Yolanda Be Cool with Andrew Stanley and Matthew Hanley. Disco duo, house music, started in 2009. They play a good set. I've seen them before over in the UK and they are red hot.
And I think that, or I know that Chevy Metal, they've got deep connections to the Foo Fighters, who are a pretty popular band, I've heard.
Absolutely. Check this replay from TJ, a 6.5. This is the campaign back in action for Taylor. 4 times world longboard champion. Kicks things off there with a nice back-to-back nose ride with a really nice sweeping roundhouse cut back in between. He drops a 6.5 for this wave, so it puts him right back in the mix, chasing a fairly small score. He's got 9 minutes, 30 seconds to do it, and TJ is here. He is alive after that slow start, a patient start, but this could well be a significant score for Declan Whiten from the northern beaches of Sydney, Australia. He drops a 5.43 for this to add to his 4.93. So now Taylor is chasing a 3.86.
Yeah, just got right back into it as expected. And I think the fact that the judges are really liking big turns probably got TJ fired up. I don't think anyone in the draw is going to outturn TJ Jensen. He's that powerful. He's that quick. Declan Whiten has a mean whip on him, so he's gonna keep Taylor honest, but dropping a 6.5 like that, it was almost just like automatic. He didn't have to stress on it at all, and now he's already backed it up with this one.
Nice on his Firewire 9.6, using that drop knee setup into the 5. Nice throw of spray on that turn, snapping. A smaller wave, but he really maximized the scoring potential. And considering that he's chasing a 3.86, I felt like the variety, the impact, the fact that he used that setup with the drop knee turn, he found that 5, he had some hold on the nose ride, and he really whipped that turn. I reckon that he turned what really was a 3-point ride into potentially a score way above the 3. So it could be the near 4 he needs to be precise at 3.86. It may well turn the heat. The judges will drop that score pretty soon.
100%. You know, and earlier this morning, I picked up Taylor Jensen's board, super light, and it's really impressive to me that he can ride a light board like that, but still kind of lean into the modern traditionalist vibe that we're looking for. It's a totally different board feel than I think a lot of the other surfboards that are still in this field.
Yeah, some people will prefer the glide of a little bit of extra weight, but Taylor, yes, will have the volume, the length, but he likes to have the feeling of foam that has that corkiness, that liveliness that you see a lot of shortboarders who might opt for their epoxy equipment on a small day. Taylor likes that lightweight feel, but he's able to use those boards beautifully and mix that whole repertoire, and he dropped a 4.7 on his last wave. And when he stood up on that wave, I felt like that was a 3, and he needed to surf it to the level he did to get a 5, and it's exactly what he did. Getting the score, moves up into first, now putting the pressure on Declan, and in a short amount of time, Taylor is gone and turned this heat around so that Declan now requires a 5.78, very attainable score for the Australian.
Was there ever any doubt? I mean, this is Taylor Jensen we're talking about, one of the most consistent surfers on tour, and a guy who's got to be intimidating in the lineup. Even though he's one of the nicer dudes you'll meet, when you're surfing against him and you see that big back facing you, it's got to be kind of an intimidating situation to be in. I'm sure Declan Whiten has surfed against Taylor Jensen more than a few times already, but right now it's Taylor Jensen with 3 waves ridden in the lead, and it looks like he is having a look at this little right-hand runner that grows right beneath his feet. He gets up on the nose, quick 10. You hear the crowd going wild. That's not for that wave. That's because JR's about to paddle out, and you know it's about to get loud.
And of course, John Michael van Hoyenstein, he has got Philippines ancestry. He spent part of his early life in the Philippines, also in Thailand, before moving to Hawaii. So across JR, and Johnny the Ripper and Malia. There's 3 surfers in the draw who've got that Philippines ancestry, and that's really exciting for the Philippines crew down here on the sand.
Yeah, this is setting up to be a really fun semifinals for both the men and the women. So we're in quarterfinal heat number 3. We've already got 2 of our semifinalists set for the men. We're looking for 2 more. JR is going to be going against Kaniela Stewart. Never an easy draw at anywhere, especially here in Huntington Beach. Kaniela, a past champ. Right now, we're trying to decide who's going to make it through. Taylor Jensen or Declan Whiten. Declan, quick 5. Little snap there. Here's where he's going to try to be light as a feather to make that transition from the outside all the way to the inside, and he goes the way of the submarine.
That was unlucky because he would have been thinking steep section into the 10. That wave just had a little bit of crumble to it that didn't allow Declan to get the 10 on that opening nose ride. So I don't think it's going to go into his top 2. It comes into the 3.7, so he's still chasing that score. Now Taylor in the driving seat. He's got priority. And Taylor, if you follow him on Instagram, you can really appreciate a lot of the fantastic design work he does with Firewire as we get to see that 5 and that snap turn from Declan. Drops a score of a 3.70. And Chris, you were talking about the lightweight nature of Taylor's boards. Declan himself on a PU custom board built by Steve O'Donnell. Taylor does a lot of work with the shapers Dan Mann and Stu Kenson, works with Firewire, and he has an exciting new hole rider design that he's created with Dan Mann, a 9.6 rounded pin that he's starting to test, and that's something to look forward to. But this guy rides the Kai Salas Longboard Company boards. This is the Tsunami model. It's Connie Tsunami, and of course, Connie, a former winner here in Huntington, and also somebody who's come up against JR before and beaten JR. So he'll be confident about that, but JR will look to capitalize on the left-handers.
I don't think Kaniela's got his hair wet yet in this entire event. He's been doing that well, smoking his way through heats. Here we go, Declan Whiten. There we go, quick 10, cross steps back. That's the turn we've been loving.
Nice.
Declan's been throwing down. I like that back leg, drop knee into it, really whipping it out, and adds just a little flair to the end of those turns that the judges have been appreciating. Does about 5.43, makes the transition easy. Quick little backside snap in the shore pound.
That's a good
Nicely
ride.
done.
Yeah, really good ride. He got a very, very quick touch of the 10. Snap turns, linked it through, ended with a little bit of excitement in the shore. Okay, so looking back at some of those scores, a 4.93 for his second best wave, a 5.43 into the 5. Holds a quick 10, touches it, and then just widens his stance, drop knees, and he also gets the whip in this turn. So already you're starting to think that this could be close to a 5 so far, and it's how the judges really analyze this final touch on the inside. He trims through, walks back to the tail, sets himself up, a few more cross steps, and then is able to cleanly ride out of that float on the inside. So I think the 6.5 that we saw for Taylor Jensen was a stronger wave. It's not going to rival that 6.5, but it may well be a strong score. For me, I think it could fall a little bit short of the 5.78 he needs, but I did appreciate the whip turn, and I've noticed that the judges are really enjoying rewarding some of those more dynamic, exciting turns, which are a bit more risky, where the change of direction is strong and fast, and the surfer is functionally then coming back into the pocket after the turn, as we can see Taylor on a really good left-hander.
Yeah, double 5s there, Taylor Jensen. The wave kind of ends abruptly, so he pulls out, but unbelievably, we only have 1 minute and 42 seconds left. This heat has flown by. Declan with 7 waves ridden, Taylor now with 5 waves ridden. The 1 wave of impact for Taylor Jensen, that 6.5, but backed it up quickly and nicely with a 4.70. That means Declan still hunting for a 5.78.
Wow.
Time is winding down. Declan's out the back with priority. This is going to be a fun finish.
Yeah, and waiting for that score to drop. I mean, Declan knows he gave that last ride everything. So he feels as if he's still in the hunt, but he's going to get another chance to get something else here. Is this going to be the opportunity?
Well, he's on the nose. 5 over. Big redirecting turn right there. Ooh, that's going to be close. I mean, I got to give a lot of credit to our judges. They are really digging into the details, the subtleties of what they're watching. The numbers have been spot on throughout the week. That is going to be something that they have to think about because there's only 45 seconds left. And remember, Declan Whiten needs a 5, 7, 8.
I think it's going to be close. I think it may just fall slightly under. I think it just needed a little bit more steepness on the opening section, and it does come in under. It comes in at a 5.30. Had the wave allowed a bit more of a hold on that opening nose ride, I felt it could have gone into the 6 range, but I felt like he really earned a lot by adding that final flourish on the inside, but it needed a bit of a steeper wall out back to really get up into the 6 range and get close to the score he needed to go up into first. So it doesn't make a difference, and TJ has just improved his situation with a 4.77 on that last left-hander, and it's TJ who books a spot in the semi-final.
Like that, high five, good sportsmanship from Taylor and Declan. But at the end of that 30-minute match, it's Taylor Jensen yet again. Get used to it, folks. He ain't going anywhere. Taylor Jensen, multi-time world champ, multi-time US Open champ, and he is headed towards the semifinals. Well, folks, we got a fun one coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We got JR versus Caniella. We'll be right back.
Teahupo'o. There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, this is surf mecca. Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago and Party. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag.
You want to know how to get to the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC? Practice, practice, practice. And then you take the road all the way to the end, make a left at the Wall of Skulls, and you'll be in one of the gnarliest pits of your life if you dare.
Well, I hear you've got front seats for the Coliseum as well. Where will you be?
I will be your boat boy. Can't wait. The last event of the regular season, the WSL Championship Tour, is going to be epic. And that's going to set everything up for the Final 5 for men and for women. And I know there's a lot of excitement heading into that, and I know there's a lot of excitement heading into this last quarterfinal heat of the men's draw. Virgilio J.R. Esquivel going up against Caniella Stewart. Philippines versus Hawaii. Two guys that have no doubt gone head-to-head many times in the past. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley. This is a tough one to call, but Sam, you're an expert. Who do you think's got the edge today?
Well, I think it's going to come down to if some of those lefts stand up for JR, but I wouldn't be surprised if JR's willing to mix it up between lefts and rights, because what I've noticed as that tide is start to fill, that the rights are now starting to become the longer scoring rides. And I do know that JR is an expert on right-handers because he lives at a right-hand point break. He got second here last year. He lost in that final to Taylor Jensen. He's also had good runs losing out to Connie Ellis-Stewart, who has been a former winner here at Huntington. And if we start to think about the chances of Connie, of course, a winner here, Mr. Smooth, a license to chill on the nose, and it looks as if JR is going to get the first of the exchange, Chris.
Well, I know the crowd's about to go wild. Anytime JR stands up and hangs 10 over, the beach erupts. So your first wave ridden in quarterfinal heat number 4 is by JR Esquivel. And that was nicely done. 5-10, big turn.
Agreed, nicely done. And I think we may well see him alternating between rights and lefts. And I think you can see already there is scoring potential on the left, but is the chance there on the left to link to that shore break on the inside? I like the 5, I like the tight nose ride, I like the whip in the turn, and we saw those whip turns heavily rewarded for Johnny the Ripper. And yes, Declan didn't make it through, but those lively rail turns are really, really exciting to see from these longboarders in small conditions.
Well, he's back at it again. JR now on his backhand, up to the nose. Nice and controlled. Saves himself from purling there. Double arm cat pet to try to make that inside section. Doesn't make it, but has a backup score for sure by now. So he's got a 5-point ride to start, 24:45 left. Yet to see Connie Ellis-Stewart. You know who went out there and went to work? That was Taylor Jensen. He's on the glass now with Rosie Hodge.
So incredibly consistent here at Huntington, but that win didn't come easy. Talk to me about that matchup with Declan and you having to really work for that win.
Yeah, thanks, Rosie. That was a scrappy one, to say the least. It was just slow. I got that one good wave and just needed to back it up, so I took a couple small ones and got lucky. Nothing bigger came through.
And we're just talking about it all week. I mean, you're one of the favorites coming into Huntington. You've been so consistent here into the semifinals. How's that sitting with you?
Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's all just a start to the year and build momentum going into a world title run. And yeah, a semi's a good finish. So looking forward to keep going, try and push it into a final and see what happens.
And, you know, talking about this year, this season, 2025, having so much success, how do you keep that momentum and so much focus?
Look, I just want to take advantage of every opportunity put in front of me. I have an opportunity for a 5th world title. I have an opportunity to compete here at Huntington again. Like, yeah, just embrace it and do my best.
Thank you, Tyler, for the time, and we'll see you in that semifinal.
Taylor Jensen, always one to watch. And the JR show is on.
Yeah.
Don't touch that dial because he's putting on a show right now.
And have you noticed mixing up the lefts and the rights? Kicked off with the left, answered at a priority with a good right, and then backed it up with an even stronger right. So demonstrating that he's going to be versatile. He's read the conditions. He knows his frontside surfing can shine, but he's also aware that the longer rides could well be on the rights as Connie goes left.
Yeah, Stewart now up on the nose. He basically lives up there. Makes it look so easy. A couple nice, graceful gliding turns. He makes his way towards the shore. The wave's going to die out, but a good start there for Connie Ellis-Stewart. That was his first wave ridden. Second wave for JR comes through to 3.83. We're still waiting for a third wave score for Rogelio. So a lot of action already with still 22 minutes and 41 seconds to go. Conniella, your 2023 U.S. Open of Surfing champion. He did that with his cousin. They brought a Hawaiian sweep back to the islands with them.
Yeah, Khalees unfortunately now eliminated. She got beaten by Avalon Ghoul, but Khalees is going to be supporting Connie. She's there watching, as is the shaper Kai Salas. But this is nice. Locks in a really tight 5. The way his feet are so close together in those 5s and the way he stands so tall and just elegant with that flex in his knees and the hips. Really good nose ride, no reform, but it's going to be a first score for Connie. It's something to build on. And a 5 for the first left of JR, backed up with a 3.83. I think that the second right-hander that we saw from JR is going to replace his backup 3.83 ever so slightly. It comes in at a 4.17. So now Connie will drop a score and be chasing probably something in the 4, 5, or 6 range to move back into first.
Let's take a look at this third wave for JR. Look at that poise up on the nose.
So this came in at a 4.17. I like the drop knee setup. I like the 5. I like the quick touch of the 10. He went to a little single heel and then a little bit of twirly, twizzly. But that wave not quite linking all the way through to the inside, but it did replace his second ride of a 3.83. It goes into his top 2. Now he can start to be a bit more selective about the waves he chooses.
Well, Sam, I'm surprised I can even talk because I paid a visit over to the Filipino tent, and that plate lunch nearly broke the mouth. We got Pinoy, we got Mel, Irole, Ada, Alex, Jonathan, Irene, Louie, Nino's over there, Valerio's, 1979. I mean, it is all happening, and you're invited, but so far it's just been myself and Carla who have filled up our plates. I was actually supposed to share with everybody, but I ate my whole plate myself. Carla, did you get something over there?
Yeah, I made sure to get my plate here. I've got some pancit canton, some garlic rice, and the barbecue pork rib. Super yummy. They are fueling the beach here right now. And a little bit about fuel of the Pinoys, you know, some people think it's about strategy, maybe lifting weights, but the key to the strength to the Pinoys is rice power. It's all in the rice.
I like that, yeah. And if you have the chance, Sam, you better get over there. I mean, they made plenty for everybody. There's probably going to be 20,000 people here on the beach, and I'm pretty sure that Filipino crew could feed about everybody.
Yeah.
But it's going fast. And right now, they're definitely the loudest, most supportive group on the sand. The cooking and everything has ceased, at least for the next 19 minutes, 48 seconds, because their full focus is on JR right now, who's in the lead. But we did get a nice score come through for Caniela Stewart, a 5.67. That means he only needs a 3.5, so we still got a tightly matched heat right now as JR Esquivel fades into this left, gets up on the nose, 5 over, give us 10. Nice and chill, back to 10. A little 2 for 1, hang 10 there for JR Esquivel. Just chilling out there on the nose. That was a fun wave to watch.
Yeah, and he really worked that. He knew as he faded in that he needed to get something critical, and I appreciate the way he got that second 10 as well. The first one, he really had to kind of manufacture it, but the second one was a lot of skills. He just allowed that back foot to stool enough to get a little bit of a slowdown to get that second 10. So you'll get to appreciate the technique here. He comes in, sets a high line, and 4 steps. There's the 5, and he's thinking 10. He gets a quick 10, and then pushes down on that back foot and gets a slightly quicker second 10, and then whips that turn. The wave starts to fade, but it's a good bit of surfing from JR. He would have really liked that first section to have stood up a touch more to really nose ride through the section rather than just quickly touch those 10s in and out. But there's a good chance he's going to replace his 4.17 and increase the requirement for Connie. But Connie only needs a 3.5.
We got 18 minutes, 20 seconds to go. The beach is going off, and AJ McCord is right in the thick of it.
Where the party is happening, and that is right here. Undoubtedly the camp for JR Esquivel is bringing the heat. They're feeding the beach, and he can feel this energy in the water. When I've talked to him in the past this week, this crew means the most to him, and all of them hoping this is the year that he goes all the way.
Love to hear it. That's so fun.
Amazing, amazing energy.
Caniela Stewart with that 5.67. Quieted him down just a little bit, but they know there's plenty of time. And it feels like JR is building on some momentum. His last wave comes through at a 5.37. That means now Caniela needs a 4.7. So just a slight increase in the desired score for Caniela Stewart, but tons of time left, 17 minutes, 15 seconds. Sam, this thing's still wide open.
Yeah, but the highest score so far is for Connie's 5.67, and that was really off the strength of his close feet nose riding and nose riding a little bit longer through the section rather than just touch in and out. JR, yes, that 5.37 was a strong score, but the wave didn't really allow him to kind of stay perched with all 10 toes over the tip. It was a 5 and a quick 10, back to a 5 and another quick 10. But what really helped was the snap of that turn, the light-footedness of JR. And the interesting thing about JR is that he does live at a right-hand point break. So he surfs beach breaks. He comes from a family of fantastic all-round surfers, a great shortboarder as well. But he's really good on right-handers. And I just feel as if with 16 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, the significant score is going to be a right-hander. And I think JR is going to really have to depend on his backside surfing to match Coniella.
Well, 2 surfers enter. 1 surfer heads to the semifinals. Who's it going to be? With 16 minutes, 9 seconds left, it looks like Coniella might see something rolling through. And it's not good to eventuate. So with 15:58 to go, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back. We know you're not going anywhere. Why would you? It's finals day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and we will be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by FlexFit, celebrating 50+ years committed to comfort perfection, by Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, and by Lexus, experience amazing.
Sponsor reads by the Emmy award-winning Joe Turpel, the voice of surfing. Congrats to Joe on that incredible accolade. We get back to this quarterfinal heat number 4. We got J.R. Esquivel in the lead for now. He's dropped a 5.37 and a 5-point ride. Meanwhile, Coniella Sort, with just 1 wave ridden, has a respectable 5.67. I'm Chris Cote. This is Sam Bleakley. Sam, let's talk about the battle of the boards. What type of surf craft are we looking at here?
So we got JR on a Luis Bento, a Luffy made in Costa de Caprica, just south of Lisbon in Portugal. Luffy on the sand watching. Coniella on his Connie Tsunami model, shaped by the Kai Salas Longboard Company. You can get that in Thunderbolt or Custom PU, as we see Connie on the 5, on the 10, in and out of that nose riding. Really nice stuff for his backup wave.
I mean, Coniella just oozes style, doesn't he? Everything is like in its proper place. He never looks like he's sluggish or, you know, digging the rail. It's just all trim, all glide, and he literally floats up and down that board. His cross-stepping is deep, but still so subtle that it's like his head and shoulders are not moving at all. He's just gliding.
Yeah, this is nice. So he's adding to that 5.67, chasing a 4.7, into the 10, into a second type 5. Walks back, great footwork out of that nose ride, hooks it back into the pocket, things slowing down, but using the cross-stepping to increase that trim speed as that wave just dies, and then he walks back to the tail, kicks out. He's going to drop a score. I think it could be very close to the score he needs. It may well fall just a little bit under just because of the size and the nature of the wave, but it'll certainly be something that he can build on with plenty of time left. It didn't look like JR got that last ride into his top 2. His last wave came in at a 3. Did have a really nice hang 10 in there. it demonstrates it's not a hang 10 competition. It's not all about the hang 10 to make the massive scores. It's about nose riding in the pocket. Sometimes a critical 5 through a section in the pocket may well outscore a 10 in a softer part of the wave, either in the foam or on the shoulder. We needed something a little bit bigger for Connie to really get the score he needs. So 3.83, not enough. Still chasing a score. What do you think of this, Cote? This looks like a good right.
This looks like a grower. JR out on the nose and extended. Hang 10.
Wow.
One of the most classic maneuvers in all of surfing, done proper by J.R. Esquivel. He wants more. Trying to glide in towards the sand. If he can connect here, this is going to be a big score. He rides out clean. One more turn. Watch out, world. J.R. Esquivel means business.
That was it. He needed a right. I felt like
that was a hammer.
Watching the conditions, the rights were starting to become significant. The change happened when Kai Ellis-Flint beat Stephen Sawyer in the back half of that heat, and I just started to really notice how some of the bigger scores were coming from rights. He sets himself up, uses the drop knee, 4 steps into the stall. There's the 10 leaning forward, all knees over the tip of the board and holding back on the 5 as he then cuts back and then just uses that foam to gain composure and now gets low. He just has to just stroke it here, knowing that if he can get the reform, he's going to be able to get something on the inside. And he does touch the 5, walks out into the little climb, and then he just finishes cleanly there, and you can see that claim. He's happy about that. He's pumped. He knows that's going to be a strong score, but this is a chance now to see what Conniella did. Into the 5, into the 10, holds that 10, really good, long, lifting hang 10 from Connie. So a great exchange of 2 hang 10s. I felt like Connie's 10 is longer than JR's, but JR's wave had a little bit more trim momentum, and if we get to watch here, we can see that Connie didn't get the connection through to the inside. So you're gonna expect JR to get the best out of those 2 exchanges.
I didn't hear you. People are screaming on the beach because JR's score comes through an 8.5, one of the highest numbers of the entire event, and he's back at it on the nose, soul arching, nearly loses control. But wow, what a wave for J.R. Esquivel. And I don't know if he's a fan, but there is a song by Joe Woods, TSOL, called Revenge, a classic surf track. And for JR, he is seeking that type of revenge because Conniella knocked him out of this event 2 years ago. And we know surfers, they don't forget that type of thing.
Yeah, so Connie dropped to 7 for that last ride. JR dropped an 8.5. Connie had a better hang 10. JR had a longer, faster wave with a connection. And I felt like what really JR's wave just did have that extra level of scoring potential, but Connie's nose riding to earn that 7 came on a much harder to ride wave. I think that was very impressive from Connie. Now he knows what to build on. He knows that that 7 is his backup wave, and he's chasing a 6.88. JR now needs to replace that 5.37. We saw him on his last ride going for a really nice soul arch 10. He put so much arch into the 10. As he walked out of it, he had a little bit of kind of elastic balance and lost his momentum. But let's appreciate the contrast between the 2 nose rides. Here's the 10 from Connie. Here's the 10 from JR, both backside. But you can see how Connie was longer on the 10, but Connie's wave goes peaky and slows down, whereas JR had a little bit more drive out of that face. And JR gets the connection in contrast to Connie. So I think it's a really great bit of scoring from our world-class caliber of judges. And JR really had to work it through the inside to keep his balance and finish with a flourish. So great surfing from both surfers, but a real great demonstration of the art of nose riding out back as well. And I really appreciate that these are 2 masters at the top of their game, and what we're seeing right now is one of the best quarterfinals we have seen in World Longboard Tour history. I love this.
Yeah, and I think if you look back at those 2 waves side by side, if they would have ended halfway through, it would have been dead even. But just the fact that JR was able to just incrementally increase his scoreline, not only by making it all the way through the inside, but he did a couple little turns, got a little 5 over. So it shows you that, you know, while making the inside isn't necessarily going to be a game changer, it can help you, and it did right there for J.R. Esquivel, who is now in the lead. Kaniela Stewart needing a 6.88. And we still have 6 minutes and 40 seconds left.
And you know what, Cote, I loved about that exchange is both surfers on the backside. And you have asked me all week about how difficult it is to do frontside versus backside nose riding. And there's no doubt that hang tens on the backside, where you can't lean and look into the wave faces naturally, are harder. There are a higher degree of difficulty. The judges won't always immediately go, oh, because that surfer was on the backside, we need to reward that nose ride higher. What they'll be more looking at is how close to the pocket the surfer was, how they entered and exited the nose ride. Did they nose ride through sections? Was the wave steep, and were they using the nose ride functionally? And then what other maneuvers, you know, led up to the nose ride or happened after the nose ride? But that was a real great demonstration of two masters at the top of their game. And now JR just needs to play things patient. Strategy is going to become a key thing for JR. He's at a priority. He knows that Connie can get the score that he needs if Connie gets a set, but JR's got to make the right moves. This is going to be a big game of chess in the last 5 minutes, I think.
Yeah, no doubt. This final 5.5 minutes is going to be really cool to see who keeps a cool head out in the lineup. You know, I think we're looking at an energetic kind of opposites here. Kaniela literally is just stoic, sitting there staring out to the ocean, whereas JR is paddling all over the place. And, you know, they both look relatively calm, but I would say the zen factor is with Kaniela right now, and JR has that kinetic energy as he paddles back over towards the pier.
Well, I'm surprised to see JR scrambling so much, but he does know that his surfing can replace that 5.37. So he's obviously recognized in his head, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to put the heat on Connie to force him into a wave. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find a wave that will allow me to replace that 5.37. But what we don't need to see from JR is him taking off on something too small and insignificant to replace that 5.37.
So here goes JR again, sticking to these rights. Wow!
Oh.
Getting wild with it.
Nice. That was great footwork. I don't think that's going to get the score that he needs.
It's kind of a circus trick, which the audience loves, I love, but do the judges love?
I don't think he needed to catch that wave. Whether it's a self-confidence booster for him because he's on a roll, but right now he needs to make that transition between a skilled flamboyant surfer doing amazing things to a surfer with strategy who can see out a win and book himself a spot in the semi-finals. And that takes slowing down, being more calculated, and recognizing that there's no need to take off on a wave unless he can improve on that 5.37.
3:45 to go.
However, I love the entertainment factor.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm all about the circus of longboarding.
I'll take that all day.
And the performance and the theater and the way that he got that kick 5 on the heel there was really snazzy and funky. Cool to watch, and it would have felt nice for JR as well.
You know, I think that that type of surfing definitely, you know, not invented, but definitely helped popularized by guys like Alex Nost.
Yep.
In the classic Thomas Campbell films. And I think Thomas Campbell actually deserves a lot of credit for, you know, helping spread the love and spread the joy of, you know, classic, modern, traditional longboarding. And Thomas actually has a new film coming out, 10 years in the making, Ye Wo. I saw a sneak preview of it. It's epic.
You got told me about
that. You got
that.
Joel Tudor, you got Alex Nost, you got a killer crew, Karina Razunko. If that film comes to your town, check it out. It'll change your mind. What did I call it? A multi-dimensional surf trip through space and time.
That sounds a bit like the biography of your life so far, Cote. Add a few skateboard references in there. Add some urethane and some ball bearings and some transitions, and then that's Cote summarized.
Just weirdness, yeah, all around weirdness.
And if we go back to the 60s as well, at this very arena, let's think of Nueva, Corky Carroll, and Joyce Hoffman really doing the type of nose riding that set the field ablaze. They were surfers who started to hang heels and do kick 5s, and they were surfers who started to do incredible things at the front part of the board that made people very excited about riding single fins.
Entertainment factor is huge. My personal favorite all-time longboarder, Donald Takayama. Had the chance to see him ride the nose in person a few times, and You know, back then when I saw it, I go, wow, that's really cool. But I didn't realize until later on how special it was to be able to see him surfing in real life. As we see now, special moments happening for everyone on the beach as JR back at it on the nose.
Nice.
Cruising through a section.
There it is.
Throwing a big turn. He may have just sealed the deal. And again, you know, I talked about it in Rachel Tilley's heat, right? You beat the best, that's when you're going to be the best. And right now, Connie Stewart, a past champion here, is in a tough situation because JR Esquivel is going off.
And that was the wave that replaces that 5.37. So that there is an example of why JR was doing what he was doing. He wasn't just sitting on Connie being patient. He was hunting the lineup to find a wave to replace what for him is quite a low backup score. And now that will most likely increase the requirement for Connie. As we can see now on the left, on the front side, he hooks in, 6 to the tip, gets that tight 5 soul arch, those front tootsies over the tip all the way, and then walks back to the tail and then snaps that turn on his Luffy model, known as the One, a single fin, as he just then strokes the pussycat to get that reform. And just as he sees things standing up again, he walks back to the tail, realigns, walks forward, stretches, widens the stance, and gets one more turn, looks to the beach to see his fans, his family, his teammates cheering. He's smiling, he's got the momentum. It looks like he's going to book himself a spot in the semi-final unless something pops up for Connie in the dying seconds.
I mean, what a heat, too. Connie Stewart with a 7 and a 5.67. That's a massive heat total of 12.67. But as the clock winds down, the fan favorite, JR Esquivel, gets the win, surfs his way into the semifinals. And his job's not done yet because he's going to face a mountain to climb. Taylor Jensen.
Yep.
Wow, our semifinals are set and they are epic, Sam.
Absolutely, cannot wait. Definitely stay tuned.
So as JR Esquivel makes his way in victorious, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to flip the booth back over to Mitch and Carla. And we're just getting started here. Semifinals coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Once again, the great Rogelio Esquivel Jr., you know him as JR Esquivel. Another semifinal, or potentially better for him. He was last year's runner-up. He is looking to become a champion here in Huntington Beach for the first time. The Filipino crew very stoked that they have him into the semis. Transitioning into the women's semifinals right now, top of the food chain kind of stuff out there in the water. Soleil Erico, 3-time world champ, up against the surfer on screen, Chloe Calmon, and an unforced error right there by Chloe to start things off, despite getting the first wave of Semi 1 against the Southern California product, Erico. What a way to start off our semifinals here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. It's the US versus Brazil, North America versus South America, Erico versus Calmon. Mitchell Salazar here with the great Carla Zamora. What a matchup to start things off.
Ooh, this is like kind of the matchup of matchups, I feel like. Super excited for this one. We've got two incredible surfers, one of them a 3-time world title holder, and Chloe just yet to snatch that title, but she's back from a hiatus last year, and really I think she's feeling it and in a good position to take that lead.
Well, she had 15 points, unanswered points, by the way, in her quarterfinal matchup against Sophia Colhane. And you just got to think, difference of styles in this one. They grew up in very different places. One from Rio, a lot of beach break centered waves over there, and her first semifinals appearance ever in her long career for the 30-year-old.
Yeah, I know Chloe is feeling super stoked to have made it this far, but I know it's not going to be enough. She's going to want to get into the final to even top that position there. And as we've mentioned, two of the best surfers in the whole tour here, Goofy Foot out of Brazil and the Regular Foot out of Malibu. Here we're going to see the Goofy Foot take it again on the left. Opens up with a 217. She was opening up pretty good, but kind of comes unglued when she was returning there. Gonna try to work this one in the inside there. It's really important to stay in front of that wave to try to make it into that inside section as it starts to form a little bit more with that higher tide. Hopefully we'll see those girls be able to get that second opportunity of scoring.
I'm just really stoked to see the consistency pick up. I mean, the last, hour and a half, 2 hours, there's been plenty of waves, good amount of opportunities, and in the end, we're talking about the very best, especially these two top of the food chain kind of stuff. You just want to see them to be actually able to surf, and so far Calmon, she has 2 waves, a 217 on this one, and then another misfire. Pretty rare to see this early on.
Yeah, I think she kind of anticipated a bit more speed and energy from that turn, but not able to. Again, you see almost a hiccup there. Also, again, her last heat was in much cleaner conditions, so she's probably just trying to adjust a little bit to that very slight bump that west wind is starting to show on the surface of the water. She's got a pair of 2s, 217 and a 283. So just kind of getting her feet in the wax, her knees fluid, everything kind of just getting the ball rolling with 24 minutes on the clock.
The cool thing about a day like today, you know what to expect. You've already surfed it 3 days in a row. And at this point, knowing the lack of swell out there, or, potential for more swell, better said, is that the bars haven't changed. They're breaking in the same exact place, and you've known that for the last 3 days because you've been here all day the last 3 days. And for Chloe Calmon, obviously an opportunity of a lifetime right here, coming up against a former champion at this event in Soleil Erico, where she not only makes it to the semifinals for the first time, potentially looking to be world #1 at this point of the year too. That would be huge for her. Soleil, though, with a good nose ride right there. She has a lot more to say about that, though, Carla.
Yeah, Soleil's not going to make that easy for Chloe. She knows how to put out all the stops, throwing that 10 in there, which is definitely going to catch the eye of the judges. So Soleil getting her campaign off and started. Fairly good start there for these smaller waves, but as you mentioned, plenty of waves on tap that last heat. I think JR getting something like 8 waves or something close to that. So we'll see the replay here of Soleil. Scratches into this one, does a slight fade, left go right, sets up for the nose ride with the 4 steps to the nose, nails the 10, brings it back, redirects it into the curl. She's looking for that second opening section there, doesn't reform, so she'll bring it back out to the outside. I like that it seems like they're both surfing their own heats right now. I don't sense, at least at the moment, it's still early, that they're kind of just worrying about their own surfs. In the past, you often will see them, some of these competitors, especially I think these two, kind of be a bit more battle hungry.
Definitely. 4.83, the opener for Soleil. So best wave of the heat for her so far. 22:40 to go. And it did seem like Chloe at the beginning was maybe trying to get the edge on something, establish some dominance, being better on the peak. But all in all, hasn't been able to convert on anything good. A 2.17 and just a 2.83. Big difference in comparison to the way she started off in the quarters with an 8 and a 7 on back-to-back waves, Carla, earlier this morning.
Yeah, and she did that with only 5 minutes dropped on the clock. So as we see here, those glassy conditions where she was able to pull the 5 to the sweet 10 there. Just showing that composure, showing focus, staying cool, calm, and collected. Here was the 7, I believe. Not quite as clean as that 8, but definitely a high-scoring ride for Chloe. She's just so great on that tip time. Looks so awesome on the front hand. Getting the congrats from Sarah Colhane there. That was that quarterfinal heat, but we're in the semis right now, and she is up against the one and only Soleil Erico. As you mentioned, Soleil opening up with a 4.83. Chloe with a pair of 2s. She's gonna look to almost kind of reset. Knowing Chloe, I know that wasn't really how she wanted to start those couple of waves with a bit of hiccups there. So, you know, reset, no big deal, tons of time, plenty of time to make things happen.
An 8 and a 7 in that quarterfinal for Chloe Calmon in the first 3 minutes. And just looking at the way the consistency has picked up so far in the last few heats, as soon as I say that, it goes dead flat. But in the end, you know, we talked about it, I think, especially in Soleil's heat earlier this morning. She was the first one to paddle out there. You need to leave your ego out of it at a certain point in the heat, too. She won the heat with just under 10 points, barely defeated Natalie Wunderlich. In the end, though, you get 19 points in a heat. Same thing, same result. You had to move through, Carla.
Yeah, I think that you make such a good point about kind of checking your ego at the door sometimes. It's not always an advantage to come in with too much bravado or too much overconfidence, because you can kind of shoot yourself a foot in the foot that way. So yeah, Soleil always surprises me because she is such a consistent and incredible surfer that when you see her on the glass with such humility and like almost surprised, like, yeah, I mean, I didn't really think I did it, but I didn't know I was going to do it. So it's great to kind of see that like juxtaposition of incredible athlete and humility.
Chloe Calmon with a slight lead at the moment. The person who kept the lead the majority of his quarterfinal against former champion Connie Stewart. He's looking for his first one in Huntington. J.R. Esquivel with Rosie.
Well, Mitch, every time that JR has hit the water here at the US Open, he has improved on his scoreline, saving his best here for finals day. That heat against Kaniala was a hard one. You fought so well. Some amazing scores and rides from you. Give us a recap.
Yeah, that was a tough hit. Kani surfs really good, and I know he can easily get excellent scores when the wave comes. So I'm trying to keep busy, try to get good scores, and yeah, I'm lucky that I got one good set and it connects to the inside.
And we've got a rematch in the semifinals with yourself and Taylor Jensen. Tell us about how you're going to get the win over him this year.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay focused and do what I'm doing and try to surf the wave. Yeah, and yeah, Taylor is so good. He can easily pass anyone here, and he surfs really nice, and I love surfing with him. And yeah, I can't wait to surf against him in the semifinals.
Thanks for giving us your time. We look forward to that semifinal.
Thank my sponsors. Manong Ronald, Kong Pao Ortega, and Bini, House of Representatives, and Mr. and Mr. Mualdez, and Philippine Airlines, and of course, everyone in La Union. Maraming salamat sa suporta ninyo kahit na bumabagyo dyan. Kapit lang tayo, matatapos rin yung pagsubok na yan, and sama-sama tayong bumangon. Para sa inyo to.
Thank you, Rosie. Congratulations to JR. Another stellar performance here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Let's take a look at our Pacifico finals bracket on the men's side. Mentioned that JR going to have a rematch with Taylor Jensen in semifinal number 2. That was our men's final last year. But look at semi number 1. Some new names in there. Kaya Flynn taking on Johnny the Ripper.
Both these heats are going to be super exciting to watch. We've got the kind of calm, cool, collected approach of Kaya Flint, and then that really lively and dynamic approach that Johnny the Ripper gives us. And then we look at the Taylor Jensen JR. Well, Taylor is pretty much the most consistent competitor on tour for many a year now. but the phenom, the Pinoy protege, J.R. Esquivel has been hot and ready to take the win.
Yes, he has. And want to say a big thank you to Mel Oliver, Irene Navarro, Wendell Pierce as well, down on the beach. A while ago, they gave me a huge plate of food. They didn't want me to leave their area, and they were trying to continue to feed me. I told them, hey, guys, I'm trying to lose weight, not gain some more. All the rice you're trying to feed me.
I was up in the Bonsai athlete booth, and I saw you from over there, and I could have sworn I saw someone wiping some sauce. With
They didn't want to let me leave.
Yeah, and you were like, no, I have to go, guys, I have to go. Yeah, really welcoming community the Filipinos are. And just to take a moment, La Union has experienced an incredible Category 4 typhoon a few days ago, and it's not something that generally happens in that area. The southern and the eastern part, or rather the western part of the coastlines, no, eastern part of the coastlines tend to be more exposed to those typhoons, and they were affected quite extensively. So just a shout out to them and wishing you guys best.
16:20 on the clock. Calmon with priority, only looking to improve on a 2:17 to extend her lead. Meanwhile, Erico needs less than a 1 to be able to move up into first. Here goes Chloe in the blue jersey, looking left for the first time really this heat. Great touch of the 5 right there for her second nose ride so far in this wave. And once again, not only the consistency, it seems like that south swell slowly pushing in and really allowing for that connection through to the inside, especially in the mid part of the wave. And Erico, well, had to give way to that one, which seems to be potentially the best wave of the heat so far.
Definitely. She's definitely going to throw away one of those 2s, the 2.83 and a 2.17. And as you mentioned, the waves kind of coming more on offer here as the tides filled in a bit, offering the ladies here a bit more time to get some scores into the reform. You see her get the 5, nice fast steps to the 5 and the 10, gets the 5 again, as she kind of bobs and weaves and works that rail into the drop knee, trying to get into the reform there. Not able to, as you see that deep zone in the sand there, kind of fatten that wave out.
So deserving of the season wild card she has been granted in 2025. Talking about somebody who is still looking for her first world championship in her young career. Only 30 years of age, but she's been around at least 15, 16 years. And talk about an illustrious career. Long time one of the sole representatives of Brazil as well on the female longboard tour things. But once again, capitalizing on a golden opportunity and a chance right here to potentially become world #1 at the beginning of the season. That would be huge for her when we talk about the way she has struggled with her confidence and really the way to keep up consistency throughout the year. She's looking for her first victory here in HB.
I mean, it would be an incredible way to start off the tour for her. Like you said, having taken some time off, reassess her values and what's important to her, finding that being here and still searching for that world title is important and a priority to her, and coming hopefully with a new perspective. I really want to see her attain that. You know, it's hard to come up against somebody like Soleil. Love Soleil, great family, support her 100%. But for lack of a better phrase, maybe it's Chloe's turn. But she does well. Third wave comes in at a 6.17, so definitely setting that spread apart from Soleil a bit. Soleil opened up with just a 4.83, and she's still looking for a second wave. That second wave, she only needs a 4.18, super attainable for Soleil. Last heat, we know she only had the total in that 9 range, didn't quite hit the double-digit mark. So at this point, because Chloe has already dropped that 6, Soleil is going to be thinking, all right, I got to think bigger.
You got to match it at least, right? Here she goes. Good touch of the 5 right there for Erica. Once again, much better, tighter 5. And able to convert with priority on this wave right here. How's the style coming out of that nose ride too? And it seems like Calmon was going left on that one, so going to be able to see what she was able to do on the split peak situation. Down to 13 minutes right here. I'm really impressed in particular in this event with a lot of the surfers really converting on opportunities with priority being used, Carla.
Yeah, what a great drop knee right there from Chloe. As she works it all the way into the inside there, not able to do so. I think we're going to be waiting for that score to drop. That was after her 6.17, and then here we see Soleil. This is her second ride. Stylishly turns it into the right hand swing of the wave, gets the 5, goes back, gets another 5 to 10. brings it back into that reform section, looking for that open inside. Almost looks like it's gonna do it a little bit more, but then it just disappears as it gets a bit closer.
That stall's incredible, though. I mean, the way she has her back foot still basically pointed all the way down. To me, there is a certain type of art that it takes to be able to do that too, and of course, physical ability as well. Last of Calmon, she does improve by a good margin on the 2.83. It's a 5.03 now for Chloe. And Soleil on her last, needing at least a 6.37 to move up into first. She goes again, under priority. To the nose. Great nose ride right there by Eriko. Boy, once again, looking really fun out there. At least they're making it look that way, Carla, because still difficult. Water's a bit chilly. And she's making her way through to the inside right here. And a nice little touch of the lip right there to finish things off on her third ride in the first 19 minutes of this heat, waiting on a couple of scores for her.
Yeah, that wave was the first to kind of make it all the way to the inside, so definitely going to be a decent score for Soleil as Chloe's paddling to try to answer back. She's got the priority situation right now as Soleil paddles back out. Scores dropping for Red, looking pretty high here. She's looking for a 6.37, and she does it. Drops a 6.5, so now Soleil in the lead with the 6.5 and a 4.83, putting Chloe in second place, sitting with priority, needing a 5.17.
And just under 11 minutes to go as well. And we are waiting for one more score for the new heat leader, Soleil Eriko, and a tough matchup against Chloe Calmon out of Brazil. Let's take a bouncer brew break. Be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Hogue, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Visit Huntington Beach, the official destination marketing organization of Surf City USA. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. I am at the spot where it all ends. If you come on down to Huntington Beach, we're at the Welcome Center presented by Visit Huntington Beach. This has everything you possibly need to know to make sure that your trip here is absolutely fantastic. You can learn about the history of this place. It is so incredibly storied. And Mitch, I have a little trivia question for you before we get back to the action. So I want to know if you know what the name of the ballroom was that was built next to the pier in 1938.
know, AJ. You got me on that one.
You know what? I didn't know either. It's a very trick question, but it's called the Pavilion Ballroom. There was even a saltwater plunge at the end of this pier at one point in time. So really cool. Come check out the history happening in the water and the history that has already happened here in Huntington Beach if you're coming down to the contest.
Appreciate it, AJ. Thank you very much. And huge props to Visit Huntington Beach for the incredible hospitality that they always provide for us here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. 7:20 on the clock between Errico and Calmon in semifinal number 1. So big situation change right here, Carla. Chloe now with priority after dropping the 6.17. Backed it up with a 5.03. But look at the last two of Errico. Very efficient. Her scoreline throwing away a 4.83. Her lowest score now is a 6.5.
Yeah, definitely put herself in a very strong position here. Chloe now needing a 7.06, an absolutely attainable score, given that we know in the last round she pulled an 8 and a 7. So Chloe just probably trying to stay calm, stay focused, keep her eyes on the horizon. And if it were me, I'd be trying to keep an eye on that left that she was able to get in the last round, trying to get that 8 once again.
Couple of hours off of that situation that you're talking about, though. The tide has come up fairly since then. Different conditions, but I think it might come down to the use of the rail, as we've seen Errico really be able to combine things, both her nose riding and her rail surfing ability. Once again, it just seems like she has found her rhythm out there with the ocean. And talking about somebody who not only made the final here last year, has won in the past. Last year's runner-up, before that a world champion in 2023. Wow, she is just truly converting on every wave that she's ridden so far in this heat. As soon as I say that, once again, the jinx doesn't fully ride out of the last one, but still damage done on the outside.
Yeah, that wave was pretty much over already. She did connect it into that inside reform section, so that's going to be a plus already for her. We've seen all through the event that when the riders, as you see her, get the 5 to the maybe tight 5 there, holding her ground through the whitewater section, rebounds it back around into the curl. And then as you see, she kind of pets the kitty, but see, she gets that little inside tip tine almost, kind of comes up it. She tries to pet the foamy kitty on the inside.
Well, there's all types here. You got calicos, you got the Siamese.
Moon, what do you call those? The big ones, big furry ones.
Oh, the Maine Coons.
Maine Coon.
Big fan of those ones. I'm a big cat guy myself. I love felines, yeah.
Okay.
Tigers, cheetahs, jaguars. I'm telling you, Tom Kenny from SpongeBob is going to be coming down later on this week. Got to get a Gary impersonation with him. Looking at our tides for HB today. 0.7 on the low at 6:55, basically at 7 a.m. It's 11:35 local time here in Huntington Beach. So the high coming up in about a couple of hours. 4.5, good difference, good contrast in the low and the high.
Yeah, quite a big contrast with enough of that kind of sweeping motion to send swell in. I feel like when the tides are rather even, you don't really, without that sweeping out or pushing in, sometimes the sets have a hard time coming in as well. But we've got good tide. We've got plenty of little south swell in the water. 4 minutes on the clock with Calmon looking for a 7. As we see her standing up, trying to get some eyes across the horizon as far as she can see. Definitely probably feeling the pressure at this point as the minutes wind down. But such an incredible showing thus far from Chloe Calmon and her return to the WSL Tour.
So say, sorry to interrupt you, say it finishes right here. Still, Bells, a getaway for her style. Abu Dhabi maybe the one wild card because we haven't truly seen her in a jersey right there. But El Salvador, it's a wave she's been to multiple times over there at El Sunsal. So do you feel like her chance is still making top 8 right there?
Oh, this party ain't over, right? We're just getting it started now. She's basically just made an entrance and shown her first outfit, right? She's gonna have an outfit change, give us something new for Bells. I know she likes kind of that bigger surf and does well with, you know, water on the face. So I think she'll she'll prove to do pretty well in Bells. As you mentioned, Abu Dhabi, we have yet to see her there, but she does have experience in the wave pools. So I don't really think that'll hiccup her too much. And then obviously if she is able to make that top 8, we'll see her in El Salvador, and she is definitely a fan of Sunsol. But she's got to beat Soleil Erico right here with a 7.06. Winding moments down. It looks like she's racing over and gonna take a spin.
Oh, and it might be both of them 2 up at the same time. I'm gonna stick with Calmon though. Split peak.
Okay, out for Soleil. Chloe's still going on the left. We know she's been incredibly successful on these lefts, already garnering 7s and 8s. She's looking for a 7.06. I want to see the replay to kind of break it down again. I'm not quite sure it's going to reach that high there, but minute 50 left on the clock. She's going to hustle her hiney out there.
Looking at the replay here, needs the best of the heat on this one.
Definitely get some tip time. Not the cleanest of nose rides we've seen thus far. It's also not as clean as her last heat. Get some more tip time there. Not able to get into the reform, kind of rides the wave out a little bit too far out into the shoulder in order to get back into the power zone. We'll wait and see how that score drops.
Yeah, I think it's gonna fall short, unfortunately, for Chloe. Good effort though, and had the wave in front of her. It just didn't really cooperate the way she wanted to. It's gonna come through what seems to be in the high 4s, low 5s for her. So still gonna be needing the 7.06 to 5.03. 1 minute on the clock, and look at Erico. She is truly going towards her full speed, knowing well that she has priority, wants to control the peak right here. And at this point, can't really let Chloe go on either a right or a left, knowing how good she is going both on the backhand and the forehand.
No, it's safe to say that Soleil will be a pretty big speed bump for Chloe at this point, making sure that she can't get a wave. You can see a bit of the pressure on hand there on Chloe's face, but yeah, she's got a new perspective, so hope she keeps herself light.
Well, also, another thing to really note, as a season wildcard, she has to come from the very bottom of the rankings too. She tends to have to face the highest seeds throughout the event too, which also make things a lot more difficult for her throughout the run in the event. 10 seconds, so this wave's gonna count. 7.06 is what she needs. Tight 5 right there by Calmon. And the heat is over. This wave's still counting though. Needs the best of the heat, 7.06, and despite a good effort, it seems like once again this score might come down just a bit short of the requirement. And a moment to reflect from Chloe. Good start to her campaign in 2025, waiting for scores to make things official, as Erico right here did surf a strong heat, had a couple of 6s in her score line, and it's not going to be enough for Chloe Calmon. She's going to have to settle with a 3rd place finish here at the Lexus US Open. Heat 2 coming up, Malia Ilagan taking on SoCal's Avalon Gall. young surfer out of Ventura, California, Malia Ilagan, earlier this morning defeating our defending event champion Rachel Tilley with a strong performance, Carla, a 6.67 and a 5.93, more than 12 points in her heat total, just barely edging out SoCal's own Rachel Tilley in a strong performance, not only from Ilagan, now her career best result, at least a semifinal right here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, it was a super special moment for Malia. I gotta be honest, they were telling me to hide, that I needed to hide. I'm like, I ain't hiding, I'm gonna congratulate this girl. Yeah, super stoked for her. As you mentioned, a career high. I honestly didn't think it was gonna happen. Rachel's so consistent. She knows this wave really well. I want, you know, I have belief in Malia, but I know what Rachel is capable of. So, yeah, it was a pleasant surprise that Malia was able to squeeze through there.
Malia Ilagan, Avalon Gall, our two semifinalists right here in number 2 of the women's round. And the product out of Laguna Beach up and riding right here. Gall, who tends to surf San Onofre quite a bit during the summertime. Partner Kaimana on the beach supporting her as well. And of course, her shaper, but as you really say, her board builder, Michael Takayama, also supporting her right here. And truly not only the best longboard tour career result so far for Avalon, most importantly, really a lot of come from behind wins for her so far in this event too, Carla.
Yeah, and that opening ride there of hers was definitely a strong way to set the tone here, going on the left, going right to the tip with the 4 steps, gets a tight 5, brings it back around with a nice lively cut back into the curl. As she reforms into this inside here, it doesn't quite materialize for her, but really a great opening ride for Avalon. And as you mentioned, she rides the Takayama, the Michael Takayama boards, who is a board builder, meaning he not only designs the shape, he shapes the foam, and then he glasses and sands and polishes and is a part of every step. And we have shapers who shape that design and shape, and then we also have designers. And believe it or not, there's people out there with the technology that are able to design on a computer and then hand it over to somebody else to get dusty and messy, and then they put their name on it. So we've got various levels of board creators.
5.5 the opener for Avalon. And Michael, by the way, Uncle Michael, is also a ripper. He spent a few years competing in the Mexi Log Fest himself. And for a good number of years, he was actually really a force to be reckoned with when it comes to competing here in Southern California during the regional longboard tour. Coming up against a very young and talented Malia Ilagan out of Ventura, California. She rides Wayne Rich's surfboards, and of course, knowing the location where she comes from in Ventura, a lot of talented surfers, also a lot of creative lines that you have to take given the amount of wind swell that you tend to get a lot in North County.
Yeah, there is a lot of wind swell that comes up there, but we get a lot of good ground swell. In the area that she's from in Ventura, her main break being Surfers Point, C Street. And that break particularly is open to quite a bit of swell. So even in the south swell summertime like this, you'll get the swinger sets kind of come in. But generally speaking, those northwest swells are going to be the primo direction for the area. And of course, same with Rincon, the queen of the coast. So she's definitely had her experience built on quality waves as opposed to some of the more...
With less quantity though, right?
Sometimes less quantity, but not always. And two, there's your secret spot here and there.
Ah.
There's a secret spot here and there that, no, I will not be sharing.
You shouldn't divulge it on the broadcast.
I will not divulge.
Maybe you can like give me a list on a sheet of paper if you want later on.
Yeah, one that will burn after.
Well, C Street, I can tell you one thing. Nobody goes left, and that's kind of my own peak over there, top of the point, and tends to seem like one of the good secrets out there here in Ventura County. Avalon Gall in the lead at the moment with just a 5.5. Once again, back-to-back finals for Malibu's own Soleil Erico. She's with Rosie.
She must be feeling pretty comfortable in this position. Back-to-back finals, like you said, Mitch. How does that feel? How does that sit with you to have another chance to win a US Open of Surfing?
It feels super good. I was glad there were more waves in that heat, and there were some rides that I could pick off. I mean, yeah, I'm happy to be in the finals. Chloe's such a tough competitor, so it's like I had to be on my game. But yeah, it's a good feeling.
Let's talk about matching up with Chloe. She took the year off last year, so coming into this one, did you know what to expect competing against her?
Yeah, I mean, I expected her to come back even stronger. I feel like taking a year off just mentally just makes you stronger, and I commend her for doing that and knowing her body and psyche. So it's, yeah, I've been competing against her for years. She's so tough. She's been ripping. So yeah, but glad I made it.
And what's it going to take to get the win over here?
You know, just hopefully more waves. And I mean, I'm just happy to be in the final, first or second. I get a trophy and a good placing. So yeah, it'd be really sick to win. I haven't won a US Open, and it's definitely on my bucket list, but we'll see.
Can't wait to see if you achieve that goal. Soleil, thanks for the time. We'll see you in the final.
Thank you, Rosie, and congratulations to Soleil Erico. Last 3 years, including this one, she's had at least a guaranteed final right now. So second place, the worst she can do at this moment. But get this, 23 makes the semis. Last year gets second, and now once again, at least second guaranteed for Soleil Erico. SoCal dream for her, the surfer out of Malibu.
Yeah, as I mentioned, she's so consistent. So pulling her in a heat is definitely going to make you kind of be at your best game. And Chloe, I think, gave it a really good run for her money and showed her surfing and her talent. Just wasn't able to lock in the waves that she needed to. Looks like Avalon's the only one on the board right now with a 5-5 and a 1-5. Malia playing a little different game out there, trying to be a bit more, I think, selective. At the moment, that's not playing in her favor with 21 minutes on the clock.
Well, for defense, 18 years of age to be in this moment right here in the spotlight. First time she's probably surfing with a broadcast as big as this. That's a big moment, not only in her career, really in her life too.
100%. It's big moments, big things happening, and you know, you got to just kind of take it as it comes, take it in stride, hold on to the memories, learn from the lessons, take it all to next time.
So Gall at the moment, 5.5, 1.5. Career best result for both of these surfers. Ilagan is a rookie on tour, though. So just qualified earlier this year. Was able to win the event at the Steel Pier Classic in Virginia Beach. And Avalon, well, she's been a staple on tour for a couple of years now. Just a quick one there for her. And a lot of these waves just going into that deep spot, as you were mentioning, halfway through. And it seems like Ilagan looking to get things going right here to start things off in semi-2 for her. Up and riding. And not a whole lot just yet. And really the wave not allowing her anything on the outside. And unfortunately for her, had to use priority to go on that one too. 20 minutes on the clock here.
Yeah, that wave started out looking like it was going to be a heat-winning wave. Fortunately, she wasn't really able to like lock her line in order to set up for any nose ride. She turns it, but you see how she's already stuck in the whitewater here, so she's trying to kind of find that open line again. She requires her to cut back a bit to try to find some tip time, but the wave was already into that deep spot on the inside there. You can see her emotion on the face there. She wasn't feeling that one at all. But plenty of time on the clock, 19.5 minutes still remaining.
Look at the youngest world champ, Rachel Tilley. She was able to defeat her in the last round she surfed in the quarterfinals. Her age, 18, obviously something that resembles the career of Rachel in herself too. But all in all, you want to be able to be one of the best in the world. The only way to prove it is by defeating those big names that you look up to, eventually qualify to this point, make it here. And for some people, obviously some large expectations. Same thing for our fans. As we look at our Pacifico fan picks right now, 55% in the favor of the rookie Malia Ilagan. Meanwhile, 45% in favor of the Laguna Beach surfer Avalon Gall. Really tight numbers right there, though, Carla.
Super tight numbers. I'm going to be willing to bet there was a pretty big Filipino aspect to that voting right there, I'm sure. But yeah, 18.5 minutes on the clock. Malia just has one score, nothing really to get excited about. She's gonna kind of hold her ground. We were talking earlier, she tends to like being under priority, giving her kind of that permission to just stay busy and not worry about like, oh, I have to make sure I'm on the best set or blocking my opponent. So I think right now being under priority, hopefully she'll be able to get her campaign underway with a little bit more fire.
Well, there's freedom to roam. I mean, as you know, I'm a big baseball fan myself, and it's like when you're going up against the ace of the other team, you're in a 3-0 count. You know that the next pitch that's coming, it's a fastball right down the middle. You're either on time with that thing and you're hitting it out of the ballpark, or you're fouling it off. And in the end, there's really no loss right there. You're either gonna, get something that'll foul out or eventually turn into a run. And I think especially for somebody as young as her, this is the moment, really. If you're able to demonstrate you can win at this pace, especially against somebody who hadn't been as relevant as right now either as Avalon, you can do it right here in Huntington, and kind of the perfect showcase, large broadcast for the first time, and being able to already win an event earlier this year at a longboard QS level within the region. It has been huge for her. 17 on the clock, and it's really only been Avalon Gall at the moment with the 5.5. The only score of consequence so far in Semi 2. We got the men coming up. Ellis Flint taking on Van Hohenstein when we come back.
Here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach.
The U.S. Open of Surfing is one of the most unique venues in all of professional surfing. There is a circus happening around you at any given time.
Yeah, the crowds always turn up, and there's the pier, so it's kind of got this stadium environment.
Because so many great surfers have won this contest, so that's another big part of it.
History has always been written here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, and we could see one of our youngest champions in the history of the event up and riding right here, Malia Ilagan out of Ventura, California, looking for the best number of the heat, a 7.76 or better to move up into the top spot of this one. Mitch and Carla with you. Carla, what you think? It seems like the best wave for Malia so far.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be her high score, but she's only sitting with a 1 and a .23. Throws in some body English there. Definitely going to be a high score. We'll see if it ups the ante from Avalon's 5.5. Unfortunately, not able to kind of have that completed moment at the end there as the wave kind of fattens and ends. Peters out there for Malia. 13 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. I'm really feeling nervous right now, Mitch. Yeah, I want to see how that score drops. As you said, pretty much an important moment, really, for both of these ladies, having this be their career high. Furthest that they've both made it in the longboard tour. Malia going ahead and taking under priority on the right here, gets stuck behind the whitewater, kicks out. Looks like she's going to be dropping something similar to Avalon's first wave. Looks like it comes in just a nod ahead at a 5.6. And then she follows up with a 2.0. So she takes away those first scrappy waves. Now she's sitting with a 7.60 total, looking for a very small and very attainable 3.23.
And there are the 5 scores by our judges on the 5.6. So now needing, as you said, a low 3 to move up into the lead. Lots of time still on the clock. And Avalon Gall, the heat leader with priority at the moment, only looking to improve on a 3.33 herself. Talented young surfer, and it seems like she truly resembles her auntie to my left, Carla. Not getting her hair wet so far in the first 18 minutes of the heat right here in these semis.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. We haven't had a close-up shot of Avalon, but I'm sure both these girls are going with the dry hair sesh.
Good chance. Up and riding again, Ilagan. Gets to the nose. That's a tight 5 right there by Malia. Get it pacing. Wants to bring it down all the way to the beach. Keeping that trim line. That wave's going to fizzle up, but did not need a huge number. Meanwhile, on the outside, Gall with the answer back. 12 minutes to go. And using priority on this one is Avalon. Get a footwork. That wave also just going to slowly dissipate on the inside. She wasn't looking to improve on a whole lot herself either, though. Just a 3.33, what she is looking to better.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident that Avalon's going to toss away that 3.33. Malia looking for a 3.23, but that's going to change as we see these other scores drop. Malia drops a 3.20 on her last ride. Here we see the replay of it here. Chooses to go left, does 4 quick steps to the nose, gets the 5 to the quick 10, and then whaps it around. Again, both these ladies trying to get into that inside reform, but it's just not quite happening yet. And then we'll see the replay here of Gall. She does 2 steps to the nose to a 10. So a little bit different number of steps, but kind of similar format, where they both kind of got the nose right and then bring it back into the curl, only for the wave to kind of dissipate underneath them.
11 minutes to go, so just under the requirement. And I mean, when I say just, it is literally just underneath a 3.23. Ends up getting a 3.2. Irrelevant, though, due to the fact that Gall ends up replacing her low score, now a 4.33, her second best. That means that Malia, now with priority, Carla, needing a 4.23 or better to move up into first place. Still plenty of time. Basically a third of the heat left, but this is really going to demonstrate what she's capable of. Are you able to mount a comeback right here in the back third of the heat, knowing that Gall still much potential to improve on her low score?
Right, and now that she is in priority, how she uses that priority is going to be pretty key. We saw in her last heat, she kind of kept giving up priority when she would have it each time. So there was a bit of discussion on how to be sure to be working your priority in the most efficient and intellectual way possible. With just under 10 minutes left on the clock, as you mentioned, she's looking for a 4.23. Last of Gall coming in at a 4.33. I think it would have been higher for Gall had she gotten 4 steps up to the nose as opposed to just the 2 quick steps. But she did nail that nose ride and hold it for a bit of time, so I think that's why she got a bit of the nod over Malia's 3.2.
So just going to look at some fancy footwork on the 5.6 of Malia Ilagan, the best score of the heat so far. And if we pause it right there, can really see the way she is not only able to bring this foot on, but all in all, that is a tight 5 as possibly as you can. And this back foot right here just behind it, but wow. Talk about fancy footwork, way to really capitalize on a golden opportunity and the best wave of the heat so far. Good stuff right there by the 18-year-old Aventura. Look at that, tight stuff and fancy footwork once again by Malia Ilagan.
Also, if you take note of her arms and how she's really purposeful with the arms, uses them to help redirect that turn into the power source. Beautiful surfing from Malia, as you mentioned. That is the high-scoring wave so far, just above Avalon Gall's first ride, which came in at a 5.5. Malia looking for a 4.23 at the moment with 8 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
How many surfers under the age of 20 do you truly think we see that are capable of making the female side of the World Longboard Tour, because it seems more to me, especially, you know, here in Southern California, that there's quite a few. I mean, it's only my second or third year knowing of the name Malia Ilagan. It's been about 5 or 6 since I've actually met Avalon. But it seems like more and more of a lot of those 15, 16-year-olds making a jump into qualifying for the World Longboard Tour.
Well, and thank goodness, because our sport will die out without the next generation coming up and kind of, you know, taking the ranks and taking the positions of, you know, those of us that have helped pave the way. So it's important to have these young ladies. We've got Cash Hoover also coming up, obviously Ginger Kaimi coming up. So it is an international fair of young women leading the charge for the next generation of longboarding.
You see Brooke Stevens every now and then still. County line surfer, yeah, really good. A goofy footer. I met her a few years ago at the Mexi Logs Fest, but a big fan of her. And Sophia Arki we saw on the beach earlier today, South Bay surfer, Avalon. Mentioned meeting her a few years ago with her partner Kaimana at the Mexi Log Fest. And you know, you get them all together, they definitely know how to have a ton of fun too, but those free surfs, man, especially once you get everybody that's multi-talented in different facets of the game, I'm telling you from personal experience, it's almost hard for me to not only paddle out to the location wanting to experience how good they are, but at the same time, if you actually want to catch a wave, it's impossible to be able to do that right there.
It ain't happening. Right? But wow, what a viewpoint, right? When you go out and you get to see it. It's one thing to see it here on screen or even from the beach, but to see it up front and personal in the water really does make a difference. We're going to watch this replay of this left here of Gall. As you notice, this, I think this is that 4.33. She does just 2 steps up to the nose, but does get a tight, critical nose ride. And then the wave just dissipates on the inside.
So does it improve? It's a 3.23. And Logan's still with priority, though. 4.23, close heat. I mean, look at the heat totals. Everybody's got something in the 5s. It's really just been the better backup by Avalon, though. It has kept her in first place. Once again, men's semifinals coming up. Kai Ellis Flint, John Michael Van Hohenstein, and then a rematch of last year's final in Semi 2. You do not want to miss out on that one. Taylor Jensen, our current and defending event champion, taking on J.R. Esquivel. There's Johnny the Ripper talking some story with his opponent. Kai Ellis Flint actually had the wrong jersey on. Luckily for us, Porter Robbins doing a great job down there, being the beach marshal. Well,
that's classic.
It gave us a good moment before they paddle out.
Could you imagine they go out and Johnny's getting Kai's scores and vice versa?
Well, at that point, I mean, the people upstairs are good enough that they'd switch it out. But it is pretty funny that even at the highest of levels, that still happens.
Well, you know, when you get this high in the game, too, well, A, we've been here for 4 days now. So by the day 4 for everyone, you're on a little bit of an edge.
A bender.
You're on the bender.
No sleep.
They're
anxiety.
competing. Anxiety. You know, just that intensity, the adrenaline constantly going up and down. So yeah, I think at this point in the game, you know, I guess it's no wonder that stuff doesn't happen more often.
Oh, you know how many questions a day I get? Hey, you know when I'm surfing? I'm like, dude, I just work here. There's a schedule for a reason. You can check it online, and that's just us. Imagine the people that are actually upstairs. Will Hayden Smith, director of the regionals and longboard tour. I mean, can't even imagine the kind of stress and how many funny stories he probably has to share with a lot of the competitors that he deals with worldwide. All in all, though, we are talking about world-class surfers, world-class athletes. And to be perfectly fair, surfing's so much more different than a lot of other sports worldwide. The playing field changes not only multiple times per day, it changes per event.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier in the week my cousin, Erin Hurley. She's an incredible MMA, jiu-jitsu athlete, black belt, coach, and she does mental performance coaching. And we talk a lot about the similarities between surfing and jiu-jitsu because they're very like self-focused sports. It's not really a team thing. The different dynamics between athletes. But you're right, compared to most mainstream sports, we are so unique, even more than jiu-jitsu, considering that we're using the ocean in this element of nature that definitely has a mind of its own and doesn't really care what we have planned.
Well, the mat's always there.
Yeah.
I mean, the waves aren't.
Exactly,
You know? And
exactly.
depending on time of the day, too, you might be facing a different kind of tide, something completely different that you would be looking at during competition time, too. And that's why I always say props to 11-time world champion Kelly Slater to what he's been able to do. And I think that he should be considered a lot more in one of the greatest athletes of all time conversation himself. 2 minutes 55 to go. Gall still with the lead. Low scores a 4.33. It's been a few minutes since Ilagan has been able to catch a wave. She does have priority, needing a 4.23, and does have the best of the heat so far, a 5.6. But once again, hasn't been able to get anything in a few minutes, and not for lack of trying. She's searching for it. She's been going up and down the beach and any kind of peak. Unfortunately for her, nothing's popped up, Carla.
Yeah, when I put my coach hat on, I can't really say that there's too much that she's necessarily done wrong in this heat. You know, a lot of these heats have kind of been at the mercy of the consistency of the waves, or rather the lack thereof, and that's just affected the scoring opportunity for some surfers. Malia does have a bump coming here.
Ooh.
She's sitting on the left corner, Avalon kind of on the right. Malia's in priority, so she can do pretty much whatever she wants.
Oh, man, is she going to be able to get into it, though? And she is. 1 minute 50. This wave is huge at this point. Touches a really tight 5 right there. Needing a mid-range score of 4.23 or better, 1 minute 40. Gall with priority now.
It's going to be tight.
Is that the third best wave of this heat so far?
I want to see that replay again. You know, not most of the girls in this heat particularly, they didn't get a lot of reform onto the inside, so that seems pretty equal among both of them. But she gets the bottom turn, she gets the nose ride to the quick 10. Didn't really hold the 10 along that long, so I don't know if it'll quite go up into that 5 range. But she's only looking for the 4.23. So, you know, God willing, the judges think they see it and they'll hand it over, but we shall wait and see.
Beg your pardon, needing the 4th best wave of the heat, but I mean, in the end, 0.1, 0.2, it ain't gonna make a huge amount of difference right here for her. She's basically looking for at least a 4 or 5 if she wants to kind of shut the door per se against Avalon. Waiting on the number, 40 seconds. Gall with priority, and it seems like she might be playing a little bit of defense. I think she feels like Malia didn't get the score required, but we're still waiting for it. 30 seconds to go. And there are many waves that are comparable to that one in this heat so far. 20 seconds. And she might not be looking at leaving things to chance. Gall with a paddle. She's gonna be up. This wave doesn't seem to have any kind of scoring potential though, so with 10 seconds, it's gonna come down to the last of Malia Ilagan, and it's locked in. It is not enough. A 3.83 for the surfer from Ventura in the red. She's gonna have to settle for a semifinal finish here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. But that means Goofy v Regular in the final. Soleil Erico taking Avalon Gall in our women's final. Coming up, men's semis after the break.
Te Ahupo'o. There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, it's a surf mecca.
Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago with priority. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag.
The end boss of the WSL Championship Tour, the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Well, let's talk about the performance from Avalon Gall. That was about as tight as a heat can get, taking out Malia by just the slimmest of margins, 9.43 and a 9.83. So it's been tight throughout the entire day. It's going to continue to be so. I'm Chris Cote. That's Sam Blakely. We've been really enjoying finals day. The sun's out. The crowd has shown up here in Huntington Beach, and the waves have been plenty consistent. Some big numbers coming through. I'm projecting an epic set of semifinals, and of course, our two finals are going to be amazing.
Absolutely, and big shout out to Avalon there. Her first major final on the World Longboard Tour. But Malia, what a great result. If somebody said before the event you were going to get third, she would have been blown away. But she deserved to get third, and I think it's healthy for her psychologically to have not made it to the final, because maybe it's a little bit too early in the season to have that amazing result. And this will be a great building block for one of the more talented up-and-coming longboarders in the world.
I feel like we're seeing some Cinderella stories being developed. Avalon Gall, of course, we've heard her name for a long time in the upper ranks of professional longboarding, but for her to get a huge victory here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, I mean, that would propel her towards superstardom and, of course, towards a potential world title. Well, semifinals are set for the men. This one's going to be fun. 7 names in total. Kai Ellis Flint, Jean-Michael Van Hohenstein. Got Johnny the Ripper versus one of the smoothest surfers in the draw, Kai Ellis Flint. This was literally a second after the buzzer blew, starting off with Johnny the Ripper.
Really nice. Good fade in, gets the 5, gets the 10, holds the 10, walks out of that 10 as that wave dies and just does that cut back kick out. And this is our first 2.67 for Kai Ellis Flint, straight to the tip, finds the 5, roller coaster nose ride on the tip there. But as that wave just starts to fade, he walks back to see if there's any more trim, but there's no more. And both surfers with a small score to start, you're expecting them to be replacing those scores on the next sets.
Absolutely. So these are 30-minute heats still. We're going to go to 35 in the finals. At the moment, we have 25-28 to go. Jean-Michael with the slim edge for now. While these surfers wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down to the glass. Rosie Hodge is with Avalon Gall.
Avalon, your first final, but not only that, right here at your doorstep at Huntington Beach. How special is that for you?
Oh, really special, and just have all my friends here is the best.
And, you know, this morning you had to get through Khalees. Right in that semi-final, you were up against Malia. Those have been tricky heats. How have you managed today?
Yeah, just kind of just hoping for any little wave to come in, honestly, and just, yeah, hope everybody gets waves today, honestly.
And we got such a great final with yourself and Soleil. What do you make of that matchup?
Yeah, I love Soleil. I've been surfing with her since we were kids, and can't wait to surf with her in the final.
And just a short time before you hit the water, will you change anything or just stick to the same game plan?
Oh, kind of just stick to the same thing, just hope to get anything that breaks.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You're into the final. Congratulations, Avalon.
Yeah, thank you, Rosie. Avalon Gall, finalist for the first time. It's going to be super exciting to see what the women do in their final matchup. 24-15 here, and Johnny the Ripper makes it all the way to the sand. He's surfing with a lot of power, a lot of speed, still the ability to run up and back from the nose. So this is kind of a cool balance of opposites here. You got Jean-Michael Van Hohenstein, a.k.a. Johnny the Ripper, who I would say is got an electric style, big turns, really kind of flamboyant through those turns, swinging his arms, dropping his back knee, whereas Kai Ellis Flint, silky smooth, still has a whip when he goes into a turn, but really cool opposite styles here.
And look at the whip into this the way that he faded with that left go right, that was a great textbook example of how to get behind the section. And he just really then gets nice and low here and stands himself up for the drop knee setup on the inside for a backside 10, and then a nice re-entry right through to the inside sand. So an incredibly well-ridden wave. I like what I saw from Kai Ellis-Flint. This is Johnny, gets that tight 5, stretches that 5 into the foam, gets low, stands a bit taller, eyes up the opportunity for a reform back low, and now walks back to the tail to redirect for a high line into the 5, and then just widens his stance as he just kicks out on the inside. I think that Kai Ellis-Flint is going to get the better of that exchange, and I think that that example of the left go right, where you're literally heading into the wave as if you're going to get a left-hander, and you swing that back in the direction of trim, and that allows you to get behind the section for the nose ride. It was a good example, and of course, Johnny the Ripper on his career best performance at Huntington here. Of course, he's been in a final before. He's had some big results in 2023. Got second in El Salvador at Sunzal, losing out to Connie Ellis-Stewart in that grand final. He got a second also last year. He got to the final in Abu Dhabi, lost out to Stephen Sawyer. But Huntington was a 9th last year, so this is a career best for him here at Surf City, USA, and he's hunting for that grand final himself.
Well, scores are starting to roll in. 22 minutes left. Kai Ellis-Flint drops his highest number yet, a 6.83. Johnny comes through with a 5.33, so things are pretty even at the moment. John Michael Van Hohenstein only needs a 4.18. For Kai Ellis-Flint, same story. Best career result here in Huntington Beach. He's been really just chill all week long, saying that I think in his early morning interviews when we made the call, he's just been saying, you know what? I woke up feeling good. I'm relaxed. I'm just going to go with the flow. He said that he's not going to overdo anything. He's just going to ride the waves as they should appropriately be ridden. And so far, it's been so good from Kai Ellis-Flint, riding his own signature self-shaped surfboard. And we've got a paddle. Shawn Michael does have priority, and he's definitely made an effort towards this wave, but he might have just been sold a lemon. Now he gets up. I'm going to give him some credit for even getting into that wave. Things went a little awry. He went down. I don't think you can call that a priority error quite yet, because there still is 20 minutes, 50 seconds left. I'm just proud of him for catching that wave. The wave was flat.
Yeah, it was smart of Kai Ellis-Flint to pull out from that one, because he did have priority. It was a hard wave to catch, but Johnny then went hard into that. He tries to get the heels, and it was interesting that Kai Ellis-Flint pulled out a hang heel in his quarterfinal heat against Stephen Sawyer. There's the 5, the heels, the walk back, just catches that rail, takes a fall. But we talked about the chilled personality of Kai, but there's a depth to his surfing this week. He's digging deep, and he had to dig really deep to beat Stephen Sawyer, our 2018 world champion, that quarterfinal. And it came down to the last few exchanges where Kai didn't give up. He really started to think about putting more risk into his waves, and it was actually a hang heels that made the difference, that got him the score. 5 through a section into a critical hang heels that was backed up by other maneuvers, but I felt like it was a little bit of extra interest and creativity that was rewarded by the judges, because it was critical. It was through the section. It looked functional, and it looked fantastic. And I talked to him afterwards, and he did say, yes, he's got hunger, he's got fire, and you can see that he wants to go big. And we put some, some conversations out there together behind closed doors, you and I, Chris, about some of our favorites this week, and we both felt positive about Kai Ellis-Flint, so it's great to see him run this far.
Well, he's got 19 minutes, 20 seconds to defend what right now is a precarious lead. Johnny the Ripper only needs a 4.18. Our second semifinal will feature Taylor Jensen versus J.R. Esquivel. A rematch.
Yeah, last year's final. Of course, TJ took the win in that final, but JR has been looking really, really lively. And what was important about his win in the quarterfinal was the fact that he was doing the work on rights and lefts. TJ getting ready there in the Bon Sawyer athlete area. Of course, you can see his wife Nava behind, Jagger and Zion with him. There's Clay Craner just in the foreground, of course, the partner of Honolulu Bloomfield, one of the greatest skateboarders in the current days. Koteo, do you get starstruck when you're around Clay? I think you do.
A little bit. A little bit.
Of course, baby Rain there with Clay. Clay just kind of rocking the pram, the cot, keeping Rain happy and stoked. Johnny busy, active.
Yeah, it's just having a quick little tester there.
Yeah.
You could pretty much see that way wasn't going to do him any favors.
Staying busy out of priority. Of course, Kai Ellis Flint comes in to this season as seed 11. He didn't get into the top 8 last year. There was a sense of hope from the global longboard community that he would, because he's a popular surfer, but he didn't have the results to get into that top 8 conversation. He got a 9th here at Bells. He got a 5th here at Huntington. First event of the season in Australia last year. We changed the order this year. We kick off this season with Huntington, then we go to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic in September, and then we'll go to Abu Dhabi, and then we'll go to the top 8 finals for the top 8 surfers in El Salvador. But it was a mixed season for Kai last year, with that 9th in Bells, a 5th in Huntington, a 17th in Abu Dhabi, but already now he's starting this season on a high note, and people tuning in will be excited to see him going for a world title this year. And I think his confidence is ripe, and we don't need to work on his surfing. We know that's there. What we need to do is just see him having that hunger to really dig deep to make things happen.
Yeah, no doubt. I think these surfers who have made it this far in this contest are really going to be feeling that momentum push as we head towards Bells. 16 minutes, 35 seconds ago. No waves on the horizon, but a lot happening on the beach, and AJ McCord is right on the scene.
Chris, I'm down here on the boardwalk at the Activation Center, and right behind me, Hogue has everything going on. It is a party over here, Chris, because you can do a balance board, practice riding the wave. You can play ping pong over here. These girls are crushing it. I've been watching. They've been absolutely dominating, which is why I'm not jumping in, because, you know, I'm quite a ping pong aficionado. Just kidding, my family can confirm it. I'm terrible at it. But this is a spot if you're coming down to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Got to come check out the Hogue Activation. Not only do they have all these really fun things, but a lot of experts here as well. You can ask them a few questions. They've been talking to us all week about the importance of making sure we take care of our spines, take care of our skin when we're down here at the beach. So make sure you come on down, check out the activation.
I absolutely will do that, AJ. Thank you. I saw a reflex test on the wall there. I might go try that one out. I went over there and asked about my annual physical, and they said they couldn't do that on the beach. I had to go to the actual Hogue Hospital, so I'm going to schedule that for later on. It would be kind of weird to have that on the sand here at the US Open. It's more just a fun way to, you know, get involved, get some health, you know, get some Neutrogena sunblock over there, and get active.
Yeah, and that ping pong is great. And I've actually noticed quite a lot of the competitors have been playing ping pong. And I will assure you, as much as these dudes are cool-headed on the longboards, they're all highly competitive and they hate to lose at ping pong. And ping pong is a great thing to see people's competitiveness. It's something that when you play it regularly, your skill level gets up quite quickly. And I can vouch for the fact that a lot of these cats are pretty good ping pong players.
Even better when it's sting pong. The loser gets welted on the back. Here we go. Jean-Michael Van Hohenstein. The wave wasn't even long enough for me to finish saying his entire name. But again, I like that he's like just putting his feelers out there, because you really never know sometimes. A little wave like that we've seen in earlier heats grow down the line and give these surfers ample room to ride the nose. So 14 minutes, 15 seconds left. Kyle Flint holds the lead on the strength of a 6.83. Johnny the Ripper has a 5.33, so pretty evenly matched for now. What's going to happen next? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. Your 2025 WSL Longboard Tour schedule is as follows. We're nearly wrapped up here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. So from here, we're going to go all the way back to Australia for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, September 17th to the 21st. The Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic will go down October 24th to the 26th. That'll be in the UAE. And then the finals. We're going to call it the Big Eight. Why not? The Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships in beautiful El Sunzal, El Salvador, a.k.a. Surf City El Salvador. That's November 5th through the 9th. When all this wraps up, we're going to be crowning our champions, current reigning world champions, Taylor Jensen and Rachel Tilley. We'll be looking to go back-to-back, but it's going to be by no means an easy path because now we're really starting to see a depth of field that you haven't seen on the Longboard Tour in quite some time. Hard-charging rookies and surfers like Kai Ellis-Flint who are starting to get on a roll.
Yeah, we're waiting for this score to come in, but look at that heels. We saw him do a heels in the quarterfinal against Steven Sawyer. Comes out of that functional heels through the section in the 10. Wave dives on him, but he will drop a score to back up his 6.83. But this also from Johnny behind the peak, stalls it, and then into the 5, into the type 5. And then 2 steps, 4 steps back, and then cross step forward again. Switch stance, kick out in the deep section, paddling out for more with Kai, looking like to have the best of that paddle exchange, sitting out there with priority. Scores waiting for both surfers. It looks like just a high 3 comes in for John Michael van Hoyenstein, nearly a 4, not quite a 4, and then a 5 for Kai Ellis-Flint. So Johnny now needs that score, which is pretty decent, that 6.51, but he knows he can get that.
Yeah, the tide's still creeping up, making that transition from the outside to the inside just that much more difficult.
Talking about that tour, great to see that schedule, so exciting. The second year now we've had these same events. A slightly different formula last year. We kicked off with Bells. This year we're kicking off with Huntington. It's the top 24 men and top 24 women, and 10 of those are requalified from last year's top 10, and the other 7 are from the World Surf League regional rankings, and then there's 5 wild cards for the whole tour and 2 event wild cards per event. So it's a really exciting schedule ahead, and it's a really great variety of waves for a world champion to be crowned.
Wow, Johnny Da Ripper out on the nose, low-key swivel. That's that turn that has everybody pretty excited. Use a turn like that to project himself into this semifinal and gets the bonus on the inside. Looking for a 6.51. That one felt good.
Yeah, that was really good. And I didn't see a massive amount of numbers in that wave when he took off, but I felt like he gave that everything and more. He created what could have been a 5 into a much bigger score, but live action, this looks nice for Ellis-Flint.
Ellis-Flint, 5.10, cross steps back. Could have enough push to make it to the inside as well. Swinging the board back and forth under his feet. He's trying to get through. He does. That was cool.
Yeah.
Subtle, but effective.
Super effective. Brilliant. Both surfers demonstrating a wide range of connection, trim-based skills, using their body weight, using their rail-to-rail engagement from the front third of the board. There was a lot of nuances to Kai Ellis-Flint's ride there that very, very few people can do. There was a little bit of a glimmer of the approaches we sometimes see from Harrison Roach from Australia. Look at this, he sets himself up with that deep fade, left go right, and then a rock and roll roller coaster 10, and then functionally coming out of that nose ride into a turn, starts with a drop knee and then goes into conventional cutback. And now look at this. He's got that roller coaster effect, but now he's just getting super low and he's just managing to arc himself back into the section and then end with a float on the inside. So that was an incredible connection skill from Kai Ellis-Flint, but this was also really fantastic from Johnny the Ripper. And what I really appreciate about this 10 is the flex. So look how low he is in this 10. Got his knees super flexed, and again doing that roller coaster rock and roll effect from the nose ride, which is super hard to do. And what you'll see here is something that Rachel Tilley does very well, where he redirects from the front third of the board. Look at that. Almost a left go right from the front third into a quick touch of the 5 and a nice straighten out carve to end things. So good clean finish, I'd expect two pretty significant scores to be dropped for both surfers.
Yeah, I agree. Pretty cool to see what Kai Ellis Flint basically stand-up paddling, supping his way towards the sand there, making the transition. Score comes through for Jean-Michael Van Hohenstein, and it's a 6-point ride. So not quite enough, but helped him out a little bit. Now he needs a 5.84. That is, of course, before we get the score from Kai Ellis Flint.
Yeah.
And talking about they both kind of showed us something pretty unique in the nose rides they did on their last waves. That little swivel going back and forth beneath your feet. How much harder is that to do than just a classic nose ride where you're standing straight up?
Well, sometimes you just want the nose ride to allow you to stall, other times to trim through a section. The highest scores come from the moments when you do nose ride through the section, but the judges also appreciate the functionality, using all of the board and all of the wave. And with these slow beach break conditions, what those surfers demonstrated was using the nose ride to rock and roll and just keep the momentum going by engaging the rail edges and just kind of getting also a little bit of flex out of the fins. Extremely hard to do, and demonstrates the degree of skills that both of these surfers have. I think that Kai Ellis Flint's wave was a little bit bigger, and you would expect that maybe it could have gone a bit higher on the score, but what it did is it didn't have the strong finish that Johnny the Ripper's wave had. So into the 5, gets the 10, and then he roller coasters it from the 5, in contrast to Johnny, who was able to do that from the 10. Johnny drops a 6, Kai drops a 4.83, and yes, there was a really incredible bit of skill to connect this section, but it wasn't as exciting or dynamic as a finish that we saw from Johnny the Ripper, and it didn't have that 10 roller coaster at the start compared to Johnny. So that's why it comes out a little bit lower. Smaller wave here, but from the 10, he does the rock and roll roller coaster, in contrast to Kai Ellis Flint from the 5. And what you'll notice about Johnny here is when he gets the reform after that nice drop knee turn, there's a little bit more of a dynamic finish due to the shape of the wave. Into the 5 and then a clean down carve.
Excellent breakdown right there from Sam Bleakley. Kai Ellis Flint still in a slim lead. His last score, the 4.83. Not going to be better than the 5 or the 6.83. Jean-Michael Van Hohenstein with a 6 and a 5.33, making this a very tightly contested semifinal heat number 1.
Talking about rock and roll, of course, Chevy Metal playing on Friday, August the 1st. Of course, originally formed by late Foo Fighters drummer Taylor Hawkins and bassist Wiley Hodgson in 2002. So their cover versions are filled with pedigree. So definitely come down and watch those. You'll be there, Chris, I know.
I'll be there headbanging for sure. I think Taylor Hawkins' son plays drums in Chevy Metal. I could be wrong. Be cool if he did. He's a hell of a drummer.
You could be up there as well.
We'll see.
On the mic.
5.84. So, Sam, you tell us. What would constitute a 5.84 or beyond? What is Johnny the Ripper looking to do here?
He wants the wave shape to allow. He wants the type of surfing he's already been doing. Considering that he's just dropped a 6, he knows something similar wave shape, the surfing's going to do the talking. I love his drop knee turn. Taylor Jensen, just a little kiss from Zion, his youngest. Jagger, the eldest, will be watching as well. There's Nava, kiss and a hug, the wife, of course, the son of Nat Young, a sister of Bo and Bryce, who may well be tuning in, watching Taylor. This is the year when he's going for an unprecedented 5th world longboard title.
He's just padding his resume, isn't he? I mean, we could be looking at Taylor Jensen, you know, still a young buck, still got a lot of years left him on the Longboard Championship Tour. Eventually, he could be looking at some Slater-esque type of numbers if he continues on the trajectory he's on now.
Absolutely. Not much time left for Johnny here. It's a score that he knows he can get. He's just dropped a 6, but he needs a little bit of luck. We saw the dying end of the heat with Malia and Avalon, that she had to get scrappy. Malia chasing a score. She didn't get a significant set. I think a 6, you need a little bit of size in the wave. I don't think it can come from one of their kind of out of priority insiders. I think it needs to be something that stands up and has that kind of waist-high wall on takeoff.
Yeah, the one thing going in Johnny's favor right now is he does have priority, and they're sitting pretty close together. So we see the next heat sauntering into the lineup. Virgilio J.R. Esquivel going up against Taylor Jensen. I mean, even though Taylor's just from down the street, it's pretty interesting that the crowd favorite definitely is JR, and that's a BYOC, bring your own crowd type of situation. They've come from all over the world to cheer on this Filipino legend, and they're gaining a bigger fan base because they're bribing other people on the beach with really good food.
And you know
so whatever tactic that is, I'm in.
JR comes off the back of winning the Mexi Logfest in Mazatlan.
That's not an easy contest to win.
Season. He beat Kai Salas in the final.
That tells you something big right there.
It tells you a lot about his form at the moment. But of course, they met in the final last year. Taylor got the win. It was the beginning of a campaign that led to him winning his 4th World Longboard title. He won the first in 2011 and the most recent last year. But right now, is there going to be an opportunity for the Hawaiian to get the score he needs? And there's some Philippines ancestry in that young Hawaiian, because he was actually originally born in the Philippines. He spent some time in Thailand, and then age 6, he moved over to Oahu, where he's been based ever since. So he's definitely got some Filipino blood in him.
See, his head's on a swivel right now, just looking for something to bump up to give him a chance with 52 seconds left. Either way, best result for both of these two surfers here at the US Open. Of course,
Doesn't look like there's anything there. You can just see by the body language, can't you? There's no kind of sense of hustle from Johnny, sitting calm. He's got his eyes on the horizon. But I've got to say something special about Kai Ellis Flint, because the last couple of years, everybody's enjoyed the type of surfing he's been doing. But what we haven't seen from Ellis Flint is that dig deep grittiness that you need in order to get to these big finals. And I've noticed that today and this week. And I've also, it seems insignificant because it doesn't feel like the most functional of maneuvers, but even doing things like throwing in a hang heels through a section, for me that says a lot about recognizing that he needs to bring a little bit more to the table to get the scores.
well, it's unique, it's creative, and we know the judges love creativity. And here we go. Our first finalist for the men, the longboarders here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Kai Ellis Flint takes down a hard-charging Johnny the Ripper. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back. We got Taylor Jensen versus J.R. Esquivel. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the semifinals here for the men's division at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We're live from Huntington Beach, California, and that right there, folks, is our first finalist. That's Kai Ellis-Flint representing Australia. He just got a heat win over Johnny the Ripper. And his crew is stoked. But he is on that same plane, that mellow, chill attitude that he's had all week long that has helped propel him into his first final ever here at the US Open. I'm Chris Cote, this is Sam Blakely. Sam, that was a great semifinal heat. And I'm pretty sure we're in for another good one because we've got Taylor Jensen, Rogelio J.R. Esquivel. This is a rematch of last year's final. We'll see if the scar tissue remaining will be broken and J.R. can get the edge, or Taylor Jensen, who is pretty much Mr. Automatic, is going to just smash his way into the final.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Taylor in the Lexus LX with all that surf trunk adaptation. I'm gonna put JR in the Lexus GX 3.4 liter twin turbo V6. I reckon that's a fitting kind of set of wagons for both of those boys to be in. Who's your money on?
I mean, sentimental favorite has to be J.R. Esquivel just because of his crew on the beach. I mean, they're just bringing so much joy and positivity. But again, Taylor Jensen is so consistent. He's nearly impossible to beat in conditions like this, even though he's one of the bigger competitors in the entire field. He has this like otherworldly ability to just go weightless when he needs to, but then apply pressure and do the biggest power turns that we've seen of the comp. So does that answer your question? 50-50.
You got to look at the pedigree of TJ here at HB. Going back over the track record of the US Open of longboarding, starting in '94 in that kind of modern longboard renaissance period. Taylor actually won this in 2003 and he won it again in 2008. And as a World Longboard Tour contest, he's won this event twice, back to back. So is this going to be his third year? Of course, he's got that quiver of world titles from 211, 212, 217, and 224. So that's rivaling his stepdad, Nat Young's world longboard titles from the first ASP Longboard Renaissance World Tour in '86 that Nat won. And he also won in '88, '89, and '90. We had Stuart Entwistle winning in '87 in that break of Nat's dominance. And Taylor going for his 5th world longboard title. It would be absolutely unprecedented, and he just looks as sharp and as lively as ever. And to have that connection with the Young family as well, and think back to 1966 when Nat Young won the original kind of precursor to the shortboard revolution world title on 1966 in San Diego. There's a great legacy in the kind of Young Jensen family.
Yeah, no doubt. Here are your past champs of the past few years. Taylor Jensen, 2024, did it in 2022. Rachel Tilley won it last year, so she's out of this contest. We're gonna have a brand new winner. Khalees Kale'opa'a, she bowed out earlier on in the quarterfinals as well, or the day before the quarterfinals. So brand new champions this year, which is always exciting. Well, I can't say that quite yet, because Taylor Jensen is still in the lineup now. I'll just say we have opportunity for 2 brand new champions.
And talking about plugging into surf history, you know, when Taylor met Nava and they got married and had a family, and he linked himself into the Young legacy, of course, Bo and Bryce, themselves amazing surfers, Bo 2 times world longboard champion. It's incredible to think back to 1966 when David Nuiva was the front runner to win the world surf title down in San Diego. But what it was a young Australian on a more lively involvement style board with a raking Greeno fin, just brought a new style of surfing. And this level of congratulations that Khalees is giving to Avalon, that kind of surfing has been inspired by what Nat Young did in the mid to late 1960s, that kind of involvement longboarding. And it's going to be super cool to see the Laguna local in the final here at HB in our first women's final.
Kind of like if you're a ripping guitar player and you married Jimi Hendrix's daughter.
Yeah, that's a great...
22:50 to go here in semifinal heat number 2. Get ready for a calm, cool, and collected post-heat interview. We've got Kai Ellis-Flint standing by with AJ McCord.
Hit Yet again here onto the finals at Huntington Beach. Tell me a little bit about your strategy in that semifinal.
Yeah, well, I knew there wasn't going to be very many waves. So I had to make the most of what we had on offer. I think like I probably didn't make the most of the one of my scores sort of towards the end of the heat, and that's something I've got to sort of fix for the next heat for the final, I guess. Yeah.
We talked about identifying some of the little things earlier on today. That connection during one of your waves seemed like one of those little things that you were really leaning into. Where do you want to improve in the final?
Yeah, I just love, it's like, feels so good to me, you know, like rolling around off the fin and flexing the fin and feeling the roll on the bottom of the board and washing it out. Just feels, you know, it's enjoyable. So this is just like taking a bit of the pressure off. I feel like now paddling out there, I can just kind of like, you know, take a breath and just sort of relax into the final. I feel like I've already achieved so much, so I'm happy with where I am now.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the final.
Thank you very much.
That's Kai Ellis-Flint as is most excited. He's a very chill man. And I like that idea that he's just stoked to be in the final, and I don't think it matters to him who he's going up against because he's going to do what he's been doing, and that's just surfing really well. As we see now, J.R. Esquivel in his first wave ridden, fading to the left. So remember, he's had a completed ride all the way from the outside, and nicely done on the finish there for J.R. Esquivel, and the crowd goes wild.
Did you see how he maintained trim through that section? I was worried that the footwork might cause him to just lose that flow, but he was patient enough to recognize that the board was already doing the moving for him. He let the board do the work, and he finished off with style. That was pretty high level of skill, the way he moved through that flat spot. Sets himself up here, backside 5, pulls up for a tight 5, little touch of the 10, walks out. The wave at this point is now very flat, and you can just see how he just arches that front foot a little bit, gets a touch of the 5, and at this stage I'm like, is he gonna make this? He just feels it out, gets another touch here, holds that nose ride, and then floats onto the inside. But there's another wave that we saw live where you really see the nuances of his connection. It was incredible the way he linked it through. So he's going to drop 2 decent scores, and it's a strong start for JR.
Yeah, we still have 20 minutes to go, and this is feeling a lot like the semifinal that we saw Taylor Jensen in. Didn't ride any waves for about 10 or 15 minutes. And then just hammered 2 big scores back to back.
Yep.
Got himself the win. So I'm sure everybody watching out there in web world, and of course here on the beach, they know full well what Taylor Jensen's capable of. So probably not a lot of worries right now from the Jensen camp. But for JR, nice start, a 6.17. The mustaches are out. It's time to party.
Who'd you go with, Kevin or Stevie on that? Top Tash.
I gotta go Kevin.
Just
a little bit thicker, more leaders,
handlebar
more
edge,
volume.
Yep. Nice.
Have you ever grown a mustache?
I have, but I shaved it off. Got too itchy.
Yeah, we.
How about you?
We have something called Movember.
Yep.
And as a team, at the Triple Crown event in Hawaii, we all grew mustaches. Mine was so creepy. I was almost arrested multiple times just on suspicion of being a weirdo.
I'm not sure I want to see a photo of that.
I thinned it out, you know. It was edgy, to say the least.
Was it a Freddie Mercury mustache for you?
It was something. It wasn't good. 18:37 to go, and here goes JR trying to back up that 6.17 to start. That wave goes nowhere, so he'll get right back out to the takeoff zone.
It was interesting watching the replay of his opening 6.17. We saw it live in the replay. Because it was from a different angle, I thought it was a completely different ride, and I was expecting more downtime in that connection. But it was his opening and only ride. Backs it up with a low score. But I'm still absolutely blown away by how he made the link from outside to inside on that 6.17. The read of it, and also the trust to know at what point to use the cross step, or at what point not to overrush things. We get to now really appreciate it one more time. He gets a little quick 10 here. And then this is where the skill level just gets pretty impressive on my side. Touches the 5 here. Hardly any wave there, no steep section. But at this point, you think there's no way he's going to make the link. But he just walks back at the right moment and finds the steep section for another touch, and then just manages to squeeze in enough space to ride out of that float. So a 6.17 is an impressive score considering what that wave delivered. But you know, TJ, being patient, we saw him have a patient start against Declan Whiten, and then he realized he really needed to get active, and he went from being substantially behind to in the head in just a two-wave exchange in a short period of time. So TJ will sit out some patient minutes, but if he hasn't got a set, you know he'll start to prowl and start to find something, start to hunt the lineup.
He's been the most selective surfer in the men's draw so far, probably the least waves ridden, but that means that his average wave score will be way up there. He's been patient before. I'm trying to be patient, but I'm waiting for my Board and Brew sandwich to arrive. And just seeing that Board and Brew logo, it makes me hungry because they make some of the best sandwiches you'll ever have. You ever had a turcado?
Brilliant, delicious.
Come on.
And also, these surfers are now going to be hungry for the rest of the tour. We've got things kicked off. They're looking forward to the variety of waves and the differences in all the different waves on the Longboard Tour this season. Bells Beach is thick, juicy, cold water. You can have Rincon, which is classic longboard conditions, or the Bells Bowl with open faces and the need for carving longboarding. And then when we move into Abu Dhabi, it's a technical wave there where it's about sitting over the stringer in the pocket, maybe getting some tubes, you know, long, radical nose rides, and then having to go left and right. And then for those that do make the final, the top 8 in El Salvador, it's tropical. It's a long paddle when it's overhead high. Sometimes the paddle out alone is 5 minutes. It takes stamina. It's one of the few locations where the water temperature is higher than the air temperature. So the variety of environments that the longboarders get to shine at this season is really exciting.
Yeah, it's a really cool, unique, interesting longboard tour as we see JR now out there on the nose. Do you think that will be deemed a make, or did he not ride out enough from the nose ride?
He certainly walked out of the hang 10, but that wave flattened out, went into deep water. It's not going to be a super significant score, but it's certainly going to replace his 0.43. We'll get to appreciate it right now. Uses that drop knee setup, which is common for him. 4 steps to the 5. There's the 10, holds the 10. And at this stage, yes, he's walked out of the 10, but that wave's starting to fade out. So it's going to go in his top 2 as a backup, but it won't be a backup he'll want to keep if he wants to get a spot in the final.
You know, for J.R. Esquivel, he has become really the main ambassador for surfing in the Philippines. Historically, it's all been about Cloud9, right? We've seen events there, specialty events. We've seen photos, video parts, that wedging right bowl over super shallow reef. I would have never thought there was a big-time longboarding scene in the Philippines, but where JR comes from, they got their own version of Malibu over there, and it sounds like it's absolutely thriving.
Yep, San Juan, a surf town in La Union, in Luzon, the northern island of the Philippines, north of the capital Manila, has a thriving longboard culture. But there's also a good longboard culture on Siargao. Yes, Cloud9 isn't known to be an iconic longboard wave, but it can be fun on a longboard when it's small, and there's good waves nearby like Tuesday Rock and a number of other spots on that island. And the surfers will switch coasts, and there's 2 seasons. There's the northeast monsoon, which sends waves to the Luzon west coast area where JR lives, and then there's the typhoon season between May and October, which sends surf to Siargao and a number of other great spots along the east side.
Well, 13 minutes, 37 seconds go. No waves ridden yet for Taylor Jensen. JR just dropped a 1.17, just slightly increasing his lead. And here we go. Taylor Jensen paddling hard into this right-hander. He gets up, gets to the nose, 5.10, hanging out there. Comes around that section. His drop knee turn, straighten things out, try to trim in towards the beach. It looks like he's gonna make the connection with ease. He does, gets on the nose again.
Wow. Oh yeah,
Big finish.
That was strong.
Wow, and I think the Bonsoy athlete area might be going pretty wild right now. What's happening there, Mitch?
A
Cole, got Declan, got Steve, Crystal, Wayne Rich was just by my side too. Everybody's here watching the men's semifinals. And also, of course, we have LA versus Orange County in our women's final right here. It's going to be Malibu Soleil Erico against Avalon Gall, who's actually walking up right now the stairs. So got to stay tuned in for that one. TJ just got his first wave. He's looking for back-to-back championships here, Chris. Everybody's in the Bonsoy athlete area, though. We got our finals coming up after this.
Who is everybody cheering for? Can you feel like a crowd favorite right now?
Definitely not, because guess what? We have our boy JR, all the Filipino crews on the beach. You know how big that crew is right here. But definitely bottom side of the Bonsoy athlete area seems to be Team TJ. As always, his entire family is right here. So I feel like it's kind of split at the moment, Chris.
You can go ahead and say you think that Kai Ellis Flint's going to win because he's standing right next to you.
He's right here. You want me to maybe hype him up a little bit before he bows out?
Hype him up. The finals are just around the corner. First score comes through for Taylor Jensen. Look out, JR. It's an 8-1-7. So as expected, TJ just goes ahead and finds the wave of the semis. One wave right in, and he's already into the lead. But watch out, because here comes JR. He's out on the nose. Wow. Nice. 4 to 5 second hang 10. Giving the judges something to think about here. Can he make the transfer?
Wow. Unlucky.
Never count him out.
Yeah, unlucky with the link up there. He really needed that wave to allow the reform connection to get something more on the inside to compare to TJ. It was a longer 10 than TJ's, but the way that TJ linked things up was absolutely outstanding. And the fact that he had the patience as well to kind of just stay poised on the link up. Here's the 5, pulls in for the 10, stays true to the 10, runs out of that on his 9.6 into a drop knee turn. And then at this point, you're thinking, can he make the connection? But he just keeps the pressure on that front foot enough, and then walks back to the tail, back up to the nose, gets another nose ride, and then really projects out of that floater. And that was worthy of the excellent range 8-1-7. Not just from the way he read that wave, but the variety of maneuvers. In contrast to JR, long 10, longer 10, but at this stage, maybe you think, is he going to be able to make that link up to really go excellent range? And that wave just dies on him, which is super unlucky for JR. He gets a 5-1-7, so it's a respectable score. Obviously, Taylor's still chasing a score because he's only got one wave, but he only needs a 3-1-7.
Yeah, I mean, we expected this one to be a duel, and that's what we're getting. 10 minutes left here. Taylor Jensen needs a 3-1-7. Something tells me that Taylor's not looking for a 3. He's looking for another 8. That's just how he surfs.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There will come a point, if he's not got a wave within the next 5 minutes, where I think he may well look to get that lower score. But certainly for the next 4 minutes, he's going to be patient. He's sitting out there with priority. He knows that JR could easily replace his low scores, easily improve on that 5-1-7 and that 6-1-7. But we have to say that it was unlucky for JR that that wave didn't link up in the same way that TJ's did. But we could also say that TJ read that wave perfectly and made it link up.
Absolutely. 9 minutes, 22 seconds left. The suspense is killing us, but we do have plenty of time. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break, but we'll be right back with a culmination of semi number 2. Surf fans, welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. This is your Pacifico Finals bracket. Kai Ellis Flint had to surf his way through Steven Sawyer and Johnny the Ripper to get his berth into the final. Out in the water right now, you got Taylor Jensen versus J.R. Esquivel. Who will be facing KEF? Well, you got 7 more minutes to find out. At the moment, J.R. Esquivel is in the lead, albeit slim. Taylor Jensen only needs a 3:17 to get that top spot back, and he does have priority, and he has plenty of time with just inside of 7 minutes left. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley. This is a slow burn, but I'll tell you, it's definitely been a fun and interesting heat to watch.
Skin Dog watching on there. You can see Cash Huber just looking at scores on her phone. Of course, Skin Dog disappointed that he's not here on finals day, but he's watching. He's part of the energy. He's got a Thunderbolt tour coming up, going kind of visiting spots up the coast in the next 4 days, so keep an eye on that. As we can see, TJ, a Firewire rider, looking to get that backup score. A 3:17, Cote. Is this going to be it?
I mean, Magic Carpet just easily got him through that flat section. There's the backside snap. I can just hear Black Sabbath, I am Iron Man, when Taylor Jensen stands up.
I mean, of course, who have we just lost? Black Sabbath.
Rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne.
There we go. And how many days before he died did he play his last gig?
What, 3 days?
Literally, it was like, no, it was a week or something.
Incredible. The ultimate swan song. Here we go, Taylor Jensen looking for a 3:17. I think we all can agree he did that and some.
Amazing. And look at the skills of TJ here, using the cross-step turn, Kevin Connolly-esque, a little bit of variety. But this is a tall guy, and he makes it through this section and finds a 5 on the inside and a project re-entry and a couple more cross steps to keep that inside rail engaged. And that is outstanding, the way he's able to link his boards. And this use of the cross-step turn, not many surfers use that technique. Kevin Connolly did it very well himself, a former winner of the US Open, but the way he made that score come alive. That wave was a 3 when he took off, and he turned it into what I think could be at least a 6.
You're close to being spot on there. Just under a 6, a 5.67, but boom, job done.
That was amazing.
JR now needs a 7.68. That would be the second best wave of this semifinal. He only needed 2 waves to do it. I mean, this is what he's been doing all event long.
2 significant things. I think TJ's 8.17, when he stood up on that, it maybe had a 6 in it, but he turned it into an 8 by connecting to the inside, by reading it so well. That last wave he stood up on, I'm thinking there's a 3 in this wave, but he turns it into a 5.67 again by making those connections. And JR's opening wave, a 6.17, he made that connection, but what was unlucky for JR was that 5.17, it didn't have the connection, but there's a possibility that the length of his 10 meant that by the time he walked out of his 10, he was a little bit too far on the shoulder to stay with the pocket power to get that reform. Could have just been the conditions, and it may have been one that was impossible to connect through, but it may well be that had he come out of that 10 a second earlier, he could have just got that angle to find a reform on the inside, and that 5.17 could have been up in the 7s.
Well, 3 minutes, 40 seconds left. JR has priority. Does he have the power of Mother Nature on his side as we wait for another set to roll through? It's gonna have to be a pretty solid wave. Most likely surfed all the way through into the sand. If he wants to stand any chance of getting a 7.68, he's probably gonna have to hang 10 for a minute. He's gonna have to do a big turn. Judges have really been appreciating these combos, right? Nose ride, turn. Nose ride, finishing move.
Yeah,
that's been the recipe so far for big numbers like that 8.17 that Taylor's got. And is this the wave? JR paddling hard. He's going to be fading towards the right, straight to the nose. 10 over, right in the pocket. And there's the big turn. Now he fades to the left. Remember, looking for a 7.68. It looks like he could have a clear run to the sand. The beach is going wild. Taylor Jensen's up out the back. JR hanging 10 in the short break and can't get the finish. Some drama at the end of JR's wave.
Wow.
And wow, I mean, everything was done so properly by JR. It's gonna be close.
Yeah.
You don't need to get that finishing move to really get a big score. It definitely will help.
Yeah.
But that is gonna be something for the judges to chew on, no doubt.
But he may well need it in this instance to beat TJ here. There's the 5, there's the 10. Already good lift and great length of time and really good clean footwork out of that 10. Big sweeping cutback at the right moment. Already you're thinking this wave could be on a 6 from what he's done so far if it died right now. So now it comes down to what can happen on the inside. Gets a nice 5 into a really tight 5. Okay, he didn't finish that, but I'm still thinking that it could be close to the score. You could see his frustration. Let's compare it to TJ. Sets himself a high line, runs into a 10. Gets a nice hold on that 10, back to the 5, and then into a nice drop knee turn. We saw from the live action that TJ's wave did not find the reform. Similar to that 517 we saw from JR, where it just hit more of that hole. And now it's going to come down to the judges analyzing the impact on the score of JR not finishing cleanly on the inside. Had he finished that, I think for sure he's getting the score. But the fact that he didn't may well just dent it a little bit.
There's something about a good clean finish that really would have stamped his passport to the finals, maybe.
But let's not rule it out, because there was a 10, there was a really nice cutback, there was a super nice tight 5 on the inside. So yes, it's not about number of maneuvers, it's certainly about quality of maneuvers. And I think the 10 that he did could be one of the strongest 10s of the semi-final so far. I like the lift, I like the timing of the cross-stepping out of it, the flow of the footwork leading really nicely into the cutback, and I like that nose ride he did on the inside. It was almost as if maybe that nose ride could have just led to a straighten out. I think he's going to come just short of the score because of falling on that float effort.
Yeah, I think the judges are with you there. So far, it's not going to be enough. You needed a 7.68. And I feel like it was really all about that finish, because you think of, you know, adding a point or, you know, just a slightly higher than that, which he definitely would have. I don't know if it would have been the 7.25, but I feel like had he finished that wave,
yeah,
that would have been the number. But
yeah,
of course, he's got a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, I agree.
Semi-final finish here, but he went up against a brick wall in Taylor Jensen. Took 2 waves for Taylor, an 8.17 and a 5.67. He threw away a 4.5, and we've got our final set for the men. It's gonna be Taylor Jensen going up against Kai Ellis Flint. Well, coming up next, the women's finals here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
great moment of sportsmanship between last year's finalist Taylor Jensen, once again moving through into another final here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. But another great result for the Philippines' own J.R. Esquivel. Mitchell Salazar here with the great Carla Zamora into our women's final. It's LA County versus Orange County. Carla, Celerico taking Avalon Gall in what is Avalon's first final ever here on the World Longboard Tour.
I'm sure that's super exciting for her to be able to be here, kind of, so to speak, in her hometown, just up the way, if you will, from San Clemente. Yeah, and Soleil Erico, you know, she's no stranger to a final and is going to kind of put all the stops ahead of Avalon and keep her from getting those really clean, smooth waves that she can get and get those high scores.
Soleil Erico last year making it to the final. She was our runner-up the year before that, semifinal performance. And the heat is on. A regular versus Goofy out there, a three-time world champion in Erico. Meanwhile, Avalon Gall, career best performance already into her first final. But Soleil has been in this position many times before. Once again, last year's runner-up at this event. She's looking for her first win in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, definitely an important event and something that, as she said in her last interview, she wants to kind of check that off her bucket list and add that to the trophies that she puts on her mantle. So it's an important event for her, as she said earlier also, and I'm sure Avalon would agree. They're just hoping for some waves to come through so they can drop some scores.
Still very young, only 24 years of age is Soleil. She's a world champion in 2023 the last time. Last year she was a runner-up to the world title. Meanwhile, Avalon out of Laguna Beach tends to surf San Onofre, considers that really her home break, just south of Laguna. And consider this too. Obviously the experience of Erico is one thing that'll be huge for her, but how about the creativity and the point of difference that we truly have seen with the nose riding from Avalon Gall too? I feel like judges have really been appreciating the way she's been surfing so far this week here at the Open. First career finals appearance here on the Longboard Tour. Well, you know what's no surprise whatsoever? Once again into another final here in Huntington. Taylor Jensen, our defending event and world champion, is with AJ.
Another final and the smile to prove it. Taylor, we've been talking about the number of waves that you catch this entire event. That one, the lowest so far for you here at Huntington in 2025, 3 waves, but you only needed the first 2. How did you pick that wave that you waited more than half the heat for?
Yeah, I mean, I just sat there. I mean, I'm not going to beat JR on really tiny waves. He's so technically insane, and he's way smaller than me and can glide better and nose ride better. So I knew I had to catch the best wave of the heat, and that was the plan, just sit and wait.
And I know you're excited to be on to yet another final here in Huntington Beach, but more than that, you want to go back-to-back as the event title, as the world champ. What's it going to take to do it?
But I think it's the same program. Just go out there and try and catch the best waves. Kai's been surfing insane, high scores every heat, and I'm stoked to match up with him in a final. We haven't really surfed against each other other than, I think, Bell's a couple years ago maybe. So, yeah, it'd be good to surf a final with him.
With it being somebody that you don't have as much experience with, you've gone against JR in recent years a couple of times in critical moments. Give me the scouting report on Kai. What is the thing that you think you can lean into that'll be your differentiator?
You know, we're both big guys. We both have a pretty similar approach to what waves we want and how we want to surf them with nose rides and turn combos. Just sort of put myself on the better waves, hopefully, and yeah, just see how it pans out. Either way, it's a final finish to start the year, which is a killer start.
And I want to bring you guys inside this for a minute here because I was asking him who's more stressed when you wait that long to catch a wave, you or your family back at the beach. What is your answer?
It's the family, for sure. I'm out there just sort of sunbaking out in the water and enjoying myself, and yeah, they're more stressed sort of watching JR catch waves. I didn't watch him surf. I just sort of stayed in my own little zone, but yeah, it's worse on them than me.
Sunbaking his way into the finals yet again. Congratulations, Taylor. See you then.
Thanks, AJ.
Thank you, AJ. Congratulations to one of the most accomplished surfers in the history of the sport of surfing, Taylor Jensen. As we look at our Pacifico finals bracket, Carla, on the men's side of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, Ellis Flint has defeated Steven Sawyer, Johnny the Ripper so far in the 2 heats that he has surfed today. Meanwhile, Taylor Jensen, Declan Whiten, J.R. Esquivel it has not been an easy path to the final for neither of them.
No, definitely a lot of work cut out for them, as we've talked before about the entire field of surfers this year. It's top-notch, probably more than ever. So they had their work cut out for them, but here they are in the final, battling it out against each other.
And I like that Taylor already knows that he's barely matched up against Kai Ellis-Flint. If that guy needs a little bit of extra motivation, he is definitely one to find it too. 7.5 have gone by here in our women's final against Soleil Erico, between Soleil Erico and Avalon Gall. Mitchell and Carla with you here for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Once again, day 4 competition. We will be crowning our longboard champions later on today, and tomorrow onwards until Sunday, all Challenger Series event. Very close to each other at the moment. Nobody with the wave so far, but I really like the amount of respect that both have for each other right here, knowing that they don't want to have a ton of separation between the two of them.
No, it actually looked like they were maybe even conversing, maybe just having a little chat. It's probably more to do out there as chatting goes than it is surfing at the moment, right? You're kind of waiting, and if you have a decent relationship with your opponent, there's no reason to just have a chat. That also can be another strategy, though, and depending on what you say and how you're saying, you could get into the mindset of your opponent.
Were you one of those chatty people out there in the heat?
I'm not a chatty person in the lineup, other than regulating and telling you that you're behaving badly.
I hope that never happens to me when
well,
I'm
now
out
you'll
there
be
with
on the
you.
good side. We know each other now, so
Oh,
now you get freebies. But luckily for everyone else, I just don't go anymore, so I don't think it's anyone's problem.
And luckily for me, I know you only tend to go right, too. I'll go
Exactly.
left. So if
Yeah.
we're serving a peak,
100%, yeah. That could work out for our advantage, right? I'll take the right, you take the left.
good surfing. It's the good thing about having a crew that is, you know,
diverse.
Yeah, and even in terms of the goofy and regulars.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Chris and I were typically, and Kaipo, we're typically surfing the same kind of waves the entirety of the time. When you have Joe, Rosie, everybody else, you know that they're typically going right. So there's a good amount of wave out there that you can definitely look at and potentially split the peak with. 30 minutes on the clock still between the two of them. So we have seen a restart yesterday, hoping to not see it right now. They did extend these finals to 40 minutes, as well as it is 1:22 local time, so about the high tide at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that with that 40 minutes and that extra cushion, that would eliminate us from that that situation of a restart, but I don't know if that's going to work in our favor.
Well, so far, no indication of that.
Perhaps they're seeing these little bit of lines on the horizon and deciding to give it another minute.
Well, typically, if it's a 35-minute heat, it has to go down to 20. It does change with the 40-minute heat, though, yeah. So,
I mean, that feels fair, right? Because you're already giving quite a big amount of time.
you would think so as we look at our Pacifico fan picks. Speaking of fair, our fans out there, pretty even in terms of the numbers with the Pacifico fan picks. Only 56% in favor of Erico. Consider her 3 world titles, 44% in the favor of the Goofy Footer Gall. So that is our first wave of this women's final. So no horn, but there will be a restart here in the women's final. So that wave after the official restart. So a really small one to start things off, but Soleil up and riding, maybe just wanted to get things going, especially it's a deceiving image as well. Beautiful, warm outside, classic summer day. The water is still freezing though.
And I was just thinking that, like, you know, it's not, I don't think anybody wants to have a restart, right? You don't want, while you want to have more time and have the opportunity for the sets to come in this kind of situation, it could get chilly. You don't want to get cold. That can affect your situation. But we see Soleil up and riding here. She gets a nice sweeping bottom turn, gets a bit of tip time, and redirects it back into the curl there as that wave kind of dissipates. Now we start to see a little bit of action maybe on the horizon, or maybe some fake outs, as I like to say.
2.5 to open things up for Soleil. Surfer from about, what, an hour, maybe an hour 20 up the road on the 5 from Malibu, the 405, really.
It took me about 2 hours to get around down here. And, you know, now that the highway along Pacific Coast Highway is open, it's at only a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit due to all of the fire devastation and whatnot.
So we have the time on our screen, 37:30 on the clock. So did have an official restart. Our head judge, Tori Gilkerson, deeming that no rideable waves available for the two surfers out there. But now priority established, and just a 2.5 for Soleil. And for Avalon with priority now. Biggest moment in her young life. Only 22 years of age at Laguna Beach. And here she goes. Looking to get to the nose immediately. That wave gonna fizzle out. And once again, 1:25 local time here in Huntington, just off of the high tide. So, you know, the whole reason to start things earlier this morning was to not have to get up to this point that much, but unfortunately for us,
it's where we're at.
And, you know, you look at conditions once again, that's why this sport is so different to any other. The field of play changes multiple times per day, and despite all your efforts wanting to control the controllables, there's certain things that are just completely out of your control.
Absolutely. And as I mentioned before, that's why I think it's great that we'll have that event in Abu Dhabi, where it kind of levels the playing field just a bit, because everyone gets their 4 waves, their 2 rights, their 2 lefts. And it's what you do right then and there in the moment. If you can perform under that kind of pressure without the knowledge that you can go redo it, per se, you know, once you've got your 1 wave and then your 2nd wave, that's it. So if you've done that, done what you've needed to do, you take care of it. Here, yeah, you do have to have a little bit more instinctual connection with the ocean, if you will, and a bit of luck on your side.
And that's why I like surfing so much. It's different, and it makes things fun for us. As 35:40 on the clock, a couple of small scores, 1 for each. Looking at our tour schedule for the WSL Longboard Tour in 2025. Finals day for the longboarders out there at the moment here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, from July 26th to the 30th. BioGlen Bells Beach Longboard Classic, that'll be in Victoria, Australia, September 17th to the 21st. Then the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, you were mentioning, much more even playing field over there in the UAE, October 24th to the 26th. And our favorite event of the year, the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships in El Sunsal. That happens in early November, Carla, and the good thing for us, we pick the best out of 5 optional days that we get.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty awesome event, and the ability to have those days. There's an incredible amount of surf there. It seems to be always really consistent and always have a little bit of size. So it's really nice that they have that window and they're able to pick the best of the best day.
So field sizes, once again this year, 24 men, 24 women. First 3 events are worth 10,000 points. The first 3 events count towards qualifying for the 4th and final event. Top 8 men, top 8 women end up getting those spots into the finals. But the most important thing, you don't necessarily have to be in the top 8 to requalify automatically for next year. You need to be in the top 10. So anybody within that top 10 automatically gains their spot for the next calendar year.
Well, that's kind of good to know. If you don't make it you don't quite squeak into that 8, you can aim for that top 10 so that you at least keep your career and your journey going.
Can almost guarantee you too, by making a final, you're almost in the top 10 already right there.
I mean, it's a great way to start things off and getting that big chunk of points, and it's also just good for the confidence and for, you know, everything moving forward into the future events and going into Bells especially, which, you know, is kind of a bigger, fatter, a lot of ocean moving out there, cold water. So you want to be in your best, you know, you're the best of your best self going into that event.
And such a contrast of events too. You come to beautiful Southern California, middle of summer, days like this, sunny, warm. Yeah, the water's cold at the moment, but still, I mean, consider the amount of vitamin D you're getting with just how sunny it is right now. And Avalon Gall, well, she's trying to take advantage of all of those kind of conditions into this final. Just the 1 quick nose ride for her, that's going to be it. Looking to chase her best score so far. 7 minutes gone by in the final. once again, the importance of this event not only to the surfing community, really to the economics of the area right here in Southern California. It's huge. A lot of people get employed by the event. A lot of our hotels are filled up this time of the year too, and most importantly, gives a showcase to a lot of local surfers, including the two in the final. Truly a product of their local communities, Carla.
Yeah, and Avalon Gall has been around for quite some time. We've talked about that earlier, and her position in the coalition events and just with that whole crew down south, being, you know, in these contests, surfing with Rachel Tilley and all these other girls, best friends with Khalees, I think it was, and going up with one of her friends. So it is quite a tight-knit community amongst them. And Soleil taking a peek here, it looks like, with 32 minutes on the clock. There's some movement happening. Be nice if we could see some surfing, talk about a little surfing here in the live action. Looks like nobody's going to go for it. That last of Blue, it was looking like it was going to stand up and be quite the nice ride, and she did get the nose right on it, and just not materializing into the inside. Just not enough push from the swell.
Ideal world, obviously you have the 3 events right here, being able to not only qualify for the event in El Sunsal, you just look at positioning in terms of getting there. Soleil definitely seems like somebody who would love to be in the first place position heading into that event once again. For yourself, do you think you like to be in a position of being #1 in the world, knowing that everybody's coming towards you at that point of the season?
I mean, having that target on your back would definitely be a bit of a weight to bear, but having the points kind of that's facts, right? And going in with that, when you do the math at the end of the day, it's the math, and you want to get the points, and you want to go in, you know, with that fire, I feel like, under your belt, not feeling like you're trying to make a reset or a redo, but just building on that momentum that you're already created from your initial event.
Getting ready for his final, Kai Ellis Flint on the beach with Rosie.
Yeah, not only getting ready for his final, but also keeping a close eye on Soleil Erico out there in the lineup, part of the support crew. We're actually going to watch them paddle into a wave right now. Kai, here goes Soleil. Do you want to talk us through this one?
Yeah, she just got a nice little nose right at the start and carved it back into the pocket, hoping to kind of connect it through to the inside here. It doesn't look like she's going to make it. It's a pretty nice ride.
It's a good little start, and she is kind of on the back foot at the moment up against Avalon. What kind of advice would you give to her in the lineup?
Yeah, I mean, Soleil's just so clinical, you know, like, she's just got to find the waves. Coming from Malibu, you know, surfing these beach breaks down at Huntington, it can be difficult for her to try and read the wave. So my advice and CJ's advice is always just like, always scan the ocean. Always keep an eye out for what's happening. Try and read the peaks and look for what the ocean's kind of providing for you. But yeah, she's so good. It's hard to say too much, you know. Just let her do her thing.
She knows what to do, and just being open to those opportunities. You're going to be coming up in the final up against Taylor Jensen. Such a great final. He was mentioning in his post-seed interview, you guys haven't matched up that many times. How great is it to get him in a final at the US Open?
Oh, I'm so ready to get him on his home turf, you know. It's so good. He smoked me a couple of times, and I'm okay with that. Like, I needed to be taught my lesson, I guess. But yeah, he's a tough competitor, but I know what I can do to beat him. It's fairly clear, I think, you know. So I'm ready to go and do that.
You've had a great run through this US Open. Are you proud of your performances? You've been reaching excellence. You've had some great clutch rides when it mattered. Have you been proud with the way you've performed?
To be honest, like, I haven't really felt like I've really hit my peak, you know. I'm not there at this point. I haven't felt like that for the last couple of weeks. Been shortboarding a lot. We went to Indo recently, so hopping back on a longboard and trying to surf these kinds of waves is like kind of tricky to find a rhythm again, and you know, and sink back into what you do naturally. So I'm just trying to work on getting there.
All right, Lassie, here we go. Soleil's up and riding again. Do you want to take us through this one?
Yeah, nice little fade, nose ride. And cutting it back, looks like she's going to make this one. There we go. Oh, no, just not. I mean, such hard conditions out there.
It truly is, guys. As you see Avalon out the back, getting to the nose there, we're going to send it back to you for live action.
Appreciate it, Rosie. Excellent work in the field, too, by the way. And if there's one thing I will say about that, I am pumped.
Right?
Boy, bring it on. Kaya Ellis-Flint, Taylor Jensen, they are just licking their chops out there right now, ready to go for the men's final after this one. Erico looking to better a 2.5. As the heat leader, we got a paddle battle, too. Seems like clear distance between the two of them, though, and Soleil should easily be recovering priority at this moment of the final, though. 27 minutes to go. And she might actually be able to get a peek on the southern part of the stretch of the beach right here. Same thing for Avalon. And might have both of them up and running at the same time. So split peak right here. Gall on the left. Erico in the red on the right. And a quick one for Gall. Erico, she's going to kick out too. So Ellis-Flint did mention how complicated it is to really be able to garner a lot of speed through that midsection. But on the outside, though, good work done by both of them.
Yeah, speaking with a lot of confidence and making it really clear.
I'm pumped.
Really clear he knows what to do in order to take the win in this next coming final. So that was some big words from a guy coming into a big heat, and I'm excited to see that battle go down. I definitely think it's going to be one for the books. We're going to look at some replays here. Kind of similar rides for both of these gals. I think Soleil getting a bit of length on her nose ride. Oh, this was the one actually before the last, I believe.
Yeah, this should be one of the best scores of the heat. Comes through as a 6.67 actually for Avalon, and looking to improve on a 4 as her backup at the moment. But we are waiting on a few scores for Soleil. So did make it back out. Actually put herself in a really good spot to be able to catch the second one too, was Erico. But Gall, talk about a good score given the waves out there. 6.67. Look at the average, Carla.
Yeah, throwing down a really big score without having to make it all the way into the inside reform section. So really acknowledging that length of ride for the nose ride and then that second tip time. Now putting Erico in the position of a 7.07, as you said. With 25.5 minutes on the clock, plenty of time, but an interesting turn of events, if you should say.
At the moment, seems that way. Still waiting on numbers for both of them, though. And for Soleil Erico, the last 2 years, not including this one, this has been one of our strongest events on the calendar. Semifinals back in 23. Runner-up last year in 24, and at least a runner-up guaranteed right here in 2025 as well. The last of Gall, it slightly improves on her low score. It's a 4.23. Meanwhile, Erico now needing a 7.3, waiting on numbers for her. Third waves come through for Soleil, a 3.27. And imagine this. I mean, looking at the numbers that Soleil's going to drop, it doesn't seem like it's really going to change that much. It's just a 3 on her last. You win not only at home, 30, 40 minutes up the road from Laguna Beach from your home. San Onofre is your local spot. So basically Huntington, the number 2 on your list when you consider your local breaks. And the spotlight, the event, the significance of this one, the weight of the event, all in all. This would be a dream come true. First final, first win for the local surfer Avalon Gall.
I'm sure she's like, and everyone in her camp doesn't not believe that she isn't capable of doing so, but probably pretty surprised that, you know, this has finally been her moment, and super happy and proud of her. And, you know, what a great way to start the 2025 season for her. You know, it's pretty spectacular, not something you see every day. Somebody coming in and taking down a 3-time world title holder. There's still plenty of time in the heat, however, so, you know, we say this now, but we've had a number of heats change within the last few moments. So I expect nothing less from Soleil, and she'll be hunting down the wave she needs to get.
No doubt. 23:20 on the clock. Avalon Gall at the moment leading the final. Rosie with the former champion, Kalis Kaleopa'a.
That's right, Mitch. Well, we caught up with Soleil's support crew, so it's only right that we find Avalon's support crew. And Khalees, you guys matched up in the quarterfinals this morning. When we spoke yesterday, you just mentioned that you guys are best friends. It's really a special thing to see one of your best friends doing so well in the final at the moment.
Yeah, no. I'm super happy that Soleil and Avalon are both in the heat. Avalon is one of my really good friends, and this is her first final. It was her first semi, and I'm just really stoked for her and like this opportunity for her because she really deserves it.
And what an important person to have in her corner. You're a two-time winner here. What kind of advice did you give to her before heading out there?
Honestly, Avalon's really good at just staying calm. Like, she doesn't really freak herself out like the rest of us do, and I just admire that because it's really hard to do, and I just told her to have fun, and she knows what to do, so yeah.
She really is so even-keeled, so calm. She's leading at the moment. There's still a bit of time in this heat. What kind of good energy are you sending out there?
Just hopefully waves. It's really hard out there. It's pretty small, but, you know, can't count either both of them out. Soleil's such a good surfer, and so is Avalon, so we'll see, yeah.
Khalees, thank you for the time. We'll let you get back to the heat. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rosie. Big words right there from a two-time U.S. Open champion, Khalees Kaleopa'a, and a former world runner-up as well, sending positive vibes to Avalon. So they have matched up once before. That was back in 23 at the BioGlen Bells Beach Longboard Classic. In the quarterfinals, Eriko took away the win, and she was not only the winner in that quarter, actually eventually became the champion of the event over there at Bells. 21:30 on the clock. It's an all Southern California final here in our women's final. But the men's coming up. Kai Ellis Flint and Taylor Jensen, our defending event champion, looking to go back-to-back. Bonsoy Brew Break coming up. Back in the women's final of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, looking at last year's runner-up, Soleil Eriko. She's made back-to-back finals, including this year. And Carla, she did it last year with amazing wave selection, most importantly, great variation of maneuvers.
Definitely, you can see these lively waves that we had last year. Bit of a difference from this year. I'm sure she's wishing she had some waves out there. She gets such great nose rides, and I really like that she's been working on kind of her own style, her own creative style, throwing some of that body English into her nose riding work. Super excited, I'm sure she was last year, to get second place, but she's going to be hungry for that first place prize.
And not only an excellent way to prove herself at a beach break, really to make sure to let everybody else know, hey, I'm still around. I have 3 world titles, but just because I have 3 doesn't mean that I'm not looking for numero 4 at the moment either.
Si, senor. 18.5 minutes on the clock. Avalon Gall with a 6.67 on her last ride, a 4.23. So not giant scores, but coupled together, giving her that double-digit total and putting Eriko in the position of needing a 7.30. I don't think Soleil is going to be looking at it in that sort of perspective, but rather chipping away at it, getting some sixes perhaps, maybe laying a nice 5, and just chipping away at it, finding those right waves so that she can get some of that tip time that we saw in that reel package.
And you look at the West Coast surfing champions that have come here in the late 50s, early 60s. Candy Calhoun, Linda Benson, she was a 3-time champion in back-to-back years, 59 all the way to 61. Also won the U.S. surfing champs right here in 64. Joyce Hoffman, multi-time champion. Sharon Weber, Mary Settlehorn. So a lot of history right here at this location in Huntington Beach Pier. And of course, you talk about the OP Pro, everything that went down in terms of the early days of really the shortboarding scene coming through. Neko Palerats winning, and the Irons, a former champion. Courtney Collog from just up the road in Santa Ana. It's real proving ground right here in Huntington, and crowded Tuesday afternoon as well. 1:45 local time here in Huntington. Imagine you look into the beach and, yeah, turning a free surf, it's one thing. Put on a jersey, I would think it's got to be feeling quite complicated, quite different out there at the moment, Carla.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not one of those situations where you're like, okay, I'm choosing between A or B peak. It's kind of like wherever the wave comes through. With that high tide, it has become a bit lully and a bit more inconsistent and a bit more difficult for them to play the various peaks that we talk about, the Pier Bowl and Machado's and the peaks that are further to the south. So the ladies are kind of sitting on this one peak a bit closer together. We have noticed that there has been a bit of a common denominator when it comes to those lefts that come through. We've seen quite a few throughout the day, quite a few of the lefts garner some decent scores, if not high scores, if we remember that 8 earlier on from Chloe. We also had a 9. We had a 9 earlier. I can't remember now who it was from.
Johnny the Ripper.
Thank you. I was going to say that, but didn't want to be wrong. I'm sure that was on a right there. But yeah, so that left right now has been serving Avalon good, and so I think Soleil is going to just want to kind of keep tabs of her and on her, and with under priority, Soleil might just, though, try to stay a bit busy. It looks like she kind of paddled her over to that pier bowl a little bit and now is trying to break away from her. As things are winding down, 15.5 minutes. As we mentioned, Soleil looking for a 7.3 as Avalon uses her priority to take another one of those lefts. Get some tip time in there, redirects it into the curl while she's looking for another moment of open face. Hopefully this one will open and reform into the inside, but doesn't appear that it's going to do so, as that she hits that deep zone in the pocket there.
Oh, and I feel the breeze starting to switch, and that wind slightly coming up right now this afternoon, just before 2 p.m. Gall looking to improve on a low 4 right here. Meanwhile, it seems like Erico also had a quick in and out. Recovering priority is Soleil, all the way on the outside. And boy, look at that paddle. You know, if there's one thing you know you're going to be doing out here, both south side, north side, anywhere in the stretch of coastline we have here in Huntington Beach, it's a far paddle out. So get those shoulders ready. Make sure you're actually warming up before you start surfing, because I can guarantee you, whether it's summertime or in the wintertime right here, Huntington Beach, you're going to be paddling quite a bit, Carla.
Well, I think both these ladies actually quite conditioned for that, being from Soleil from a point break, which maybe you're not paddling out through lots of white waters, but you have long paddle outs, especially Soleil herself, who sits at the top of the point and gets waves all the way to the sand. So oftentimes, you know, I guess she might actually be walking back up in order to get her wave. But on the contrary, Avalon surfing San Onofre with kind of that reefy situation, a bit more similar to this, where you're having to deal with more whitewater situations as you're paddling out. So yeah, these girls are probably really good paddlers, and they've kind of kept a bit separate when it's come to that paddle situation. But yeah, I think both these girls are geared up, or I should say gunned up for the paddle battle if it's going to happen.
Wasn't necessarily like that at the beginning of the heat, though. Remember, before we had the restart, they were pretty close to each other, and all of a sudden, I think they just realized, hey, like, there's a limited amount of waves out here, so might as well take advantage of the actual peaks that might be a little bit separate from each other. And in the end, this has actually worked out in the favor of Avalon so far. Still waiting on her last score, looking to improve on a 4.23. Priority still with Soleil, though. 13 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach with AJ.
Mitch, everybody is on the beach right now to watch this women's longboard final, including the one and only Sophia Colhane. So if we were just talking about ahead of, just before this interview, about the strategy, once you have a heat reset like you do, the nerves are already up in a final. Mentally, how do you recalibrate after that?
Honestly, I think they're doing great. I mean, heat restarts are really stressful because you're already cold out there and then you have to sit for another 10 minutes and then, but it's also exciting because you get extra time to showcase your surfing. But I think the girls are doing good out there and I'm excited to see what's coming.
And you are one of thousands who is on the beach to line up and watch this final. Describe for us just what it feels like here in Huntington for those watching at home who wish they were here to watch the longboard final.
Vibes are high. Everyone's stoked to be here. I mean, it's a hot, sunny day here in Huntington, and just so excited to see the girls compete, and especially Avalon's first final ever. So exciting, and Soleil's also killing it. So, yeah.
Thanks so much, Soph. We'll let you get back to watching.
Thanks.
Thank you, AJ. Appreciate Sophia Colhane's time as well. As we look at the score, the last of Avalon Gall extends her lead, gets the best score of the final, is 6.83. Now we're back up at 6.67. This means that Erico now needs a 9.9 or better.
Wow, upsets all day here as we watch Avalon in the replay. This is that 6.83. The Brazilian judge really liking this wave, I think putting down a 7.2. That opening nose ride, really kind of locking in that breadth, I think, of the score. The commitment to the nose ride in that kind of semi-chunky condition definitely showed control and prowess.
Well, just like the surfers adjust, so do the judges. I mean, it's gotten tougher out there, the wind picking up. You got to reward what they do and not what they can do anymore. And, you know, in that sense, I feel like really these sixes are reflecting how difficult it is out there at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a struggle for both the surfers and the judges up there in order to, you know, really pinpoint the proper scores to put down and acknowledge the surfer for the effort that they're making out there, but also be, you know, critical enough so that they're you know, making sure they're picking apart and making sure everything's as critical as it should be.
And in the end, numbers are one thing. You want the right result too. That's really the end game. Last year actually had a really close final between Al Cleland Jr., Marco Mignot. Came down to the last wave. He caught the wave. Al did, literally with seconds to go. Hands left the rail. It was a split decision. He got the score though. And in the end, that's why we have 5 people on the panel too. I mean, it should be a difference of opinions. Of course, you don't want it to be that big of a spread, but there's a reason why there's 5 up there and not just 1.
Well, you mentioned earlier about how unique our sport is, and that's one of the things that does make our sport unique and extra unique in a competitive sense, because at the end of the day, surfing is subjective. Style is subjective. So what I may like in one person's surfing, you may not favor as much. And so to have a panel of judges where there's a breadth of opinion and a breadth of knowledge and experience and things that they're seeing to kind of even out or average out, you know, at the end of the day, who is the best surfer.
Yeah, and it's a sports appreciation, as you're mentioning, right? But you have boxing, you have mixed martial arts, you know, certain other ones that have a certain criteria. The only issue right there is that this playing field changes much more than it does for them. And just like the surfers, the athletes, the judges have to be able to recognize that as well. There's the crew, Kevin Scavarna, Wayne Rich and company. Seems like they're really enjoying themselves this afternoon on the beach here at the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Pleasure of you joining us this afternoon. The women's final out there in the water at the moment. Heat leaders Laguna Beach's Avalon Gall, and trailing is Malibu Soleil Erico. Our first of 3 stops of the regular season here on the World Longboard Tour. Then our world champions will be decided at a specialty event in El Salvador. 5 days to decide which will be the best. And in a single day format event, top 8 men, top 8 women will be battling out for a world championship. Now, the first time that format was introduced, really fun, exciting stuff, very different, obviously, to anything that had been done in the sport of surfing up until that point. But I've truly grown to appreciate it, and I think it really justifies the meaning of having a regular season and a postseason, to call it that way.
Yeah, it makes it super exciting, and I think for the competitors, it gives them something really hard to work towards. Kind of doesn't make it so easily attainable. It's definitely really harder to achieve, and I think we see, you know, the hard work come out in their surfing, and that's at the end of the day too. What we're trying to do with longboarding is elevate it and push all the surfers to another level, and show that longboarding too is worthy of the mainstream stage.
Speaking of legends in the making, one of the all-time greats, not only of the sport of longboarding, of surfing itself, TJ Taylor Jensen, he's looking for another trophy. More on trophies with AJ.
Mitchell, I have found them. This is what we are all here for, to find out who is going to lift up these trophies. We've got the runner-up and, of course, the winner trophy here. I love the longboard trophies for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico this year. You got the pier represented. You got the sandcastle vibes. To me, this is quintessential Huntington. And personally, I always love when the trophies tie in with the place that the surfers are competing. And this is, I mean, Mitchell, you know, this is iconic Huntington, sandcastles and the pier.
AJ, are the barnacles just as sharp on the trophy as they are on the actual pier?
No, they are not. I can confirm, having felt both, the pier ones being unintentional, that no, not quite as sharp.
Thanks, AJ. There they are. I mean.
And there it is, the real life.
Those are some really great trophies.
Yeah.
Creative, very indicative of where we're at.
And a nice nod to Surf City here in USA, Huntington Beach.
100%. Whole reason behind this whole thing is because of how cool the backdrop is right here with the pier in the background, whether you're on south side or on north side. Some of the best photos of all time. And shout out to Jeff Jensen, by the way, a local surfer, great kneeboarder. Gave us a couple of amazing calendars for us, and you know, in the end had one beautiful frame of north side of the pier, great barrow left. Here on the south side at the moment, though, 5:40 to go. And since we saw the 6.83 of Gall, a couple of quiet moments here, Carla. She's looking to still improve on her 6.67, but she has done the work herself already. Meanwhile, Soleil, not for lack of trying, they have both caught 5 waves up until this moment, but she is still needing a near perfect ride, a 9.9 or better. And, you know, from my point of view, still enough time to be able to maybe separate that into 2 possible waves. You get down to 2-3 minutes, though, might be impossible for her to do that.
Yeah, and the way the ocean has been working for us in these last couple heats, it wouldn't be something that we could foreshadow to be, you know, to occur. So Soleil will definitely feel a little bit defeated or deflated as you know, as you see her kind of go, I don't know, what do I do? Is there anything coming? I don't know. I see nothing. You know, what do I do? And, you know, it's unfortunate for her because she just would happen to be lucky in those other heats too, and finding those moments and finding those waves. And a lot of her interviews kind of just saying, well, I just hope I find the waves. Perhaps she jinxed herself a little bit herself because she wasn't able to link them up this time. Didn't quite find those moments, but Avalon seemed to be the one that just also kind of hunting down those lefts, I think, and finding those moments where she could get that critical tip time that just proved to be the battle winner.
And in rhythm with the ocean at the moment, too. Just over 4 minutes on the clock. Soleil with priority. And we do have more sundown sets coming for you. Live music at the Beach Bar later on this week here for the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. On Thursday, Yolanda Be Cool coming all the way from Australia. That'll be at 5 p.m. Friday, August 1st, Chevy Metal. Also at 5 p.m. And of course, Saturday, August the 2nd, Yachty by Nature, 4 to 7 p.m. Scan the QR code on screen to get your tickets. And a portion of ticket sales benefiting the Surfrider Foundation, which works to protect and preserve the world's oceans and beaches. Make sure to scan the QR code, get your tickets, and see you down here later on this weekend at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. It'll be the sundown sets, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I already told you, Common Kings, those are my boys. Well-dressed, really nice dudes too, but they truly rocked out last Saturday.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they opened up with that, hopefully they can just, all the rest of the bands, all that can keep going.
Oh, they set the standard.
Oh,
I
yeah,
can tell you
that's
that,
what I mean. They set the bar pretty high, so.
Reggae Sundays was great. You know, we had multiple bands. The Common Kings, I might just be saying that because they gave me a few autographs, so.
You're fangirling, fanboying.
Pretty cool. You know, over the years, a lot of the big events that I've actually been to, believe it or not, have actually been at the US Open.
Really?
Yeah.
Get your concert groove on. I guess I need to prep better.
The one thing I will say, I lost a lot of my ticket stubs, though.
Oh.
So the memories are only inside my head at the
Well,
moment.
that's all that really matters when it comes down to it.
That's true. Just over 2 minutes, and getting to a point where Soleil might not really have a chance to break it up into 2 waves anymore. She might just have to surf for the 9.9 or better, holding on to priority for a super long time. And given, you know, wave-starved final right here on the women's side, Avalon did get to work, though, when she could. 6.83, 6.67, not only 2 very well-deserved scores, well-earned as well. She was able to navigate the lineup, able to find them. And if this is the result for Soleil Erco, once again, 3 years in a row where it's at least a semifinal or better, wow. I mean, proving that you're one of the most consistent surfers not only on the planet, especially here at one of the most challenging breaks on our schedule.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a great way to start the tour. She's still in the top of the bracket, and she's going to go in still feeling pumped, you know, into bells. We have a bit of time in between this event and the next one, but she'll go ahead and reset. She kind of re-gear. I know she usually gets on land, you know, early, and she'll get her feet, you know, used to the wave at bells. But what a moment for Avalon, right? I mean, this is her, you know, highest achievement in the longboard tour, just to make the final and then to come out and then potentially win it. Well, you know, she just must be pretty elated. Maybe a little bit shocked and beside herself, because it's probably not something she was even expecting to happen.
Well, if she is shocked, should be a good one. I mean, winning the biggest event of your life in front of your friends and family, 30 minutes north of your house.
And against a 3-time world title holder.
Yeah, not bad for a Tuesday afternoon, if you ask me.
I love it.
15 seconds to go. And why not make things official right here?
She's going to get her hair wet finally just to do so.
And let's give it up. Ladies and gentlemen, your Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, women's longboard champion is Orange County's own Avalon Gall. There's the pit crew. What a big moment for her. All smiles, big celebration, and as you said, potentially unexpected, you know, something that she was looking forward to competing here at home. And after losing out in the round of 16 in all 3 events last year, this is a huge change, a big momentum builder for her, especially heading into one of the most complicated waves on the planet over at Bells Beach, having a good chat here with Soleil. But what a moment for Avalon Gall, especially coming through the ranks here in Southern California. It hasn't always been easy for her.
No, it's not easy for a lot of surfers, and I'm sure she's just feeling that sigh of relief and definitely a weight lifted off her shoulders, something she's been probably looking at and wanting to achieve for such a long time, and here is finally her moment. And I'm sure everyone on the beach, we saw that clip earlier of the girls standing there, Khalees wiping her tears from her eyes. So a big moment for all of that crew there, for Avalon to celebrate this, you know, new win.
And I don't know if it's truly hit her just yet either. I mean, she's smiling, she's enjoying herself. As you said, finally got her hair wet after not doing so in really a 50-minute final if you count the restart too. And being out there for nearly an hour, it almost seems like it's been a couple of years if you look at it in Interstellar's perspectives. But our 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion, Avalon Gall. And I got to be thinking the cheer up's going to be nice and sweet right here for the local surfer.
Yeah, this is the moment kind of every winner is waiting for. They get cheered up the beach by their crew. We can hear the screams and the shouts and the excitement.
How's this? Kalis Kaleopa'a.
You see Honolua, Bloomfield there, Sophie Colhane. Oh, there you go. That's what you. That's what you want to see.
Okay, there's Kono.
She's like, don't get me wet. I'm not getting wet.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico champion is the goofy footer out of Laguna Beach, California, Avalon Gall, being cheered up by two of her great friends on tour, Honolua Bloomfield, Kalis Kaleopa'a, and behind her, carrying the chariot, is Sophia Colhane. But Avalon Gall, for the first time in her career, makes a final on the World Longboard Tour and ends up becoming a champion right here at south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. They tired themselves out too quickly, Carla.
Yeah. Hana was like, no, we got to finish. Go to the end. Go to the end, ladies. Yeah, really awesome. Great to feel that. You can feel the energy through the screen. It's awesome to be here to witness this win for Avalon.
Saw Ginger Kaimi right there as well, the 13-year-old in the event.
Yeah, always good to see the competitors that have been knocked out in earlier rounds to stick around to celebrate and kind of be a part of the action. Yeah, just nice to see and hear all the congrats she's getting. So.
After dumping her in the water, gives her another big old hug.
Now, if it was back in my day, someone would knock the other over and you'd be getting the sugar donut, right? But they're classy girls.
So Avalon Gall, our women's longboard champion. AJ, I mean, Avalon must be feeling elated after her first victory on the longboard tour.
I don't know who is more elated, to be honest with you, Mitch, because Avalon, all event, you have said, I'm just so honored to go up against some of these longboarders. I want everybody to have a chance, and they were all waiting for you after your first final, your first victory. Try to put into words what it means to win the Long Beach event here at Huntington Beach for the first time.
Oh my God, I don't even know what to say. I have the best friends ever, and it wouldn't be the same without them, and they made it all so special being here with everybody.
You stayed so calm, so collected the entire competition as the moments were winding down, and you knew Soleil had a very tall mountain to climb. What was going through your head?
Oh gosh, I don't even know. I honestly couldn't believe it stayed flat for that long, but I don't even know what to say. I'm just super stoked.
You've put in so much work to be at this moment, to make sure that you can get the victory here at Huntington Beach. What would you say to the girl who's been training for years, who's been preparing for this moment for years, who's maybe questioned along the way whether or not it was going to come? What would you tell her now that you're going to be the one lifting the trophy?
Oh gosh, I'd say just enjoy every moment of it. That's all I have to say about that.
Is there anybody, you have so much support here on the beach, but I know so much more back at home as well. Anything you want to share with friends and family who've been rooting you on?
Yeah, thank you to everybody. Thank you to my mom and dad and all my amazing friends. Wouldn't be the same without all of you.
Congratulations, Avalon. You are the champ here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Stop number 1 on the Longboard Tour belongs to you.
Thank you, AJ.
Finals are on. It's going to be Taylor Jensen versus Kai Ellis Flint. I'm Chris Cote. This is Sam Bleakley. Sam, We made it all the way to finals, and this is going to be a good one. I already have one wave ridden, so 40 minutes on the clock for these two surfers. Of course, top 2 waves will be totaled, and that's how we're going to get our champion. Will it be a returning champ, or will we have a brand new champ? Tail of the tape tells us that both of these surfers have been in form all week long. It's anyone's game now. This is going to be super exciting to watch. These guys are going to maximize the potential of the waves we have on hand.
Absolutely. 2 regular footers, 2 absolute style maestros. Of course, Kai Ellis-Flint carries a really nice, fresh audience to the World Longboard Tour. Taylor Jensen, a stalwart, 4 times World Longboard champ, defending champion. But how special was it to see our Laguna Beach local take the win, the goofy footer? That was a really, really big moment, and I think that there's a lot of longboard fans tuning in who would have really appreciated that, because they would have followed Avalon winning the likes of duct tape events and the Mexi Log Fest and being one of the best free surfers, knowing that often in competition she doesn't go as far as they expect, and finally she had her moment to shine, taking the win, and deservedly so.
A really cool story. I mean, you love to see a surfer that I don't think anybody underestimated her going up against her, but I believe that is a bit of a Cinderella story, because like you said, you know, this is a huge major result for Avalon Gall. Gets the payday, that's going to help her get to bells, that's for sure, and also just gets the accolades that we think that she deserves. A massive, massive victory for Avalon Gall here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Yeah, and one of the best free surfers as well. Her documentation in the likes of all the log wrap content and videos and photos around the world says that she is one of those surfers who, you know, she styles in the free surfs down at Sano, around the world. But to see her shine with that unique style in the final, all on that footwork, those really beautiful upright nose rides, but also that powerful cutback. She's got a dynamic, exciting bit of rail work, and you could see that she's got a big fan base in Hawaii. A lot of her closest friends here, actually the Hawaiians. It was Sophia, it was Honolulu greeting her and cheering her up the beach, and that was really special to see as well. And of course, Khalees Kelly-Opaha, twice a champion here at Huntington.
Yeah, a really cool story on the women's side of the draw. That brings us to the men. Taylor Jensen starts off with a 3.5. So flipping the script a little bit, in the past 2 heats that Taylor surfed, he's waited about 10, sometimes 15 minutes to catch his first wave. And I think in the last couple of heats, he only had 2 or 3 waves ridden in each heat. So this might be maybe a new strategy for Taylor Jensen, but he knows what it's all about. He is your 2-time US Open of Surfing champion, 4-time world champion. He's going for another one here. This is the first wave ridden of the men's final.
Comes in at a 3.5, straight to the tip, and there's that drop knee turn. I love TJ's drop knee. This wave, no reform, no link up, but he manufactures a score out of that nose ride into that drop knee. It's a start, and he's going to be happy to just get some toes on the wax after that patient semi-final. But patience paid off in that semi-final, because he got that excellent range wave, and then he backed it up with that high 5. And what was really distinctive about TJ in the semi-final was the way he read the waves he did get, the way he was able to link those sections. But we got to have a big shout out to JR, because he came so close to making it to the final. He falls on his final maneuver. He probably felt like he needed to give it everything to get the excellent range score he was requiring, but he'll be feeling very deflated. But of course, being a 3-event tour to determine our top 8, it's a strong start for JR, starting with a 3rd.
Yeah, I think we all felt like he was literally 1 turn away from potentially flipping that heat, but that's history. And we're looking at what's happening now. Kai Ellis-Flint in his first finals appearance in Huntington Beach. Bit up and down, competitively speaking. Always an amazing surfer.
Yeah.
But great to see his strategy, which he kind of describes as going with the flow, just being chill, just riding what's provided to him by the ocean. And he hasn't looked stressed. He hasn't looked like he's been pressed by competition. He's just kind of doing what he's been doing and having a deep paddle into this wave. He misses it, so that means that priority now switches back to Taylor Jensen.
And of course, Kai Ellis-Flint, big success on the regional qualifying events in Australia. He got 2nd in the Gold Coast Open LQS to Declan this season. Last season, he won the Manly Classic, but right now, TJ's on the tip, hanging 5.
Yeah, 5 over. Drop knee turn there. That's the recipe for success out here today. Get on the nose, do a nice turn, Hopefully you can make it all the way to the sand, because this has been a difference in some scores going from 4s to 7s. You know, riding clean all the way through. Taylor Jensen is going to improve on a 3.5 and get himself even further into the lead.
Clean style as well. That wave was difficult to ride. You know, when he stood up on that wave, you thought there's a bit of wind on this, there's a little bit of mush, a little bit of chop, but he rode it so smoothly. He linked things, he generated momentum by just being in the right part at the right time. Good combination of footwork, flow, tail work. As we can see now, this is when Kai Ellis-Flint just came out of priority, looking for that busy start, unable to catch this wave. Opened the door for TJ to get the pickings of the next set. Also a difficult wave to paddle into. Had to generate a lot of speed with his paddling. 2 steps up to the 5, holds the 5, nose rides through that section. Clean footwork into a drop knee cutback, and now eyeing up the reform. Look at the way he swings it back on the left go right there, and then just uses that cross-stepping to keep the board flat, planing, trimming. And now when he knows he's got a steeper section, he's able to get the 5, the touch of the 10. And look at that little zip of acceleration as he came out of that foam climb. That board really working for him. The work he's been doing with the likes of Stu Kenson and Dan Mann, designing his different firewire range, is really paying off.
Yeah, he put lipstick on a pig. That wave did not look good, but he made it look great. Comes through at 6.83. Now we see Kai Ellis-Flint on his first wave ridden. Crouches down to try to build the momentum to make it through to this inside section. Trying to paddle, but can't quite get through. So edge goes to Taylor Jensen. 6.83, 3.5. That means he's already into the double digits, still with 31 minutes left. A 10.33 total, well into the lead. You do not want to let Taylor Jensen run away with it, because he will continue to put the pedal down. Right now, he's definitely building up some steam in this final heat.
Kai Ellis-Flint, in his post-heat interview after winning the semi-final, getting to the final, he talked about that rock and roll feeling and wanting to just go side to side and feel the roll in the bottom of his board, and also to engage the fin. And the good thing about doing that is when you're at that point when you know you can't get the stall of the nose ride or the acceleration from further back in the board, by working with the roll, by putting that pressure side to side, you can get some flex in the fin just to give a little bit more zip to the ride. And he takes off on this wave, gets that 5, and this is that rock and roll effect. It doesn't pay off here because of the nature of the way that wave died out, but he did mention in that post-heat interview how he's just trying to engage with the roll bottom on his higher state surfboards that he designs. He also works as a glasser as well for North Coast surfboards in Byron, but this is self-shaped equipment under his feet, and it's looking good. He's been on fire all week, and is this going to be his first opportunity to win a World Longboard Tour event?
Well, he's got a chance, but Stevie Winwood said, when you see a chance, take it. He needs to put himself on waves. You know, I think when you get 40 minutes, so that's 10 extra minutes than we've seen throughout the entire event, you know, you can be lulled into a kind of a false sense of, oh, I got all the time in the world, but then next thing you know it, there's 5 minutes left and you got your back against the wall. So if I'm Kai Ellis-Flint, obviously there's no panic needed, still 30 minutes left, but we saw that last wave from Taylor Jensen, who got a 6.83. The wave looked like nothing when he was paddling for it. It grew as he went down the line, and it gave him that just the push he needed to get himself all the way to the sand. So I'm really thinking, roll the dice on whatever comes your way.
Cote, we've had such a cool 4 days, haven't we? It's been brilliant.
Yeah,
amazing longboarding, great waves. Yes, it's been small, but this is Huntington. You don't expect it to be big at this time of year. And TJ has been one of the standouts as we get to see the 5. Pulls up tight for that 5. Look at this drop knee turn. Wham, just accelerates there, but then takes the pressure off by becoming light-footed, by using the footwork. And then the way he just steers and levers back into this section. And then at the point when he knows he's made the connection, he goes back and then forward, pulls in a tight 5, and look at that little burst of speed he gets as that inside rail engages. That is masterfully ridden by TJ Taylor Jensen.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, above and beyond what that wave was offering, for sure.
It was amazing.
If you were free surfing, you wouldn't look at that wave.
No. And even paddling into it, you could see it was one of those ones where there was 3 kind of things to get through before he was even at that moment where there was something to stand up on. But he just read it well. He He used the paddle speed, which is something that is an asset on a longboard. You can get up good plane momentum. Sometimes you want to use the shape of the wave on takeoff for a fade. Other times you want to run with it, and other times you just need to use that paddle to really generate acceleration, which he did, as we see on the replay here. Locked in the 5, good toe work. I really love these drop knee turns. And you can just see that little like zip of spray coming off the outside rail. And then this is interesting. Look at the angle change here from a full head of left to a full head of right. And then at the point where he knows he's going to get the reform, he'll go back to the tail, take a slightly higher line, and then get back on the nose. And as soon as it's dropping down, he moves back to the tail, and he's able to quickly steer that soft railer up into the foam to just finish with a turn. Nice, nice.
Yeah. That's just veteran knowledge right there for Taylor Jensen. Kai Ellis Flint still in it. I mean, Taylor's backup scores a 3.5. Kai Ellis Flint already has a 3, so he needs a 7.33 for now, but I'm pretty sure both of those 3s are going to be deleted off the board in the span of the next 27 minutes.
What do you think the Challenger Series surfers are picking up from watching the longboarders across the last 4 days with regards to sandbars, impact of tide, strategy?
I mean, they've been hovering around the contest area for the past 4 days.
Hoovering up the food?
Yeah, no doubt. Well, yeah, they've been eating all the muffins, that's for sure. They're like locusts. But I think that they've really been taking notes. I mean, this is a deep international field we have in the Challenger Series coming up. And if you've been here early in the mornings, you've seen about 80 surfers warming up, most of them on the Challenger Series. So they're taking it very seriously, and I think there's kind of some positivity, you know, that it's going to be needed. Everybody's in the same boat, you know, and everybody who I've talked to, from, you know, Jorgen Kuznet, Maxime Houchinot, the list goes on and on. You know, everyone's coming down here, putting in their time in the water. There's a ton of black surfboards. A lot of epoxy is about to be ridden here. This is where your best groveler will come into play. You're going to need every ounce of push you get from your board, every bit of skill that you've developed by practicing in small waves around the world if you want to achieve success here. And they all know it's going to be small for the first couple of days, and I feel like everybody's prepared. So there will be no excuses. You know, if you haven't been warming up, if you didn't bring the right board, this is serious, because this is where we're going to field a good handful of our 2026 Championship Tour surfers, and everybody's real excited about the 2026 schedule. You know, the rule changes that make it more of that traditional Championship Tour that we grew up loving so much. So a lot at stake here in Huntington Beach, as usual. And of course, you know, big payday, big points on the line. And you have 100+ hungry surfers from all over the world who really want to use this event to give themselves the best shot of making the tour. And here we go, Kai Ellis Flint, little running right, gets on the nose, 10 over, quick 5 there. Trying to utilize the chop on the face of this wave to give himself one more push towards the sand. Can't make the transition, but got some work done on the outside.
Yeah, that was really nicely ridden, considering the size, the shape, the mush that he had to work through, the way he was light-footed, the way he was exciting, interesting, creative, sets himself up, good timing, holds the 5, gets a quick touch of the tight 5 there, maybe even a 10, but just then, again, that second 5, the flow that he had, and then he just gets and engages with the roll bottom, trying to get a little bit of rock and roll and maybe some bite and flex from the fin. Not quite reforming again through the inside, but he needed to get active. He recognized after Taylor's strong start with that mid-range 3 and that good 6 that he needed to get a score on the board, and that was a worthwhile wave to drop that 4.0.
Yeah, a little bit better. So now he only needs a 6.34. Well, I can't really say only 6.34. It will be a challenging number to get in the lineup right now. We know they're going to have a lot of opportunity. Here we see Kai Ellis Flint getting a lot busier than we've seen him today and throughout the last couple days.
Well, what's interesting is now this top score for Ellis Flint is stronger than TJ's backup score of a 3.5. So that's significant. If he does now improve on TJ's 6.83, he has that higher backup score. Of course, with 23 minutes remaining, you're expecting both surfers to get a lot more opportunities. But what we're seeing from Ellis Flint is a hungry Australian from the Central Coast, looking like he wants to make an impact on the World Tour this year. He's not just letting the waves come to him, he's on the hunt to find them.
Yeah, he's gone way south to the edge of the competition area. It's really fun to just try to guess what these waves are going to do. And this one looks like it could have paid off for Ellis Flint. So one quick 10 out the back.
Nice.
Redirects there.
Nice.
So we'll get credit for a nice looking turn. And I believe he's going to make the transition to the inside section. One more quick 5, gets the snap.
Wow.
Boom.
He made that happen. He made that happen. That was just hunger and liveliness. And did you see, Chris, how well that board looked like it was going? It just had an element of momentum to it throughout the entire ride. Yes, he rode it very well, but he really just brought that wave to life out of nothing.
Yeah, that is going to be an interesting score. Way better than the 4, right? I mean,
sure.
Made it all the way through, got on the nose. Was it a 6.34? I love that paddle because there was nothing there. He saw something happening and he went into it.
Really nice. He just nose rides through that foamy section and then whips it back and then just gets the reform here as he walks back to the tail, gets that high line again to the 5, and then here just accelerates in that re-entry. So he made something out of nothing, and even ending with a little bit of a drop knee there on that down carve in the foam when everything's broken on the inside. So he got busy, he moved south to find that wave. He needs a big score. It's going to be a good score. My instinct says that it may well not be enough, but it certainly could be then his backup score to go for something even better to challenge TJ for the win.
Yeah, that's going to be something for the judges to think about for sure. 21 minutes, 50 seconds left. Got Taylor Jensen in the blue with priority. Ellis Flint in the red. It's second priority. Needing a 6.34, waiting for a score to come in. Well, the beach is definitely going off right now. We've got superstar surfers turn into super fans. We got Rosie Hodge standing by with Soleil Erico.
That's right, Soleil Erico. Congratulations on such a great US Open campaign. Finishing off in the final, you've got to be pretty proud of your performance all week.
Yeah, I'm proud. And like, regardless of what happened today, this is a cedar, by the way. Regardless of what happens, I'm just looking to win a world title in the end. So if this is what I meant, you know, this is the place I'm meant to be in right now, that's cool. But yeah, now we're just cheering Kai on, so.
I love that, and Cedar seems like he's been your lucky charm all week long. Been doing the stretches, doing the warm-ups with you, and you know, we were chatting to Ellis Flint in your final. He was watching your heat so closely, and it seems like you doing the same thing, mentioning that CJ Nelson has been coaching yourself and Kai for the last 2 seasons. Talk to me about that relationship.
Yeah, CJ is one of the best longboarders in the world, so me and Kai are very lucky. He sees our potential and our talent, and we're very lucky to have him. He's like a ride or die human. He's built me the most amazing boards I've ever ridden, and I would not be here without him. So he's the best, yeah.
We love that. Well, we're actually just watching a wave of Ellis Flint up and riding at the moment. He's making that inside connection. You want to talk us through this inside section?
Yes, love that for him. Let's go.
Finishing on his feet, finding that support here on the beach. Soleil, you know, as we move through the 2025 season, what are you most looking forward to?
I'm just looking forward to the events. Bells is going to be really fun. I love that wave. I love the energy of the place over there. It's beautiful. And obviously Abu Dhabi, just all the events. It's going to be a fun year. I have a good feeling about it.
We're so stoked, and we're looking forward to all of that. Now that Kai's in this heat with Taylor Jensen, he's so decorated. What's it going to take for Kai to take the win?
I mean, he's just gonna have to get a wave, but it's so tough out there, and Taylor is an amazing surfer and competitor. So I think regardless of what happens, like, Kai will be stoked. It's his first final. It's a big deal. So, and we're up on the podium together for the first time, which is really special. So, and CJ's stoked about that. So it'll be great regardless.
Well, congratulations to yourself and Kai, and obviously CJ Nelson doing some amazing things in the coaching realm too. We'll send it back to you guys.
Well, that coaching is working out right now because Kai Ellis Flint just jumped into the lead with a 5.83 and a 4.93. So just when you start to worry a little bit that Taylor Jensen's running away with it, Kai answers back with back-to-back high scores. Taylor Jensen now needs a 3.83 to get himself into that top spot. 18 minutes, 43 seconds left. You love to see a heat go wave for wave like this.
Yeah, and that was a quick turnaround. It's the last 2 scores for Kai that have gone into his top 2. So the previous to that, that longer ride that we got to analyze, that came in just short of the requirement to go straight to first, came in at a 5.83, but then it was his next wave, which came in at a 4.83, went into his top 2, and that pushed him up into first. Taylor's not chasing something big, just something in that high 3 range, that 3.83, but there's a real grittiness and resilience to the way Kai is moving around the lineup, but an elegance to the way he's surfing once he's up and riding. And it was lovely to hear from Soleil as well there. Of course, Taylor has had a role in Soleil's career. Taylor was coaching Soleil when she won her first world title in 2017, and then later in her career she moved on to coaching work with CJ Nelson and has got 2 more world titles since then, now on 3. But now this guy, Kai Ellis Flint, the way he links these sections, that board is looking so buttery and smooth, and the speed at which he's getting out of the rail turns as well, considering how small the surf is pretty impressive.
It's probably a deep stat, but how many surfers have won the US Open on a surfboard that they made themselves?
That's a really interesting question, and you'd have to look back to a bit of the list of some of the big names. I mean, I know that Joel Tudor, huge advocate of US champion surfers, but probably not many. I'll have a little think about it while we have the break.
Yeah, you do have a minute here. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break. It's going to be quick, Sam, so you're going to have to get these facts to me when we get back. We're going to take a quick one. We'll be right back to the finals. Stay tuned.
Here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach.
The U.S. Open of Surfing is one of the most unique venues in all of professional surfing. There is a circus happening around you at any given time.
Yeah, the crowds always turn up, and like there's the pier, so it's kind of got this stadium environment.
Because so many great surfers have won this contest, so that's another like big part of it.
Thank you, Lexus, for believing in the surfing. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And Lexus will be with us through the remainder of the championship tour as well. The Lexus Tahiti Pro right around the corner. Well, we're here in the final match of our longboard event. A lot of surfing left to come this week. The Challenger Series starts tomorrow, but right now we've got 14 minutes, 15 seconds. We're watching Kai Ellis Flint with a slight lead over Taylor Jensen. 10.66 versus 10.33. Taylor does have priority. Going to stroke into this one. Going to fade left. So these waves, they might look small, but everyone so far has counted. It's Taylor now trying to fight his way into the beach. He's not going to make the transition. Got a little bit of work done. Does need a 3.83, so not a huge number. I think that one's going to be right on the line.
I've not seen those lefts connecting in the last hour and a half. I feel as if, yeah, Avalon got some significant lefts, but generally more of the scorers have been coming for the rights, and I think there has more chance of the reform. But he put everything into that, chasing an attainable score, 3.83. Let's see if it could be close. He gets that line, 2 steps, and then 4, holds the 5. Walks back, great footwork out of the nose riding, as we always see from Taylor, and now live action, Kai Ellis-Flint. This looks nice, and a right-hander as well, which could have a reform.
I love it. Wave for wave for wave for wave. And here we go. Kai Ellis cruising his way towards the inside section.
Brilliant.
Quick 10 there. A beautiful, subtle turn.
Brilliant.
Do a little mini quick foam bounce. That was a good little combo of maneuvers there through the way inside.
That was excellent surfing. The flow, the read, the patience to just let the board trim. And what was really interesting was you were talking about people who have won the US Open on self-shaped equipment. And this guy is riding his own boards, and it looks like it's working so perfectly. Out of that tight nose ride, and then redirecting from the middle of the board, and here, just trusting the board. This is a flat board, so the trim speed is good. There's some roll in the bottom, strikes for the 5 again. And then look at the way he just flexes and keeps that upper body composed. His arms quite low, but look at the flex in his knees and the hips and the ankles. A lot of the work gets done down there, and I think this is going to be a really strong score. And now the pressure is going to be on Taylor, who did get the score he needed on that left. He got a 3.97, so waiting for that last right-hander to be scored for Kai Ellis-Flint, but he's chasing a 4.98. I think he got that on that.
It really is now coming down to the details, to the subtleties, the little nuances of every second that these surfers are riding these waves. I mean, the judges are literally watching them as they start to paddle. I mean, that's where the scoring really starts, because in a lot of cases, the way these surfers are standing up actually becomes a maneuver. And, you know, they're looking at these waves. Are they difficult to ride? Are they in the pocket? There's so much that goes into even a 3.97, right? That's such a standard number that you hear a lot in surfing competition. But right now, I mean, every bit of that 3.97, every bit of that 5.83 was talked about, was thought about deeply by our panel of experts above us. The judges right now, they're giving the edge to Kai Ellis-Flint. You were right, a 6.33 for his last wave. He's back into the lead. This is a seesaw battle.
Yep, deservedly so. So, looking back and appreciating the ride here, that flat board, fast, but the roll bottom, locks in the tight 5, 10, and then low. And now just walking, all footwork into the turn. And then again, widening the stance and steering elegantly, bringing that foot together. And now he just recognizes that the board is going to do the work. Just got those knees flexed. A couple of cross steps back just to change the positioning of the planing. And now as he gets into the reform, he's got a high line, enough to touch the 5 on a tight 5. I love this little turn here. One movement and then one more movement just to finish things in style, and that's the 6.33, and that's him now in first position. And now Taylor's chasing a 5.33, a lot of time left. So for the last few years, we've had the WSL event here, and winners, the likes of Khaleesi Kelly-Opaha, Rachel Tilley, Taylor Jensen, Connie Ellis-Stewart, they've all been on their pro model boards, but they're not actually the people in the shaping bay with their own label shaping the boards. And if we look back at the long history of US Open longboard winners, yes, many people winning on their pro model boards, but none of those names significant shapers. Maybe Justin Quintal with his Black Rose design, he would have quite a big impact on the designs there, but he's not the one actually holding the tools, doing the shaping. But this guy is certainly riding his self-shaped equipment. And if we go back to the 60s, you have a few names. Mark Martinson would have won on a self-shaped board in 1965, but other surfers like Nueva and Corky Carroll on their pro models, but not actually on the models they would have made. So this would be unprecedented. This would be big news if Ellis Flint takes the win on his higher stakes surfboards that he built, he designed, he made, as TJ kicks out to hold priority.
Yeah, so I'm sure a lot of surfers really heavily involved with the design of their boards. But when it comes to mowing foam, Ellis Flint, if he can keep this lead, if he can get this win, that's a low-key bit of history in the making.
Yeah, I love that. I love the fact you brought that up. Great stuff, Cote. But right now, if we think about what TJ's going through, not chasing a massive score, probably going to be a little bit patient for the first few minutes in case he gets the opportunity with a set because he is in priority. But then he's going to have to make that decision when we move into the last 5 minutes, whether he just holds his ground, trusting there will be a set, and he's only chasing an attainable score, or whether he starts to hunt for that wave. In the way that out of priority, Kai Ellis Flint started to get busy and pulled off that 5.83, which really set alight his campaign here in the final to get the win.
We got 8 minutes left. Time is starting to fly. 6 waves ridden each. Highest single wave score so far is with Taylor Jensen, that's 6.83. Kai Ellis Flint nearly matched that with a 6.33, so it's all about the backups now with a 5.83 that Kai Ellis Flint is holding. And the number that Taylor is desperately going to try to get rid of is that 3.97. He's looking for a 5.33 or beyond.
Great intel from our good friend Wingnut saying that John Gray or Mike Marshall would have shaped Mark Martinson's boards back in '65. And that's pretty good bit of intel from Wingnut tuning in. Big shout out to Wingnut there. But right now, as we move down into the kind of final stages, it's interesting to think about the matchups between Taylor and Kai Ellis Flint. TJ's got the edge with 2 wins in those matchups. So this is a real opportunity for Kai to get one on TJ and on the limelight. Center stage, first event of the 2025 World Longboard Tour.
I mean, TJ is such a good surfer with so much oceanic knowledge. He's dangerous all the way down to the very end, but watch out, we got some heels hanging.
Nice.
Kai Ellis Flint.
Really good, really good. And did you see the way he hooked that turn back after walking out of the heels? That was impressive.
Highly technical. I'm gonna call that organic technicality because he made it look so smooth. Gets the 10 on the inside. Sam, this is big time right here.
That put my hair on end. That was so skilled. So skilled.
I mean, technical, super difficult. I mean, you think about, you're going down the line on a tiny wave, so that in itself is hard. And then you have the ability to get on the nose, turn around, hang your heels off it, run back, all while going straight into a turn. This was a masterful combination and series of events.
Cote, I want you to pick a tune to this ride. Choice is yours. Any band, any tune, you name it.
I mean, I'm going Steely Dan, Any Major Dude, because that was a major dude maneuver right there. Not a lot of people in the world could have done that. And then after, you know, there's no celebration, right? It's straight back to work.
Brilliant stuff. I mean, the degree of difficulty in that heels was high, but the way he walked out of it and then just whipped that turn, that redirect, and generated a bit more trim speed. Okay, so he's sitting with a 5.83 and a 6.33. It may be that that wave doesn't go into his top 2, but what we did see then was a demonstration of the small wave skills of Kai Ellis Flint. And around the world, a lot of people love to longboard in small waves. It's one of the great small wave tools. And these are the types of things that the kids are doing. You know, they want to be on heels, they want to be cross-stepping in and out of 10s, and they want to be changing direction to generate acceleration on small waves. There's a playfulness about the way Kai rode that wave, but there was also like a super high level of skill displayed.
Oh, I mean, entertainment value too. To me, that's got to be near excellent, just in terms of the enjoyment and excitement that we got from it. Then again, that's why I'm not a great judge, because I'd be giving 9s and 10s for everything that I thought was just cool looking.
Yep.
So luckily we've got the experts sitting right above us, and
there it is.
Yeah, we're together on this one. A 7.50 for Kai Ellis Flint. That means Taylor Jensen now needs a 7.01 by way of a wild heel hang. KEF. Doing better. Just improving on each and every wave that he's ridden.
And that is something to celebrate because Kai has introduced the heels throughout finals day and it's paid off. Some of his significant scores have come from nose ride sections where he's just brought a little bit of extra edge and the judges recognizing the degree of difficulty of, you know, not only facing into the nose ride, but facing away from the nose ride, blind and still walking out of it. So into the 5, and then here we go. There's the heels, a full heels, walk back, and then look at the whip of that turn as he got back on the switch stance and then went back to the natural stance. And the judges really appreciating the degree of difficulty. And then he gets the reform through the inside, gets that high line, finds another 5 into a 10, and then ends on the sand with complete composure. And what we have to really recognize is in that heels, there was into the 10, and both of those heels were right over the very tip of the board. And the walk back was clean. And then as he switched his stance back from goofy to regular again, there was a big change of direction. And the judges really analyzed that, appreciated it, and rewarded it.
Yeah, I think somebody got a good photo of that. I mean, you can imagine. Turned around, heels over, pier in the background, beautiful sunny afternoon. I'm going to be scanning Instagram after this to see if that image is as cool in actuality as it is in my mind.
Great stuff. I mean, we've seen Kai win these longboard qualifying series events in Australia with incredible surfing. We've seen him starting to shine at the World Longboard Tour level, but this has been the breakthrough result where he's really proven that he's got the hunger to dig deep and scrap and make things happen, but all the while still surf with finesse. And Taylor already starting to open that dialogue with him, potentially recognizing that maybe there won't be enough luck for one more set, but Taylor needs a 7.01. So 2 minutes, 10 seconds. He's not in priority. Kai Ellis is in priority, so he's going to get the opportunity to get the pickings of a set if one comes through.
Well, and, you know, I like that he's kind of leaning into the tactics a little bit here because, again, you cannot give Taylor Jensen an inch. He'll make you pay. I mean, if Taylor gets 6 feet away from Kai, there's going to be a big opportunity for him. He does need a solid score, a 7.01, but this is playing right into Kai Ellis Flint's favor because now time's starting to go. 1:40. He's got priority. We've seen surfers use their priority to block their competition. And when it's 3 minutes, when it's 4 minutes, yeah, that's a long time to hold priority. But 1:30, that's prime time to hold priority. I like that they're talking too.
Yeah,
this is cool.
It's good. And this is a great start to the season for anybody who's finishing in second place. It's about staying in that top 8, qualifying for the finals at Sunzal, El Salvador. Taylor himself would aim to be the highest seed moving into that because he knows the impact of being that high seed and, you know, your surfing being fresh by the time the lower seed meets you. But Taylor will take this a second place. He knows what the conditions have been like. He knows he's been dropping excellent range surfing. And watch out, Cote, there's a bit of movement. Is the time for one last ride?
Here we go. 50 seconds left. Taylor could have some distance, but no. Kai Ellis Flint gets right up underneath him. So Taylor Jensen has to give way, and this could actually be a keeper for Kai. So no, that was a defensive maneuver. He just wanted to keep Taylor Jensen off that wave, but watch out. Now Taylor Jensen has priority. He's got opportunity here.
Here we go.
Looking for a 7.01. Big fade to start. Gets right out onto the nose. Only able to get 5 over. He's got to do everything he can do to get through to this inside section to maximize the potential of this wave. Swiveling in there.
Wow.
He's making it through. It closes out quick.
Wow.
So only the opportunity for one turn. Was it a 7.01? Was it exciting enough? Was there enough energy to that wave to give him that big number? It's over. So now we're just going to wait for the scores.
I mean, I think it's nice that TJ had the opportunity there. I don't think the wave had it in it. I think that wave had a 5 in it at best. Of course, we're going to have to wait to see what score is dropped. Taylor chasing a 7.01. I mean, it was pretty incredible how he managed to link that together, but I think the wave needed to have a little bit more in it to give him that 7.01 that he was requiring.
There's an energy you feel from a buzzer beater.
Yeah.
And while this was a great wave, just the energy that you could feel on the beach, that you could feel in the air.
But it's pretty good. I mean, a good fade, gets the 5, great turn, gets the reform, and then finds another touch of the 5, and then it's an amazing bit of footwork and a bit of rail work, the way he's able to get back to the tail and angle that turn down. So it's going to be a decent score. I mean, the fact that he's carrying a 3.97 as his backup is probably going to come in around a 6 maybe. I don't think it's enough, but I think that he turned what was a 4 maybe into a decent score. And there it is, a 5.23. It's not enough. He's the man. He's the winner. Big moment, Cote.
Oh, watch this reaction.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff.
The crew is hyped. Congratulations, Kai Ellis Flint. You just won the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Come on, Matt. Let's get him up.
That's a great moment, really great moment. And TJ pushed him all the way, you know. TJ was absolutely on fire today at the top of his game, and it took Kai Ellis Flint digging deep, and he really put on a great show.
That was a great, great final. And just calm, cool, collected Kai Ellis Flint, your US Open champ for 2025, and now #1 in the world on the Longboard Tour. There's his coach right there, CJ Nelson, helping him up the beach. Pretty cool board caddy too. Runner-up, Soleil Erica.
Wow, great stuff. Longboard fans tuning in will be really excited about what they've seen this week, Chris.
He's a purist's favorite, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
Let's throw it down to AJ McCord with our champion.
Kai, you have talked all day long about focusing on the little things, about staying patient. How did you pull it all together to knock off the defending event champ and the defending world champion?
Yeah, I got to give it to Taylor. He's like the toughest competitor, you know. But yeah, I guess I just needed to find a couple of waves out there. I think there was a few moments where I was like really trying to dig deep. And just like try and stay focused and remember my little tools that keep me focused and patient and like fired up too. So yeah, I'm so happy to be here right now.
In those moments where you had to dig deep, what were you remembering? What were you leaning on to get you through it?
I think I have like this filing cabinet in the back of my head of all the things that, like, you know, whether I regret doing or like, you know, things I wanted to do better. And I just kind of looked at that and go like, either I'm not that person, I want to be this person, you know. Just trying to turn the tide a bit, you know. And that's where I find my, yeah, that's where I found my confidence out there.
It's been a theme for you today of what if it all works out? What if it happens exactly the way that I hoped and planned for it to? It did. You are the champion here at the 2025 Long Beach event at the US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. How does that feel to hear me say that out loud?
Yeah, well, I was thinking about this the other night. I had a thought. I was like, you know, what is it going to feel like when I do win? And I wasn't actually too sure, but you know, I feel supported at this point, you know. I feel like I've got good boards under my feet. I'm really happy with what I've done, you know, with my surfboards and where they're going, and I'm just glad to be here right now. I guess Mum surprised me too, so yeah, it's been a bit of an emotional day, but I'm stoked.
Surprised you here for finals day?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little boy. It's just like growing up to go and achieve things that she always thought that I had in me. So it's nice to kind of, you know, go and do that for her too, you know. And my dad was always there with me. He was a big, you know, big driving force behind where I am today. So I'm grateful to have both of their support, and yeah, so glad to have them here.
Your maiden victory on the World Longboard Tour, but Kai, I have a feeling it will not be your last. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm stoked.
big life moment right there for Kai Ellis Flint. Dream came true here on the sand in Huntington Beach, California at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. And guess what? We're not done yet. We're gonna have an epic 8:05 post show, an awards ceremony you're gonna love. It's all happening right after these brief messages. We'll be right back. Well, after a whole lot of hot dogging and cool logging, it's time for the 8:05 post show. This is where we wrap up finals day for you. And what a finals day it was. We've been live from Huntington Beach since about 7 a.m. this morning. We've been privy to some incredible surfing, some beautiful surfing, some high stakes heats all day long. And now it's time to give it all right back to you. I'm Chris Cote. This is Carla Zamora, Sam Blakely. We've been together all day long watching this whole thing unfold. And the last two finals of the day were just awesome. Started with the women, and Avalon Gall comes through, gets the win. A true Cinderella story on the women's side. And I could say the same thing for the men's side. I mean, Kai Ellis Flint doing it with style, doing it with a lot of soul. Definitely, I wouldn't say he was the favorite coming into this contest, but at the end of the day, we have two new champions.
Absolutely. I mean, the hang heels really shone today. There'll be kids around the world who watched, and they will be going out tomorrow morning practicing their hang heel, hang 10s through sections.
as well as that style and that smoothness that he brings. You mentioned that, you know, he's really the purest athlete, you know, and so hopefully there'll be a generation of kids kind of following in his footsteps.
Yeah, I mean, in full credit to our runners-up as well. I mean, those are two of the best surfers on the planet, Soleil Erico and, of course, Taylor Jensen, who's already won here a handful of times. Let's take a look at the bracket here. This is how it went down for the women. Avalon Gall, look at her roll to the final, taking out past champion Kalis Kaleopa'a, hard-charging Malia Iligan, and then in the final, going up against Soleil Erico, who has to be one of the toughest longboarders to beat in competition.
It was definitely an upset for Avalon to come up against Soleil and take the win here, but she did it with smooth grace. These are some waves earlier in the day in the quarterfinal when it was nice and glassy, just showing her eloquent footsteps and the nose time. It was really nice.
And also her down carve turns, you know, they were powerful and dynamic, and it's a big positive feature of her repertoire, the way she really puts that board on rail out of those nose rides with that really beautiful down carve turn, throwing spray out of that single fin.
And that smile that she's shown us throughout this competition, it makes you feel good to watch Avalon Gall surf, and tons of support. It seemed like the entirety of the field really coalesced around Avalon as she surfed her way to the final.
Yeah, it was definitely a great moment as we saw her friends backing her up and cheering her on throughout the day, and especially as she came out with that win against Soleil Erico.
So as our women entered the final, it was really a question, right? How is Avalon Gall going to beat Soleil Erico, who's had past titles, who's had huge victories, and what she did is just surf the way that she surfs and found the waves, more importantly.
And she stuck with the lefts, and it paid off for her. And we saw a lot of those reforming rights. Soleil had been incredible all week, and yes, she was the favorite, but for Avalon, she knew that she could shine on these frontside waves, and again, in and out of those nose rides and putting that board on rail. And for me, it's that repertoire of hers in and out of tight nose rides that are punctuated by that dynamic down carve that make things so exciting to watch when she stands up on a board.
Hey, you know what? Nothing wrong with another goofy-footed champion here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. So Avalon gets cheered up by a couple of champions right there. That is a feel-good moment. And now Avalon Gall is your #1 ranked surfer in the world on the WSL Longboard Tour. There's how it broke down, 6.83 and a 6.67. Erico with a couple of threes, so just didn't quite get things rolling. But a great surf event for Soleil nonetheless. And right now, it's time for a party. This is going to be an awards presentation you're not going to want to miss. I'm going to throw it down to our lovely Mitchell Salazar.
The WSL would like to open this event by formally recognizing that Huntington Beach is the modern name of the ancient Aha shaman, village site known as the Pange. The Aha shaman people have lived in the place we now call Orange County for over 10,000 years and are still here stewarding not only the land alongside surfers, environmentalists, and others who care about our shared coastline, also with everybody who also comes and visit HB. We thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event, and we would like to pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging. Thank you to Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, Aha Shaman Nation, and Adelia Sandoval, spiritual overseer of the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, Aha Shaman Nation, and Chairman Nathan Banda for leading our opening ceremony on Monday. Welcome to the awards presentation for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, the first stop on the 2025 World Surf League Longboard Tour. After an awesome 4 days of competition right here between the men and the women, we have our front runners and world #1s. A big thank you to the Huntington Beach community, especially you fans on the beach. Without you, nothing like this would be possible. So a big round of applause for everybody, not only the athletes, also, of course, the fans here on the beach. Massive thank you to Lexus, our title partner for this event. Also, big thank you to our event partners, which we do have a few of here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Pacifico, Yeti, 805 Beer, Hoag Hospital, Red Bull, Neutrogena, Apple Watch, Best Western, locally owned Body Glove, Bonsoy, Dakan, FlexFit, Amazon Eero, iHeart LA, IC, Jack Surfboards, Open Water, 3 Olives, Kraken, Sun Cruiser, Sea Glass, Casamigos, Surfline, Foo Wax, No Cap, SpongeBob, Visit Huntington Beach, Huntington Surf and Sport right across the street. Visit El Salvador, and of course, great John Wayne Airport. A big special thank you to IMG event staff who've helped make this event happen, and to the city of Huntington Beach for hosting us once again. Many years in the making right here for the Lexus US Open of Surfing. And once again, big thank you to all of the competitors, all of the staff in the local community, as well as the local surf community right here for sharing their waves in the first 4 days of the event. To help us award the trophies today, we have Will Hayden Smith, Director, Longboard and Regional Tours. How about a big round of applause for Will for all the awesome work he does worldwide, especially with the Longboard Tour. And that gives us our first runner-up of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, no stranger to the podium. It's the 4-time world champion. Give it up for your men's runner-up of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, Taylor Jensen. Yeah, TJ, congrats. Just an hour north of home in Oceanside, HP once again delivering the goods, starting off the year well, #2 in the world. The common denominator, though, your family every single morning with you here. What's it like to be able to do this once again with their presence?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, to do this in front of my kids and get to see Dad compete and do well is insane. Yeah, it's really cool.
Good event once again, 4 days in a row, waking up early. How are you going to take a few days off and regroup heading into Bells in September?
Yeah, I'm not going to wake up at 4:30 anymore, but or sit in traffic. But yeah, I'm just going to go home and relax and regroup and yeah, get ready for Bells.
Congratulations, best of luck in the rest of the year. Taylor Jensen, ladies and gentlemen, looking for world title #5 later this year. And now, your women's runner-up, 2 finals in a row. Give it up for the 3-time world champion, just north in Malibu, Soleil Erico.
Congratulations.
Yeah, Soleil, congrats. A big smile on your face, obviously, as always. So, big week once again. Look at these amazing fans on the beach. How cool were the vibes in the first 4 days of the Lexus US Open of Surfing for yourself?
It was so fun. I had my friends and family here the whole time. They drove up to support me. Shout out to them. Yeah, it's been a fun week. Bummer the waves kind of turned off for the finals, but I'm happy to get second and excited to just keep going.
Yeah, and a good year ahead for yourself as well. Abu Dhabi, a location you haven't been to so far in your career. Anything you're looking forward to for 2025?
Yeah, just to keep competing, go back to Bells, Abu Dhabi. I missed out on Abu Dhabi last year because I was injured, so I'm excited to have that experience. I heard it's unreal. But yeah, just excited to keep going.
Congratulations. Best of luck for 2025.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Soleil Erico, your women's runner-up. And that gives us the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, long time waiting for his first career victory here on the World Longboard Tour. Australia's own Kai Ellis-Flint is your Lexus US Open of Surfing champion, presented by Pacifico.
So happy to be getting this year.
Hey, Kai, congratulations. You mentioned patience a lot today. It was really the word that you stood by, not only today, throughout the entire event so far, picking up your first win. What's it feel like to do here in such an iconic venue like Southside HB?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing it for my family, for my friends, all the people that have supported me over the years, you know. I just felt like I needed to push hard and drive for this the last, like, 6 or 9 months, you know. And to win here is just incredible, you know. Like, as a Grom, you look at the US Open and you're like, wow, like, this is such a big event, you know. So, I'm very grateful, yeah.
After winning here, do you feel like you truly can win anywhere worldwide?
Yeah, I mean, if I get the waves and if my head's in the game, for sure. I mean, it's anyone's, you know, anyone can win it out there. Like, coming up against Taylor in a finals is, like, super difficult, but you kind of gotta like, dig deep for that, you know.
You're going to be wearing yellow heading into Bells, too. How cool does that feel, especially on home soil in Oz?
Yeah, that's pretty sick. I'm stoked.
Congratulations. Best of luck in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, your Lexus US Open of Surfing champion, presented by Pacifico. First of many for Kai Ellis-Flint. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Orange County, put your hands together for your women's champion from just down the road in Laguna Beach. Avalon Gall is her women's longboard champion here at the 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. A big moment for the surfer out of Laguna Beach. Congrats, Avalon. Obviously a major moment. You got all your friends and family right here, but literally 30 minutes up the road from where you're from, the US Open been a significant part of your life so far. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'd like to say thank you to my friends and family, and such an amazing event, and thank you, WSL.
Doing this in front of your friends, your family, but most importantly, your parents who have been here all week long. How cool is that to share this special moment with them too?
Oh, it's so cool.
Anything you want to say to anybody on the beach that's been supporting you so far this week? Congratulations, you're world #1 for the first time in your career.
Thank you, and just thanks for everyone, and thanks for such a great event, and thanks to my friends and family.
Appreciate it. World #1, Avalon Gall, Kai Ellis Flint, runner-up Taylor Jensen, Soleil Erico. Ladies and gentlemen, the first 4 days are done here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. And guess what? We got the challenger starting tomorrow. Sending it back to the 805 Post Show. Chris?
Thank you, Mitchell. And that is an awesome sight right there. What a group of legends. You know, very cool to see the joy, you know, the pride that these surfers are all carrying with them. And they are now on the global stage. We've got our world #1 set up, heading into the next event, which will be in Bells. And we've got more 805 Post Show, which is awesome for everyone. Now we can break down how Kai Ellis Flint surfed his way to the finals and took down a titan of our sport in Taylor Jensen. So for Kai, on his self-shaped board, you know, making a little bit of history there, and also just doing it with so much soul, so much style. It was a real pleasure to watch. And man, the approach that he took throughout the entire week, he says he just woke up every day feeling good, not really worrying against who he was going up against or what the waves were like. He did it his way, and he had to surf through his good friend Steven Sawyer in the quarters, and then he went up against a hard-charging Johnny the Ripper in semifinal 1, all the way to the final, where he said it himself, it's so hard to beat Taylor Jensen. He did just that. Let's take a trip through finals day with Kai Ellis Flint.
Yeah, well, in that first quarterfinal, Steven Sawyer had such a good front run on those lefts, but this long right-hander with that particular heels, this really now brought him back in the game as that tide started to move in, and it was that risk, the fact that he put it all on the line, and the judges really recognized the degree of difficulty and the functionality of doing that radical nose ride through the pocket on heels, but also mixing it up with that rail work.
Yes, exactly, as we saw in that last clip there where he did that cutback but switched the feet in the same moment. And people don't realize how technically difficult that is, and it's really good not only to see that variety added, but the judges acknowledging it.
Yeah, and then coming up against Johnny, you knew he was gonna have to continue that lively approach because Johnny's snap and whip in the turns, but this was great the way he would link sections by flexing and really rock and rolling either on the nose or in the trim spot in the middle and engaging the roll bottom and the fins. You just got to see Johnny looking over his shoulder, recognizing that he was up against a master on fire, also using the hang heels in the semi-final as well.
Johnny was hungry for it too. You could feel that all event long. I mean, a big result for our quarterfinalists, for our semifinalists, but for Kai Ellis Flint, any doubt that he had in himself before this event, that's got to be washed away because again, Taylor Jensen is going to be the hardest guy to beat here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah.
So achieving that's a huge momentum push for Kai as he heads back home to Australia.
And Taylor was on fire, and you knew that he would have that combination of patience when it was necessary, but being active and busy. And Taylor had such a good start. The way he reads waves and finds scores and turns what looks to be like a marginal wave into a high-scoring ride is absolutely outstanding, Carla.
Yeah, I found it really interesting how he was able to make it into those inside reforms quite often, and it made you kind of wonder if his size really helped kind of propel him into those sections where some of the people weren't able to find it. But as you said, the heels there from Kai Ellis Flint and that variety and that dedication to the purist style, I think really was acknowledged, and he saw it through.
And it was great. The heels were a feature of every round today, the quarter, the semi, the final. And I just think that was Kai digging deep and knowing that he needed to up the ante. We all know he's got the surfing, but what we're seeing now this season so far is somebody who's hungry, willing to take risks, willing to be creative.
And also, now, I mean, you see this guy's heat IQ improving every time he surfs. Remember, Taylor Jensen started strong in that final with a 6.83, which kind of put Kai Ellis-Flint on notice, but he bounced back in a big way with a 6.3 and a 7.5. So congratulations to all of our finalists, especially Kai Ellis-Flint, who will be our world #1 heading to the next event, Bells Beach in Australia. It's gonna be real fun to see what both of these surfers do next. If we know anything about Taylor Jensen, he'll be back. You know, he'll be fighting hard to get back into the finals. And they're going to have a little bit of time, about a month or so between now and the event at Bells, maybe just a handful of weeks. Do you think they're going to be making any adjustments, or is it going to be same boards, same attitude as we head toward Australia?
There will be some tweaks to boards, but interestingly, a lot of the equipment we were seeing ridden today will also work at Bells, because Bells isn't got so much of a pocket, so much of a lip. It's more thick and it's got open face. If Rincon works, you've got that Malibu-esque shape, but if it's the Bells Bowl, you've got open faces. So a lot of the same equipment will also shine in Victoria, Australia.
Well, I got it on my calendar. I'm excited for that one. Now let's talk about what's up next here in Huntington Beach. A look at our Surfline forecast. The Challenger Series is coming up next. We're talking about hundreds of hungry, up-and-coming rippers who battled their way towards that next step of making the championship tour. This is what they're going to be facing, fun-sized waves. The good news is we did hear earlier on from our Surfline representative that the waves are going to get a little bit bigger throughout the week. It could be into that chest to head high range by Thursday or Friday. The mornings are going to be glassy. The afternoons are going to be windy. I mean, that's one constant that we know here in Huntington. But good news, 3 to 4 foot, you know, probably some 5-foot faces Friday and Saturday. And Thursday could improve. All we know is that tomorrow it's probably going to be a challenge, and that's why they call it the Challenger Series. You got to make them earn it. And we're excited for that one. Going to potentially start tomorrow at 7 a.m. But before we get there, before we get to happy hour, before we wrap this whole thing up, guess what? It's the big 5, right? The top 5 moments of the day here on finals day at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Thank you, Eero. It's the way Wi-Fi should be. We're going to start off with the dog days of summer. Yeah, dogs were showcased all day long, and as they should. Dogs are the best. I put dogs up here and humans right down here. This is TT. That's Sugar, the surfing dog's niece, I think. Sugar recovering from a surgery, so TT took to the lineup. Went over the falls, but put on a great show nonetheless. TT, the next wave of dog surfers from Huntington Beach, California. So from dogs, why not go to humans? Cole Robbins, he put on an excellent show throughout the entirety of this event. Cole is looking like he's going to do big things this year on tour.
Stretching those toes to get on the nose on his Wayne Rich board. Toe on the nose every time for Cole, and he was absolutely sensational. Didn't make it all the way, but put on a good show.
Yeah, it was great to see him make a good showing here now that he's back on tour. And as you said, he knows his toes quite well. He did the toe stretch before then. You saw him curled over the tip there. I'm sure he's going to be excited to head into Bells. He likes those bigger waves. It'll be great.
No doubt. Cole Robbins on a roll. So let's go to our number 3, a rising star of our sport. It's safe to say, a future world champion. This is Ginger Jaime, the grommet who did damage here at the US Open.
Yeah, special stuff. The 13-year-old, she lives in Fuerteventura in the Canary Islands. Her dad's Italian, her mum's Chinese. She surfs for Italy. And Carla, it's so special to see young talent rising up like this.
Well, I mean, we talk about the next generation building it up and being role models, but at 13 years old, holy cow, what a future she has ahead of her.
An absolute phenom. Do not forget that name, Ginger Jaime. Now we get to our top 2 spots with number 2. We're going to go ahead and get out to our champion right here. And what a way to do it. Avalon Gall, your 2025 Lexus US Open champion. A special victory in so many ways for Avalon.
Yeah, Laguna cool all the way, Carla.
Yeah, and just to see somebody new, a fresh face win here at Huntington, and somebody relatively local to the SoCal area and here in Huntington, special moment. Also to have all the family and friends around, you feel that heartwarming feeling that you get from longboarding.
We're gonna make some calls. We're gonna get the freeway cleared for Avalon Golf so she doesn't have to sit in traffic, so she can get home to the after party, which I'm sure is gonna be fun. And now our #1 spot goes to a guy with 3 names, Kai Ellis Flint. The Australian takes the 2025 Lexus US Open, and guess what? It's all been about Americans and Hawaiians for the past decade or so. The title's going back to Oz.
Yeah, and a board design not so different to the 66 design that Nat Young won the world title in San Diego. Roll bottom, wide point back, involvement surfing with a flexi single fin, and the fact that not only did he bring the rail work, but the heels to the table. And I really appreciated that, because that's a very difficult thing to do through steep nose ride sections.
Well, and just adding that variety, that's so important. We want to see that further.
Absolutely. Well, we want to thank all of you for watching. We got a lot of surfing to come. Don't forget the Challenger Series, men and women, will take over this break for the rest of the week, all the way through till Sunday. On behalf of myself, Sam, Carla, and the entire WSL crew down here in Huntington Beach, thank you so much for watching that epic longboard event. We're going to switch things over to shortboard. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be awesome. And now it's officially happy hour. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. It is the peak of summer here in beautiful Southern California. The lumber is out with beautiful logs. Day 1 competition, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Global superstar J.R. Esquivel, who just starts things off on the nose.
Look at that 10.
Nice.
Proper.
Yeah.
Proper.
JR coming through as our first winner of the day. I'm thinking 50 deep for Team Philippines on the sand right now. Johnny the Ripper.
Big Carlsbad. Jack Van Wagner straight into the round of 16.
To get to come here in Huntington and have this amphitheater atmosphere and have the fans really engaged, like that's huge for us and getting that exposure out for longboarding.
Speaking of TJ, how was the nose ride there? Straight into the lip line. Defending event champion and defending world champion Taylor Jensen straight into the round of 16 with a big heat win.
Is the most therapeutic sport in the whole world. The feeling of riding waves in the ocean, like there's no better feeling.
All the stars are here. This is day 2 of the Lexus US Open. Really loving what Avalon Ball is laying down on these perfect little laps. 767, near excellent. The shocked reaction from Tully White's buzzer beater finish. Stevie Sawyer got on the nose, making it look easy. 7.77. We've got some of the best small wave surfers on the planet. The who's who of modern hot dog logging. hot dogging. Oh, see, it can be treacherous out there.
Day number 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We will be crowning our men's and women's longboard champions.
She's got a total score of 15. That is the highest of the event so far.
Our reigning world champ goes down, Malia Illigan.
Good job.
You can almost hear that turn. That's the sound of a door closing.
Oh my God!
Avalon's first final ever. Adelaide County versus Orange County. Our 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion.
He's the man, he's the winner. Big moment, Cote.
Oh, watch this reaction.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.